Letter 1 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. The History of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 2, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 1. Miss Clarissa Harlowe to Miss Howe. My heart fluttered with the hope and the fear of seeing my mother, and with the shame and grief of having given her so much uneasiness. But it needed not. She was not permitted to come. But my aunt was so good as to return, yet not without my sister, and taking my hand, made me sit down by her. She came, she must own, officiously, she said, this once more, though against the opinion of my father: but knowing and dreading the consequence of my opposition, she could not but come. She then set forth to my friend's expectation from me. Mr. Solmes's riches, 3 times as rich he came out to be as any body had thought him; the settlements proposed; Mr. Lovelace's bad character; their aversions to him; all in a very strong light, not in a stronger than my mother had before placed them in. My mother surely could not have given the particulars of what had passed between herself and me. If she had, my aunt would not have repeated many of the same sentiments, as you will find she did, that had been still more strongly urged, without effect, by her venerable sister. She said it would break the heart of my father to have it imagined that he had not a power over his own child, and that, as he thought, for my own good. A child too, whom they had always doted upon. Dearest, dearest Miss, concluded she, clasping her fingers, with the most condescending earnestness, let me beg of you, for my sake, for your own sake, for 100 sakes, to get over this averseness, to give up your prejudices, and make every one happy and easy once more. I would kneel to you, my dearest niece: nay, I will kneel to you. And down she dropped, and I with her, kneeling to her, and beseeching her not to kneel, clasping my arms about her, and bathing her worthy bosom with my tears. O rise, rise, my beloved aunt, said I: you cut me to the heart with this condescending goodness. Say then, my dearest niece, say then that you will oblige all your friends. If you love us, I beseech you do. How can I perform what I can sooner choose to die than to perform? Say then, my dear, that you will consider of it. Say you will but reason with yourself. Give us but hopes. Don't let me entreat, and thus entreat, in vain. For still she kneeled, and I by her. What a hard case is mine! Could I but doubt, I know I could conquer. That which is an inducement to my friends is none at all to me. How often, my dearest aunt, must I repeat the same thing? Let me but be single. Cannot I live single? Let me be sent, as I have proposed, to Scotland, to Florence, any where. Let me be sent a slave to the Indies, any where. Any of these I will consent to. But I cannot think of giving my vows to a man I cannot endure. Well then, rising, Bella silently, with uplifted hands, reproaching my supposed perverseness, I see nothing can prevail with you to oblige us. What can I do, my dearest aunt Hervey? What can I do? Were I capable of giving a hope I meant not to enlarge, then could I say, I would consider of your kind advice: but I would rather be thought perverse than insincere. Is there, however, no medium? Can nothing be thought of? Will nothing do, but to have a man who is the more disgustful to me, because he is unjust in the very articles he offers? Whom now, Clary, said my sister, do you reflect upon? Consider that. Make not invidious applications of what I say, Bella. It may not be looked upon in the same light by every one. The giver and the acceptor are principally answerable in an unjust donation. While I think of it in this light, I should be inexcusable to be the latter. But why do I enter upon a supposition of this nature? My heart, as I have often, often said, recoils at the thought of the man in every light. Whose father but mine agrees upon articles where there is no prospect of a liking? Where the direct contrary is avowed, all along avowed, without the least variation, or shadow of a change of sentiment? But it is not my father's doing originally. O my cruel, cruel brother, to cause a measure to be forced upon me, which he would not behave tolerably under, were the like to be offered to him. The girl is got into her altitudes, aunt Hervey, said my sister. You see, madam, she spares nobody. Be pleased to let her know what she has to trust to. Nothing is to be done with her. Pray, madam, pronounce her doom. My aunt retired to the window, weeping, with my sister in her hand. I cannot, indeed I cannot, Miss Harlowe, said she softly, but yet I heard every word she said. There is great hardship in her case. She is a noble child, after all. What pity things are gone so far! But Mr. Solmes ought to be told to desist. O madam, said my sister, in a kind of loud whisper, are you caught too by the little siren? My mother did well not to come up. I question whether my father himself, after his first indignation, would not be turned round by her. Nobody but my brother can do any thing with her, I am sure. Don't think of your brother's coming up, said my aunt, still in a low voice. He is too furious. I see no obstinacy, no perverseness in her manner. If your brother comes, I will not be answerable for the consequences, for I thought twice or thrice she would have gone into fits. O madam, she has a strong heart, and you see there is no prevailing with her, though you were upon your knees to her. My sister left my aunt musing at the window, with her back towards us, and took that opportunity to insult me still more barbarously. For stepping to my closet, she took up the patterns which my mother had sent me up, and bringing them to me, she spread them upon the chair by me, and offering one, and then another, upon her sleeve and shoulder, thus she ran on with great seeming tranquillity, but whisperingly, that my aunt might not hear her. This, Clary, is a pretty pattern enough, but this is quite charming. I would advise you to make your appearance in it. And this, were I you, should be my wedding night gown, and this my second dress suit. Won't you give orders, love, to have your grandmother's jewels new set? Or will you think to shew away in the new ones Mr. Solmes intends to present to you? He talks of laying out 2 or 3,000 pounds in presents, child. Dear heart, how gorgeously will you be arrayed! What, silent still? But, Clary, won't you have a velvet suit? It would cut a great figure in a country church, you know, and the weather may bear it for a month yet to come. Crimson velvet, suppose! Such a fine complexion as yours, how it would be set off by it! What an agreeable blush would it give you! Hey ho! Mocking me, for I sighed to be thus fooled with. And do you sigh, love? Well then, as it will be a solemn wedding, what think you of black velvet, child? Silent still, Clary? Black velvet, so fair as you are, with those charming eyes, gleaming through a wintry cloud, like an April sun? Does not Lovelace tell you they are charming eyes? How lovely will you appear to every one! What! Silent still, love? But about your laces, Clary? She would have gone on still further, had not my aunt advanced towards me, wiping her eyes. What, whispering ladies? You seem so easy and so pleased, Miss Harlowe, with your private conference, that I hope I shall carry down good news. I am only giving her my opinion of her patterns here. Unasked, indeed, but she seems by her silence to approve of my judgment. O Bella, said I, that Mr. Lovelace had not taken you at your word! You had before now been exercising your judgment on your own account, and I had been happy as well as you. Was it my fault, I pray you, that it was not so? Oh, how she raved! To be so ready to give, Bella, and so loath to take, is not very fair in you. The poor Bella descended to call names. Why, sister, said I, you are as angry as if there were more in the hint than possibly might be designed. My wish is sincere, for both our sakes, for the whole family's sake. And what good now is there in it? Do not, dear Bella, give me cause to suspect that I have found a reason for your behaviour to me, and which till now was wholly unaccountable from sister to sister. Fie, fie, Clary, said my aunt. My sister was more and more outrageous. Oh, how much fitter, said I, to be a jest than a jester! But now, Bella, turn the glass to you, and see how poorly sits the robe upon your own shoulders, which you have been so unmercifully fixing upon mine. Fie, fie, Miss Clary, repeated my aunt. And fie, fie, likewise, good madam, to Miss Harlowe, you would say, were you to have heard her barbarous insults. Let us go, madam, said my sister, with great violence. Let us leave the creature to swell till she bursts with her own poison. The last time I will ever come near her, in the mind I am in. It is so easy a thing, returned I, were I to be mean enough to follow an example that is so censurable in the setter of it, to vanquish such a teasing spirit as yours with its own blunt weapons, that I am amazed you will provoke me. Yet, Bella, since you will go, for she had hurried to the door, forgive me. I forgive you. And you have a double reason to do so, both from eldership, and from the offence so studiously given to one in affliction. But may you be happy, though I never shall. May you never have half the trials I have had. Be this your comfort, that you cannot have a sister to treat you as you have treated me. And so God bless you. Oh, thou art a... And down she flung, without saying what. Permit me, madam, said I to my aunt, sinking down, and clasping her knees with my arms, to detain you one moment, not to say any thing about my poor sister, she is her own punisher, only to thank you for all your condescending goodness to me. I only beg of you not to impute to obstinacy the immovableness I have shown to so tender a friend, and to forgive me every thing I have said or done amiss in your presence, for it has not proceeded from inward rancour to the poor Bella. But I will be bold to say, that neither she, nor my brother, nor even my father himself, knows what a heart they have set a bleeding. I saw to my comfort what effect my sister's absence wrought for me. Rise, my noble-minded niece, charming creature, those were her kind words, kneel not to me. Keep to yourself what I now say to you. I admire you more than I can express. And if you can forbear claiming your estate, and can resolve to avoid Lovelace, you will continue to be the greatest miracle I ever knew at your years. But I must hasten down after your sister. These are my last words to you. Conform to your father's will, if you possibly can. How meritorious will it be in you, if you do so? Pray to God to enable you to conform. You don't know what may be done. Only, my dear aunt, one word more, for she was going. Speak all you can for my dear Mrs. Norton. She is but low in the world. Should ill health overtake her, she may not know how to live without my mamma's favour. I shall have no means to help her, for I will want necessaries before I will assert my right. And I do assure you, she has said so many things to me in behalf of my submitting to my father's will, that her arguments have not a little contributed to make me resolve to avoid the extremities, which nevertheless I pray to God they do not at last force me upon. And yet they deprive me of her advice, and think unjustly of one of the most excellent of women. I am glad to hear you say this. And take this, and this, and this, my charming niece. For so she called me almost at every word, kissing me earnestly, and clasping her arms about my neck. And God protect you, and direct you. But you must submit, indeed you must. Some one day in a month from this is all the choice that is left you. And this, I suppose, was the doom my sister called for. And yet no worse than what had been pronounced upon me before. She repeated these last sentences louder than the former. And remember, miss, added she, it is your duty to comply. And down she went, leaving me with my heart full, and my eyes running over. The very repetition of this fills me with almost equal concern to that which I felt at the time. I must lay down my pen. Mistiness, which gives to the deluged eye the appearance of all the colours in the rainbow, will not permit me to write on. Wednesday, 5 o'clock. I will now add a few lines. My aunt, as she went down from me, was met at the foot of the stairs by my sister, who seemed to think she had stayed a good while after her, and hearing her last words prescribing to me implicit duty, praised her for it, and exclaimed against my obstinacy. Did you ever hear of such perverseness, madam? Said she. Could you have thought that your Clarissa, and everybody's Clarissa, was such a girl? And who, as you said, is to submit, her father or she? My aunt said something in answer to her, compassionating me, as I thought, by her accent, but I heard not the words. Such a strange perseverance in a measure so unreasonable! But my brother and sister are continually misrepresenting all I say and do, and I am deprived of the opportunity of defending myself. My sister says, that had they thought me such a championess, they would not have engaged with me: and now, not knowing how to reconcile my supposed obstinacy with my general character and natural temper, they seem to hope to tire me out, and resolve to vary their measures accordingly. My brother, you see, is determined to carry this point, or to abandon Harlowe place, and never to see it more. So they are to lose a son, or to conquer a daughter, the perversest and most ungrateful that ever parents had. This is the light he places things in, and has undertaken, it seems, to subdue me, if his advice should be followed. It will be further tried, of that I am convinced. And what will be their next measure, who can divine? I shall dispatch with this my answer to yours of Sunday last, begun on Monday, but which is not yet quite finished. It is too long to copy. I have not time for it. In it I have been very free with you, my dear, in more places than one. I cannot say that I am pleased with all I have written, yet will not now alter it. My mind is not at ease enough for the subject. Don't be angry with me. Yet, if you can excuse one or two passages, it will be because they were written by your Clarissa Harlowe. End of Letter 1. Letter 2 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. The History of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 2, by Samuel Richardson, Letter 2. Miss Howe to Miss Clarissa Harlowe, Wednesday night, March 22nd. Angry? What should I be angry for? I am mightily pleased with your freedom, as you call it. I only wonder at your patience with me, that's all. I am sorry I gave you the trouble of so long a letter upon the occasion, notwithstanding the pleasure I received in reading it. I believe you did not intend reserves to me. For 2 reasons I believe you did not. First, because you say you did not. Next, because you have not as yet been able to convince yourself how it is to be with you. And persecuted as you are, how so to separate the effects that spring from the 2 causes, persecution and love, as to give to each its particular due. But this I believe I hinted to you once before, and so will say no more upon this subject at present. Robin says you had but just deposited your last parcel when he took it, for he was there but half an hour before, and found nothing. He had seen my impatience, and loitered about, being willing to bring me something from you, if possible. My cousin Jenny Fynnett is here, and desires to be my bedfellow to night, so I shall not have an opportunity to sit down with that seriousness and attention which the subjects of yours require. For she is all prate, you know, and loves to set me a prating, yet comes upon a very grave occasion, to procure my mother to go with her to her grandmother Larking, who has long been bedridden, and at last has taken it into her head that she is mortal, and therefore will make her will, a work she was till now extremely averse to. But it must be upon condition that my mother, who is her distant relation, will go to her, and advise her as to the particulars of it: for she has a high opinion, as every one else has, of my mother's judgment in all matters relating to wills, settlements, and such like notable affairs. Mrs. Larking lives about 17 miles off, and as my mother cannot endure to lie out of her own house, she proposes to set out early in the morning, that she might be able to get back again at night. So to-morrow I shall be at your devotion from daylight to daylight, nor will I be at home to anybody. I have hinted before, that I could almost wish my mother and Mr. Hickman would make a match of it, and I here repeat my wishes. What signifies a difference of 15 or 20 years, especially when the lady has spirits that will make her young a long time, and the lover is a mighty sober man? I think verily I could like him better for a papa, than for a nearer relation, and they are strange admirers of one another. But allow me a perhaps still better, and as to years more suitable and happier, disposal, for the man at least. What think you, my dear, of compromising with your friends, by rejecting both men, and encouraging my parader? If your liking one of the 2 go no further than conditional, I believe it will do. A rich thought, if it obtain your approbation. In this light I should have a prodigious respect for Mr. Hickman, more by half than I can have in the other. The vein is opened. Shall I let it flow? How difficult to withstand constitutional foibles! Hickman is certainly a man more in your taste than any of those who have hitherto been brought to address you. He is mighty sober, mighty grave, and all that. Then you have told me that he is your favourite. But that is because he is my mother's, perhaps. The man would certainly rejoice at the transfer, or he must be a greater fool than I take him to be. Oh, but your fierce lover would knock him o' the head. I forgot that. What makes me incapable of seriousness when I write about Hickman? Yet the man's so good a sort of man in the main. But who is perfect? This is one of my foibles, and it is something for you to chide me for. You believe me to be very happy in my prospect in relation to him, because you are so very unhappy in the foolish usage you meet with. You are apt, as I suspect, to think that tolerable which otherwise would be far from being so. I dare say you would not, with all your grave airs, like him for yourself, except, being addressed by Solmes and him, you were obliged to have one of them. I have given you a test. Let me see what you will say to it. For my own part, I confess to you, that I have great exceptions to Hickman. He and wedlock never yet once entered into my head at one time. Shall I give you my free thoughts of him? Of his best and his worst, and that as if I were writing to one who knows him not? I think I will. Yet it is impossible I should do it gravely. The subject won't bear to be so treated in my opinion. We are not come so far as that yet, if ever we shall. And to do it in another strain, ill becomes my present real concern for you. Here I was interrupted on the honest man's account. He has been here these 2 hours, courting the mother for the daughter, I suppose, yet she wants no courting neither. 'Tis well one of us does, else the man would have nothing but halcyon, and be remiss, and saucy, of course. He was going. His horse was at the door. My mother sent for me down, pretending to want to say something to me. Something she said when I came that signified nothing, evidently for no reason called me, but to give me an opportunity to see what a fine bow her man could make, and that she might wish me a good night. She knows I am not over ready to oblige him with my company, if I happen to be otherwise engaged. I could not help an err a little upon the fretful, when I found she had nothing of moment to say to me, and when I saw her intention. She smiled off the visible fretfulness, that the man might go away in good humour with himself. He bowed to the ground, and would have taken my hand, his whip in the other. I did not like to be so companioned. I withdrew my hand, but touched his elbow with a motion, as if from his low bow I had supposed him falling, and would have helped him up. A sad slip it might have been, said I. A mad girl, smiled it off my mother. He was quite put out. Took his horse bridle, stumped back, bowing, till he run against his servant. I laughed. He mounted his horse. I mounted up stairs, after a little lecture; and my head is so filled with him, that I must resume my intention, in hopes to divert you for a few moments. Take it then, his best and his worst, as I said before. Hickman is a sort of fiddling, busy, yet, to borrow a word from you, unbusy man; has a great deal to do, and seems to me to dispatch nothing; irresolute and changeable in every thing, but in teasing me with his nonsense; which yet it is evident he must continue upon my mother's interest more than upon his own hopes, for none have I given him. Then I have a quarrel against his face, though in his person, for a well thriven man, tolerably genteel; not to his features so much neither, for what, as you have often observed, are features in a man? But Hickman, with strong lines, and big cheek and chin bones, has not the manliness in his aspect which Lovelace has with the most regular and agreeable features. Then what a set and formal mortal he is in some things! I have not been able yet to laugh him out of his long bid and beads. Indeed that is, because my mother thinks they become him; and I would not be so free with him, as to own I should choose to have him leave it off. If he did, so particular is the man, he would certainly, if left to himself, fall into a King William's cravat, or some such antique chin cushion, as by the pictures of that prince one sees was then the fashion. As to his dress in general, he cannot indeed be called a sloven, but sometimes he is too gaudy, at other times too plain, to be uniformly elegant; and for his manners, he makes such a bustle with them, and about them, as would induce one to suspect that they are more strangers than familiars to him. You, I know, lay this to his fearfulness of disobliging or offending. Indeed your overdoers generally give the offence they endeavour to avoid. The man, however, is honest, is of family, has a clear and good estate, and may one day be a baronet, an it please you. He is humane and benevolent, tolerably generous, as people say, and as I might say too, if I would accept of his bribes, which he offers in hopes of having them all back again, and the bribed into the bargain: a method taken by all corrupters, from old Satan to the lowest of his servants. Yet, to speak in the language of a person I am bound to honour, he is deemed a prudent man; that is to say, a good manager. Then I cannot but confess, that now I like not any body better, whatever I did once. He is no fox hunter. He keeps a pack indeed, but prefers not his hounds to his fellow creatures. No bad sign for a wife, I own. He loves his horse, but dislikes racing in a gaming way, as well as all sorts of gaming. Then he is sober, modest, they say, virtuous; in short, has qualities that mothers would be fond of in a husband for their daughters, and for which perhaps their daughters would be the happier could they judge as well for themselves, as experience possibly may teach them to judge for their future daughters. Nevertheless, to own the truth, I cannot say I love the man, nor, I believe, ever shall. Strange, that these sober fellows cannot have a decent sprightliness a modest assurance with them, something debonair, which need not be separated from that awe and reverence, when they address a woman, which should shew the ardour of their passion, rather than the sheepishness of their nature. For who knows not that love delights in taming the lion-hearted? That those of the sex who are most conscious of their own defect in point of courage, naturally require, and therefore as naturally prefer, the man who has most of it, as the most able to give them the requisite protection? That the greater their own cowardice, as it would be called in a man, the greater is their delight in subjects of heroism? As may be observed in their reading, which turns upon difficulties encountered, battles fought, and enemies overcome, 400 or 500 by the prowess of one single hero, the more improbable the better. In short, that their man should be a hero to every one living but themselves, and to them know no bound to his humility. A woman has some glory in subduing a heart no man living can appall, and hence too often the bravo, assuming the hero, and making himself pass for one, succeeds as only a hero should. But as for honest Hickman, the good man is so generally meek, as I imagine, that I know not whether I have any preference paid me in his obsequiousness. And then when I rate him, he seems to be so naturally fitted for rebuke, and so much expects it, that I know not how to disappoint him, whether he just then deserve it or not. I am sure he has puzzled me many a time, when I have seen him look penitent for faults he has not committed, whether to pity or laugh at him. You and I have often retrospected the faces and minds of grown people, that is to say, have formed images for their present appearances, outside and in, as far as the manners of the persons would justify us in the latter, what sort of figures they made when boys and girls. And I'll tell you the lights in which Hickman, Solmes, and Lovelace, our 3 heroes, have appeared to me, supposing them boys at school. Solmes I have imagined to be a little sordid pilfering rogue, who would purloin from everybody, and beg everybody's bread and butter from him, while, as I have heard a reptile brag, he would in a winter morning spit upon his thumbs, and spread his own with it, that he might keep it all to himself. Hickman, a great, overgrown, lank-haired, chubby boy, who would be hunched and punched by everybody, and go home with his finger in his eye, and tell his mother. While Lovelace I have supposed a curl-pated villain, full of fire, fancy, and mischief, an orchard robber, a wall climber, a horse rider without saddle or bridle, neck or nothing, a sturdy rogue in short, who would kick and cuff and do no right, and take no wrong of anybody, would get his head broke than a plaster for it, or let it heal of itself, while he went on to do more mischief, and if not to get, to deserve broken bones. And the same dispositions have grown up with them, and distinguished them, as me, with no very material alteration. Only that all men are monkeys more or less, or else that you and I should have such baboons as these to choose out of, is a mortifying thing, my dear. I am sensible that I am a little out of season in treating thus ludicrously the subject I am upon, while you are so unhappy: and if my manner does not divert you, as my flightiness used to do, I am inexcusable both to you and to my own heart; which I do assure you, notwithstanding my seeming levity, is wholly in your case. As this letter is extremely whimsical, I will not send it until I can accompany it with something more solid, and better suited to your unhappy circumstances; that is to say, to the present subject of our correspondence. To-morrow, as I told you, will be wholly my own, and, of consequence, yours. Adieu, therefore, till then. End of Letter II. Letter III of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. The History of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 2, by Samuel Richardson. Letter III. Miss Howe to Miss Clarissa Harlowe, Tuesday morning, 7 o'clock. My mother and cousin are already gone off in our chariot and four, attended by their doughty squire on horseback, and he by 2 of his own servants, and 1 of my mother's. They both love parade when they go abroad, at least in compliment to one another, which shews that each thinks the other does. Robin is your servant and mine, and nobody's else, and the day is all my own. I must begin with blaming you, my dear, for your resolution not to litigate for your right, if occasion were to be given you. Justice is due to ourselves, as well as to everybody else. Still more must I blame you for declaring to your aunt and sister, that you will not, since, as they will tell it to your father and brother, the declaration must needs give advantage to spirits who have so little of that generosity for which you are so much distinguished. There never was a spirit in the world that would insult where it dared, but it would creep and cringe where it dared not. Let me remind you of a sentence of your own, the occasion for which I have forgotten, that little spirits will always accommodate themselves to the temper of those they would work upon, will fawn upon a sturdy tempered person, will insult the meek. And another given to Miss Biddulph, upon an occasion you cannot forget: if we assume a dignity in what we say and do, and take care not to disgrace by arrogance our own assumption, everybody will treat us with respect and deference. I remember that you once made an observation, which you said you was obliged to Mrs. Norton for, and she to her father, upon an excellent preacher, who was but an indifferent liver, that to excel in theory, and to excel in practice, generally required different talents, which did not always meet in the same person. Do you, my dear, to whom theory and practice are the same thing in almost every laudable quality, apply the observation to yourself in this particular case, where resolution is required, and where the performance of the will of the defunct is the question, no more to be dispensed with by you, in whose favour it was made, than by anybody else who have only themselves in view by breaking through it. I know how much you despise riches in the main, but yet it behoves you to remember that in one instance you yourself have judged them valuable, in that they put it into our power to lay obligations, while the want of that power puts a person under a necessity of receiving favours, receiving them perhaps from grudging and narrow spirits, who know not how to confer them with that grace which gives the principal merit to a beneficent action. Reflect upon this, my dear, and see how it agrees with the declaration you have made to your aunt and sister, that you would not resume your estate, were you to be turned out of doors, and reduced to indigence and want. Their very fears that you will resume, point out to you the necessity of resuming upon the treatment you meet with. I own that at first reading I was much affected with your mother's letter, sent with the patterns. A strange measure, however, from a mother, for she did not intend to insult you; and I cannot but lament that so sensible and so fine a woman should stoop to so much art as that letter is written with, and which also appears in some of the conversations you have given me an account of. See you not in her passiveness what boisterous spirits can obtain from gentler, merely by teasing and ill nature? I know the pride they have always taken in calling you a Harlowe, Clarissa Harlowe, so formal and so set, at every word, when they are grave or proudly solemn. Your mother has learnt it of them; and as in marriage, so in will, has been taught to bury her own superior name and family in theirs. I have often thought that the same spirit governed them in this piece of affectation, and others of the like nature, as Harlowe Place, and so forth, though not the elder brother's or paternal seat, as governed the tyrant Tudor, who, marrying Elizabeth, the heiress of the house of York, made himself a title to a throne, which he would not otherwise have had, being but a base descendant of the Lancaster line, and proved a gloomy and vile husband to her, for no other cause than because she had laid him under obligations which his pride would not permit him to own. Nor would the unprincely wretch marry her till he was in possession of the crown, that he might not be supposed to owe it to her claim. You have chidden me, and again will, I doubt not, for the liberties I take with some of your relations. But, my dear, need I tell you, that pride in ourselves must, and for ever will, provoke contempt, and bring down upon us abasement from others? Have we not, in the case of a celebrated bard, observed, that those who aim at more than their due, will be refused the honours they may justly claim? I am very much loath to offend you, yet I cannot help speaking of your relations, as well as of others, as I think they deserve. Praise or dispraise is the reward or punishment which the world confers or inflicts on merit or demerit; and for my part, I neither can nor will confound them in the application. I despise them all, but your mother; indeed I do: and as for her, but I will spare the good lady for your sake. And one argument, indeed, I think may be pleaded in her favour in the present contention. She who has for so many years, and with such absolute resignation, borne what she has borne to the sacrifice of her own will, may think it an easier task than another person can imagine it for her daughter to give up hers. But to think to whose instigation all this is originally owing! God forgive me! But with such usage I should have been with Lovelace before now. Yet remember, my dear, that the step which would not be wondered at from such a hasty tempered creature as me, would be inexcusable in such a considerate person as you. After your mother has been thus drawn in against her judgment, I am the less surprised that your aunt Hervey should go along with her, since the two sisters never separate. I have inquired into the nature of the obligation which Mr. Hervey's indifferent conduct in his affairs has laid him under. It is only, it seems, that your brother has paid off for him a mortgage upon one part of his estate, which the mortgagee was about to foreclose, and taken it upon himself. A small favour, as he has ample security in his hands, from kindred to kindred; but such a one, it is plain, as has laid the whole family of the Herveys under obligation to the ungenerous lender, who has treated him, and his aunt too, as Miss Dolly Hervey has privately complained, with the less ceremony ever since. Must I, my dear, call such a creature your brother? I believe I must, because he is your father's son. There is no harm, I hope, in saying that. I am concerned that you ever wrote at all to him. It was taking too much notice of him. It was adding to his self-significance, and a call upon him to treat you with insolence, a call which you might have been assured he would not fail to answer. But such a pretty master as this, to run riot against such a man as Lovelace, who had taught him to put his sword into his scabbard when he had pulled it out by accident. These in-door insolents, who, turning themselves into bugbears, frighten women, children, and servants, are generally cravens among men. Were he to come fairly across me, and say to my face some of the free things which I am told he has said of me behind my back, or that, as by your account, he has said of our sex, I would take upon myself to ask him 2 or 3 questions, although he were to send me a challenge likewise. I repeat, you know that I will speak my mind, and write it too. He is not my brother. Can you say he is yours? So for your life, if you are just, you can't be angry with me. For would you side with a false brother against a true friend? A brother may not be a friend, but a friend will always be a brother. Mind that, as your uncle Tony says. I cannot descend so low as to take very particular notice of the epistles of these poor souls, whom you call uncles. Yet I love to divert myself with such grotesque characters too. But I know them and love you, and so cannot make the jest of them which their absurdities call for. You chide me, my dear, for my freedoms with relations still nearer and dearer to you than either uncles or brother or sister. You had better have permitted me uncorrected to have taken my own way. Do not use those freedoms that naturally arise from the subject before us. And from whom arises that subject, I pray you? Can you for 1/4 of an hour put yourself in my place, or in the place of those who are still more indifferent to the case than I can be? If you can, but although I have you not often at advantage, I will not push you. Permit me, however, to subjoin, that well may your father love your mother, as you say he does, a wife who has no will but his. But were there not, think you, some struggles between them at first? Gout out of the question. Your mother, when a maiden, had, as I have heard, and it is very likely, a good share of those lively spirits which she liked in your father. She has none of them now. How came they to be dissipated? Ah, my dear! She has been too long resident in Trophonius's cave, I doubt. Let me add one reflection upon this subject, and so entitle myself to your correction for all at once. It is upon the conduct of those wives, for you and I know more than one such, who can suffer themselves to be outblustered and outgloomed of their own wills, instead of being fooled out of them by acts of tenderness and complaisance. I wish, that it does not demonstrate too evidently that, with some of the sex, insolent controul is a more efficacious subduer than kindness or concession. Upon my life, my dear, I have often thought that many of us are mere babies in matrimony, perverse fools when too much indulged and humoured, creeping slaves when treated harshly. But shall it be said, that fear makes us more gentle obligers than love? Forbid it, honour! Forbid it, gratitude! Forbid it, justice! That any woman of sense should give occasion to have this said of her. Did I think you would have any manner of doubt, from the style or contents of this letter, whose saucy pen it is that has run on at this rate, I would write my name at length, since it comes too much from my heart to disavow it. But at present the initial shall serve, and I will go on again directly. A.H. End of Letter 3. Letter 4 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 2, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 4. Miss Howe to Miss Clarissa Harlowe, Thursday morning, 10 o'clock, March 23rd. I will postpone, or perhaps pass by, several observations which I had to make on other parts of your letters, to acquaint you, that Mr. Hickman, when in London, found an opportunity to inquire after Mr. Lovelace's town life and conversation. At the Cocoa Tree in Pall Mall, he fell in with two of his intimates, the one named Belton, the other Mowbray, both very free of speech, and probably as free in their lives: but the waiters paid them great respect, and on Mr. Hickman's inquiry after their characters, called them men of fortune and honour. They began to talk of Mr. Lovelace of their own accord; and upon some gentlemen in the room asking when they expected him in town, answered, that very day. Mr. Hickman, as they both went on praising Lovelace, said, he had indeed heard that Mr. Lovelace was a very fine gentleman, and was proceeding, when one of them interrupting him, said, "Only, Sir, the finest gentleman in the world, that's all." And so he led them on to expatiate more particularly on his qualities, which they were very fond of doing, but said not one single word in behalf of his morals. Mind that also, in your uncle's style. Mr. Hickman said, that Mr. Lovelace was very happy, as he understood, in the esteem of the ladies; and smiling, to make them believe he did not think amiss of it, that he pushed his good fortune as far as it would go. Well put, Mr. Hickman, thought I, equally grave and sage. Thou seemest not to be a stranger to their dialect, as I suppose this is. But I said nothing; for I have often tried to find out this mighty sober man of my mother's, but hitherto have only to say, that he is either very moral, or very cunning. No doubt of it, replied one of them; and out came an oath, with a who would not, that he did as every young fellow would do. Very true, said my mother's Puritan; but I hear he is in treaty with a fine lady. So he was, Mr. Belton said. The devil fetch her! Vile brute! For she engrossed all his time. But that the lady's family ought to be something, Mr. Hickman desired to be excused repeating what, though he had repeated what was worse, and might dearly repent their usage of a man of his family and merit. Perhaps they may think him too wild, cries Hickman; and theirs is, I hear, a very sober family. Sober! said one of them. A good honest word, Dick. Where the devil has it lain all this time? D me if I have heard of it in this sense ever since I was at college. And then, said he, we bandied it about among 20 of us as an obsolete. These, my dear, are Mr. Lovelace's companions. You'll be pleased to take notice of that. Mr. Hickman said, this put him out of countenance. I stared at him, and with such a meaning in my eyes, as he knew how to take, and so was out of countenance again. Don't you remember, my dear, who it was that told a young gentleman designed for the gown, who owned that he was apt to be too easily put out of countenance when he came into free company, that it was a bad sign, that it looked as if his morals were not proof, but that his good disposition seemed rather the effect of accident and education, than of such a choice as was founded upon principle? And don't you know the lesson the very same young lady gave him? To endeavour to stem and discountenance vice, and to glory in being an advocate in all companies for virtue, particularly observing, that it was natural for a man to shun or to give up what he was ashamed of: which she should be sorry to think his case on this occasion; adding, that vice was a coward, and would hide its head, when opposed by such a virtue as had presence of mind, and a full persuasion of its own rectitude to support it. The lady, you may remember, modestly put her doctrine into the mouth of a worthy preacher, Dr. Lewen, as she used to do, when she has a mind not to be thought what she is at so early an age, and that it may give more weight to any thing she hit upon, that might appear tolerable, was her modest manner of speech. Mr. Hickman, upon the whole, professed to me, upon his second recovery, that he had no reason to think well of Mr. Lovelace's morals, from what he heard of him in town. Yet his two intimates talked of his being more regular than he used to be. That he had made a very good resolution, that of old Tom Wharton was the expression, that he would never give a challenge, nor refuse one, which they praised in him highly. That, in short, he was a very brave fellow, and the most agreeable companion in the world, and would one day make a great figure in his country, since there was nothing he was not capable of. I am afraid that his last assertion is too true. And this, my dear, is all that Mr. Hickman could pick up about him. And is it not enough to determine such a mind as yours, if not already determined? Yet it must be said too, that if there be a woman in the world that can reclaim him, it is you. And by your account of his behaviour in the interview between you, I own I have some hope of him. At least, this I will say, that all the arguments he then used with you seem to be just and right. And if you are to be his, but no more of that, he cannot, after all, deserve you. End of Letter 4. Letter 5 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 2, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 5. Miss Howe to Miss Clarissa Harlowe, Thursday afternoon, March 23rd. An unexpected visitor has turned the course of my thoughts, and changed the subject I had intended to pursue. The only one for whom I would have dispensed with my resolution not to see anybody all the dedicated day. A visitor whom, according to Mr. Hickman's report from the expectations of his libertine friends, I supposed to be in town. Now, my dear, have I saved myself the trouble of telling you that it was your too agreeable rake? Our sex is said to love to trade in surprises. Yet have I, by my promptitude, surprised myself out of mine. I had intended, you must know, to run twice the length, before I had suffered you to know so much as to guess who, and whether man or woman, my visitor was. But since you have the discovery at so cheap a rate, you are welcome to it. The end of his coming was, to engage my interest with my charming friend; and he was sure that I knew all your mind, to acquaint him what he had to trust to. He mentioned what had passed in the interview between you, but could not be satisfied with the result of it, and with the little satisfaction he had obtained from you, the malice of your family to him increasing, and their cruelty to you not abating. His heart, he told me, was in tumults, for fear you should be prevailed upon in favour of a man despised by every body. He gave me fresh instance of indignities cast upon himself by your uncles and brother, and declared, that if you suffered yourself to be forced into the arms of the man for whose sake he was loaded with undeserved abuses, you should be one of the youngest, as you would be one of the loveliest widows in England; and that he would moreover call your brother to account for the liberties he takes with his character to every one he meets with. He proposed several schemes, for you to choose some one of them, in order to enable you to avoid the persecutions you labour under. One I will mention, that you will resume your estate; and if you find difficulties that can be no otherwise surmounted, that you will either avowedly or privately, as he had proposed to you, accept of Lady Betty Lawrance's or Lord M.'s assistance to instate you in it. He declared, that if you did, he would leave absolutely to your own pleasure afterwards, and to the advice which your cousin Morden on his arrival should give you, whether to encourage his address or not, as you should be convinced of the sincerity of the reformation which his enemies make him so much want. I had now a good opportunity to sound him, as you wished Mr. Hickman would Lord M., as to the continued or diminished favour of the ladies, and of his lordship, towards you, upon their being acquainted with the animosity of your relations to them, as well as to their kinsman. I laid hold of the opportunity, and he satisfied me, by reading some passages of a letter he had about him from Lord M., that an alliance with you, and that on the foot of your own single merit, would be the most desirable event to them that could happen. And so far to the purpose of your wished inquiry does his lordship go in this letter, that he assures him, that whatever you suffer in fortune from the violence of your relations on his account, he and Lady Sarah and Lady Betty will join to make it up to him; and yet that the reputation of a family so splendid would, no doubt, in a case of such importance to the honour of both, make them prefer a general consent. I told him, as you yourself I knew had done, that you were extremely averse to Mr. Solmes, and that might you be left to your own choice, it would be the single life. As to himself, I plainly said, that you had great and just objections to him on the score of his careless morals; that it was surprising that men who gave themselves the liberties he was said to take, should presume to think, that whenever they took it into their heads to marry, the most virtuous and worthy of the sex were to fall to their lot; that as to the resumption, it had been very strongly urged by myself, and would be still further urged, though you had been hitherto averse to that measure; that your chief reliance and hopes were upon your cousin Morden; and that to suspend or gain time till he arrived, was, as I believed, your principal aim. I told him, that with regard to the mischief he threatened, neither the act nor the menace could serve any end but theirs who persecuted you, as it would give them a pretence for carrying into effect their compulsory projects, and that with the approbation of all the world, since he must not think the public would give its voice in favour of a violent young man, of no extraordinary character as to morals, who should seek to rob a family of eminence of a child so valuable; and who threatened, if he could not obtain her in preference to a man chosen by themselves, that he would avenge himself upon them all by acts of violence. I added, that he was very much mistaken, if he thought to intimidate you by such menaces: for that, though your disposition was all sweetness, yet I knew not a steadier temper in the world than yours, nor one more inflexible, as your friends had found, and would still further find, if they continued to give occasion for its exertion, whenever you thought yourself in the right; and that you were ungenerously dealt with in matters of too much moment to be indifferent about. Miss Clarissa Harlowe, Mr. Lovelace, let me tell you, said I, timid as her foresight and prudence may make her in some cases, where she apprehends dangers to those she loves, is above fear, in points where her honour, and the true dignity of her sex, are concerned. In short, Sir, you must not think to frighten Miss Clarissa Harlowe into such a mean or unworthy conduct as only a weak or unsteady mind can be guilty of. He was so very far from intending to intimidate you, he said, that he besought me not to mention one word to you of what had passed between us: that what he had hinted at, which carried the air of menace, was owing to the fervour of his spirits, raised by his apprehensions of losing all hope of you for ever; and on a supposition, that you were to be actually forced into the arms of a man you hated: that were this to be the case, he must own, that he should pay very little regard to the world, or its censures; especially as the menaces of some of your family now, and their triumph over him afterwards, would both provoke and warrant all the vengeance he could take. He added, that all the countries in the world were alike to him, but on your account: so that whatever he should think fit to do, were you lost to him, he should have nothing to apprehend from the laws of this. I did not like the determined air he spoke this with. He is certainly capable of great rashness. He palliated a little this fierceness, which, by the way, I warmly censured, by saying, that while you remain single, he will bear all the indignities that shall be cast upon him by your family: but would you throw yourself, if you were still further driven, into any other protection, if not Lord M.'s, or that of the ladies of his family, into my mother's, suppose; or would you go to London to private lodgings, where he would never visit you, unless he had your leave, and from whence you might make your own terms with your relations, he would be entirely satisfied, and would, as he had said before, wait the effect of your cousin's arrival, and your free determination as to his own fate: adding, that he knew the family so well, and how much fixed they were upon their measures, as well as the absolute dependence they had upon your temper and principles, that he could not but apprehend the worst, while you remained in their power, and under the influence of their persuasions and menaces. We had a great deal of other discourse: but as the reciting of the rest would be but a repetition of many of the things that passed between you and him in the interview between you in the wood house, I refer myself to your memory on that occasion. And now, my dear, upon the whole, I think it behoves you to make yourself independent: all then will fall right. This man is a violent man. I should wish, methinks, that you should not have either him or Solmes. You will find, if you get out of your brother's and sister's way, what you can or cannot do, with regard to either. If your relations persist in their foolish scheme, I think I will take his hint, and at a proper opportunity sound my mother. Mean time, let me have your clear opinion of the resumption, which I join with Lovelace in advising. You can but see how your demand will work. To demand is not to litigate. But be your resolution what it will, do not by any means repeat to them that you will not assert your right. If they go on to give you provocation, you may have sufficient reason to change your mind: and let them expect that you will change it. They have not the generosity to treat you the better for disclaiming the power they know you have. That, I think, need not now be told you. I am, my dearest friend, and ever will be, your most affectionate and faithful ANNA HOWE. End of Letter V. Letter VI. Of Clarissa Harlowe, Vol. II. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, Vol. II. By Samuel Richardson. Letter VI. Miss Clarissa Harlowe to Miss Howe, Wednesday night, March 22nd. On the report made by my aunt and sister of my obstinacy, my assembled relations have taken an unanimous resolution, as Betty tells me it is, against me. This resolution you will find signified to me in the enclosed letter from my brother, just now brought me. Be pleased to return it when perused. I may have occasion for it in the altercations between my relations and me. Miss Clary, I am commanded to let you know, that my father and uncles having heard your aunt Hervey's account of all that has passed between her and you, having heard from your sister what sort of treatment she has had from you, having recollected all that has passed between your mother and you, having weighed all your pleas and proposals, having taken into consideration their engagements with Mr. Solmes, that gentleman's patience and great affection for you, and the little opportunity you have given yourself to be acquainted either with his merit or his proposals, having considered 2 points more, to wit, the wounded authority of a father, and Mr. Solmes's continued entreaties, little as you have deserved regard from him, that you may be freed from a confinement to which he is desirous to attribute your perverseness to him, averseness I should have said, but let it go, he being unable to account otherwise for so strong a one, supposing you told truth to your mother, when you asserted that your heart was free, and which Mr. Solmes is willing to believe, though nobody else does. For all these reasons, it is resolved that you shall go to your uncle Antony's, and you must accordingly prepare yourself to do so. You will have but short notice of the day, for obvious reasons. I will honestly tell you the motive for your going. It is a double one. First, that they may be sure that you shall not correspond with any body they do not like. For they find from Mrs. Howe, that by some means or other you do correspond with her daughter, and through her, perhaps, with somebody else. And next, that you may receive the visits of Mr. Solmes, which you have thought fit to refuse to do here, by which means you have deprived yourself of the opportunity of knowing whom and what you have hitherto refused. If after 1 fortnight's conversation with Mr. Solmes, and after you have heard what your friend shall further urge in his behalf, unhardened by clandestine correspondences, you shall convince them, that Virgil's amor omnibus idem, for the application of which I refer you to the Georgic, as translated by Dryden, is verified in you, as well as in the rest of the animal creation, and that you cannot or will not forego your prepossession in favour of the moral, the virtuous, the pious Lovelace, I would please you if I could, it will then be considered whether to humour you, or to renounce you for ever. It is hoped, that as you must go, you will go cheerfully. Your uncle Antony will make every thing at his house agreeable to you. But indeed he won't promise, that he will not, at proper times, draw up the bridge. Your visitors, besides Mr. Solmes, will be myself, if you permit me that honour, Miss Clary, your sister, and, as you behave to Mr. Solmes, your aunt Hervey, and your uncle Harlowe. And yet the 2 latter will hardly come neither, if they think it will be to hear your whining vocatives. Betty Barnes will be your attendant; and I must needs tell you, Miss, that we none of us think the worse of the faithful maid for your dislike of her, although Betty, who would be glad to oblige you, laments it as a misfortune. Your answer is required, whether you cheerfully consent to go; and your indulgent mother bids me remind you from her, that a fortnight's visit from Mr. Solmes are all that is meant at present. I am, as you shall be pleased to deserve, yours, etc., James Harlowe, Jr. So here is the master stroke of my brother's policy: called upon to consent to go to my uncle Antony's avowedly to receive Mr. Solmes's visits! A chapel! A moated house! Deprived of the opportunity of corresponding with you, or of any possibility of escape, should violence be used to compel me to that odious man's. Late as it was, when I received this insolent letter, I wrote an answer to it directly, that it might be ready for the writer's time of rising. I enclose the rough draught of it. You will see by it how much his vile hint from the Georgic, and his rude one of my whining vocatives, have set me up. Besides, as the command to get ready to go to my uncle's is in the name of my father and uncles, it is but to shew a piece of the art they accuse me of, to resent the vile hint I have so much reason to resent, in order to palliate my refusal of preparing to go to my uncle's; which refusal would otherwise be interpreted an act of rebellion by my brother and sister. For it seems plain to me, that they will work but half their ends, if they do not deprive me of my father's and uncle's favour, even although it were possible for me to comply with their own terms. You might have told me, brother, in 3 lines, what the determination of my friends was: only that then you would not have had room to display your pedantry by so detestable an allusion or reference to the Georgic. Give me leave to tell you, Sir, that if humanity were a branch of your studies at the University, it has not found a genius in you for mastering it; nor is either my sex or myself, though a sister, I see entitled to the least decency from a brother, who has studied, as it seems, rather to cultivate the malevolence of his natural temper, than any tendency which one might have hoped his parentage, if not his education, might have given him to a tolerable politeness. I doubt not that you will take amiss my freedom: but as you have deserved it from me, I shall be less and less concerned on that score, as I see you are more and more intent to shew your wit at the expense of justice and compassion. The time is indeed come that I can no longer bear those contempts and reflections which a brother, least of all men, is entitled to give. And let me beg of you one favour, Sir: it is this, that you will not give yourself any concern about a husband for me, till I shall have the forwardness to propose a wife to you. Pardon me, Sir, but I cannot help thinking, that could I have the art to get my father off my side, I should have as much right to prescribe for you, as you have for me. As to the communication you make me, I must take upon me to say, that although I will receive, as becomes me, any of my father's commands, yet as this signification is made by a brother, who has shewn of late so much of an unbrotherly animosity to me, for no reason in the world that I know of, but that he believes he has in me one sister too much for his interest, I think myself entitled to conclude, that such a letter as you have sent me is all your own: and of course to declare, that, while I so think it, I will not willingly, nor even without violence, go to any place, avowedly to receive Mr. Solmes's visits. I think myself so much entitled to resent your infamous hint, and this as well for the sake of my sex as for my own, that I ought to declare, as I do, that I will not receive any more of your letters, unless commanded to do so by an authority I never will dispute, except in a case where I think my future as well as present happiness is concerned: and were such a case to happen, I am sure my father's harshness will be less owing to himself than to you, and to the specious absurdities of your ambitious and selfish schemes. Very true, Sir. One word more, provoked as I am, I will add, that had I been thought as really obstinate and perverse as of late I am said to be, I should not have been so disgracefully treated as I have been. Lay your hand upon your heart, brother, and say, by whose instigations? And examine what I have done to deserve to be made thus unhappy, and to be obliged to style myself your injured sister, Clarissa Harlowe. When, my dear, you have read my answer to my brother's letter, tell me what you think of it. It shall go. End of Letter VI. Letter VII of Clarissa Harlowe, Vol. 2. This is the LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, Vol. 2, by Samuel Richardson. Letter VII. Miss Clarissa Harlowe to Miss Howe, Thursday morning, March 23rd. My letter has set them all in tumults: for it seems none of them went home last night, and they all were desired to be present to give their advice if I should refuse compliance with a command thought so reasonable as it seems this is. Betty tells me that at first my father, in a rage, was for coming up to me himself, and for turning me out of his doors directly. Nor was he restrained, till it was hinted to him that that was no doubt my wish, and would answer all my perverse views. But the result was, that my brother, having really, as my mother and aunt insisted, taken wrong measures with me, should write again in a more moderate manner: for nobody else was permitted or cared to write to such a ready scribbler: and, I having declared, that I would not receive any more of his letters without command from a superior authority, my mother was to give it hers, and accordingly has done so in the following lines, written on the superscription of his letter to me, which letter also follows, together with my reply. Clary Harlowe, receive and read this, with the temper that becomes your sex, your character, your education, and your duty, and return an answer to it directed to your brother, Charlotte Harlowe. To Miss Clarissa Harlowe, Thursday morning. Once more I write, although imperiously prohibited by a younger sister. Your mother will have me do so, that you may be destitute of all defence, if you persist in your pervicacy. Shall I be a pedant, Miss, for this word? She is willing to indulge in you the least appearance of that delicacy for which she once, as well as every body else, admired you, before you knew Lovelace. I cannot, however, help saying that, and she and your aunt Hervey will have it, they would fain favour you, if they could: that I may have provoked from you the answer they nevertheless own to be so exceedingly unbecoming. I am now learning, you see, to take up the softer language, where you have laid it down. This then is the case. They entreat, they pray, they beg, they supplicate. Will either of these do, Miss Clary? That you will make no scruple to go to your uncle Antony's. And fairly I am to tell you, for the very purpose mentioned in my last, or 'tis presumable, they need not entreat, beg, pray, supplicate. Thus much is promised to Mr. Solmes, who is your advocate, and very uneasy that you should be under constraint, supposing that your dislike to him arises from that. And, if he finds that you are not to be moved in his favour, when you are absolutely freed from what you call a controul, he will forbear thinking of you, whatever it costs him. He loves you too well: and in this I really think his understanding, which you have reflected upon, is to be questioned. Only for 1 fortnight, therefore, permit his visits. Your education (you tell me of mine, you know) ought to make you incapable of rudeness to any body. He will not, I hope, be the first man, myself excepted, whom you ever treated rudely, purely because he is esteemed by us all. I am, what you have a mind to make me, friend, brother, or servant. I wish I could be still more polite, to so delicate a sister. James Harlowe. You must still write to me, if you condescend to reply. Your mother will not be permitted to be disturbed with your nothing-meaning vocatives. Vocatives once more, Madam Clary, repeats the pedant, your brother. To James Harlowe, Junior, Esquire. Permit me, my ever dear and honoured Papa and Mamma, in this manner to surprise you into an audience, presuming this will be read to you, since I am denied the honour of writing to you directly. Let me beg of you to believe, that nothing but the most unconquerable dislike could make me stand against your pleasure. What are riches, what are settlements, to happiness? Let me not thus cruelly be given up to a man my very soul is averse to. Permit me to repeat, that I cannot honestly be his. Had I a slighter notion of the matrimonial duty than I have, perhaps I might. But when I am to bear all the misery, and that for life; when my heart is less concerned in this matter than my soul; my temporary, perhaps, than my future good; why should I be denied the liberty of refusing? That liberty is all I ask. It were easy for me to give way to hear Mr. Solmes talk for the mentioned fortnight, although it is impossible for me, say what he would, to get over my dislike to him. But the moated house, the chapel there, and the little mercy my brother and sister, who are to be there, have hitherto shewn me, are what I am extremely apprehensive of. And why does my brother say, my restraint is to be taken off, and that too at Mr. Solmes's desire, when I am to be a still closer prisoner than before, the bridge threatened to be drawn up, and no dear papa and mamma near me to appeal to in the last resort? Transfer not, I beseech you, to a brother and sister your own authority over your child; to a brother and sister who treat me with unkindness and reproach; and, as I have too much reason to apprehend, misrepresent my words and behaviour; or, greatly favoured as I used to be, it is impossible I should be sunk so low in your opinions as I unhappily am. Let but this my hard, my disgraceful confinement be put an end to. Permit me, my dear mamma, to pursue my needleworks in your presence, as one of your maidens; and you shall be witness, that it is not either wilfulness or prepossession that governs me. Let me not, however, be put out of your own house. Let Mr. Solmes come and go as my papa pleases. Let me but stay or retire when he comes, as I can, and leave the rest to Providence. Forgive me, brother, that thus, with an appearance of art, I address myself to my father and mother, to whom I am forbidden to approach or to write. Hard it is to be reduced to such a contrivance. Forgive likewise the plain dealing I have used in the above, with the nobleness of a gentleman, and the gentleness due from a brother to a sister. Although of late you have given me but little room to hope either for your favour or compassion, yet, having not deserved to forfeit either, I presume to claim both. For I am confident it is at present much in your power, although but my brother (my honoured parents both, I bless God, in being), to give peace to the greatly disturbed mind of your unhappy sister, Clarissa Harlowe. Betty tells me, my brother has taken my letter all in pieces, and has undertaken to write such an answer to it as shall confirm the wavering. So it is plain, that I should have moved somebody by it, but for this hard-hearted brother. God forgive him. End of Letter 7. Letter 8 of Clarissa Harlowe, Vol. 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 2, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 8. Miss Clarissa Harlowe to Miss Howe, Thursday night, March 23rd. I send you the boasted confutation letter, just now put into my hands. My brother and sister, my uncle Antony and Mr. Solmes, are, I understand, exulting over the copy of it below, as an unanswerable performance. To Miss Clarissa Harlowe. Once again, my inflexible sister, I write to you. It is to let you know, that the pretty piece of art you found out to make me the vehicle of your whining pathetics to your father and mother has not had the expected effect. I do assure you, that your behaviour has not been misrepresented, nor needed. Your mother, who is solicitous to take all opportunities of putting the most favourable constructions upon all you do, has been forced, as you well know, to give you up, upon full trial. No need then of the expedient of pursuing your needleworks in her sight. She cannot bear your whining pranks, and it is for her sake that you are not permitted to come into her presence, nor will be, but upon her own terms. You had like to have made a simpleton of your aunt Hervey yesterday. She came down from you pleading in your favour. But when she was asked what concession she had brought you to, she looked about her, and knew not what to answer. So your mother, when surprised into the beginning of your cunning address to her and to your father under my name, for I had begun to read it, little suspecting such an ingenious subterfuge, and would then make me read it through, wrung her hands. Oh, her dear child must not be so compelled. But when she was asked, whether she would be willing to have for her son-in-law the man who bids defiance to her whole family, and who had like to have murdered her son, and what concession she had gained from her dear child to merit this tenderness, and that for one who had apparently deceived her in assuring her that her heart was free, then could she look about her as her sister had done before. Then was she again brought to herself, and to a resolution to assert her authority, not to transfer it, witty presumer, over the rebel who of late has so ungratefully struggled to throw it off. You seem, child, to have a high notion of the matrimonial duty, and I'll warrant, like the rest of your sex, one or two whom I have the honour to know excepted, that you will go to church to promise what you will never think of afterwards. But, sweet child, as your worthy mamma Norton calls you, think a little less of the matrimonial, at least till you come into that state, and a little more of the filial duty. How can you say you are to bear all the misery, when you give so large a share of it to your parents, to your uncles, to your aunt, to myself, and to your sister, who all, for 18 years of your life, loved you so well? If of late I have not given you room to hope for my favour or compassion, it is because of late you have not deserved either. I know what you mean, little reflecting fool, by saying, it is much in my power, although but to your brother, a very slight degree of relationship with you, to give you that peace which you can give yourself whenever you please. The liberty of refusing, pretty miss, is denied you, because we are all sensible that the liberty of choosing to every one's dislike must follow. The vile wretch you have set your heart upon speaks this plainly to every body, though you won't. He says you are his, and shall be his, and he will be the death of any man who robs him of his property. So, miss, we have a mind to try this point with him. My father, supposing he has the right of a father in his child, is absolutely determined not to be bullied out of that right. And what must that child be, who prefers the rake to a father? This is the light in which this whole debate ought to be taken. Blush, then, delicacy, that cannot bear the poet's amor omnibus idem. Blush, then, purity. Be ashamed, virgin modesty. And, if capable of conviction, surrender your whole will to the will of the honoured pair, to whom you owe your being, and beg of all your friends to forgive and forget the part you have of late acted. I have written a longer letter than ever I designed to write to you, after the insolent treatment and prohibition you have given me. And now I am commissioned to tell you, that your friends are as weary of confining you, as you are of being confined; and therefore you must prepare yourself to go in a very few days, as you have been told before, to your uncle Antony's, who, notwithstanding your apprehensions, will draw up his bridge when he pleases, will see what company he pleases in his own house, nor will he demolish his chapel to cure you of your foolish, late commenced antipathy to a place of divine worship: the more foolish, as, if we intended to use force, we could have the ceremony pass in your chamber, as well as any where else. Prejudice against Mr. Solmes has evidently blinded you; and there is a charitable necessity to open your eyes, since no one but you thinks the gentleman so contemptible in his person, nor, for a plain country gentleman, who has too much solid sense to appear like a coxcomb, justly blameable in his manners. And as to his temper, it is necessary you should speak upon fuller knowledge than at present it is plain you can have of him. Upon the whole, it will not be amiss that you prepare for your speedy removal, as well for the sake of your own conveniency, as to shew your readiness in one point at least to oblige your friends, one of whom you may, if you please to deserve it, reckon, though but a brother, James Harlowe. P.S. If you are disposed to see Mr. Solmes, and to make some excuses to him for past conduct, in order to be able to meet him somewhere else with the less concern to yourself for your freedoms with him, he shall attend you where you please. If you have a mind to read the settlements before they are read to you for your signing, they shall be sent you up. Who knows but they will help you to some fresh objections? Your heart is free, you know. It must. For did you not tell your mother it was? And will the pious Clarissa fib to her mamma? I desire no reply. The case requires none. Yet I will ask you, have you, Miss, no more proposals to make? I was so vexed when I came to the end of this letter, the postscript to which, perhaps, might be written after the others had seen the letter, that I took up my pen with an intent to write to my uncle Harlowe about resuming my own estate in pursuance of your advice. But my heart failed me when I recollected that I had not one friend to stand by or support me in my claim, and it would but the more incense them, without answering any good end. Oh, that my cousin were but come! Is it not a sad thing, beloved as I thought myself so lately by every one, that now I have not one person in the world to plead for me, to stand by me, or who would afford me refuge, were I to be under the necessity of asking for it? I, who had the vanity to think I had as many friends as I saw faces, and flattered myself too, that it was not altogether unmerited, because I saw not my Maker's image, either in man, woman, or child, high or low, rich or poor, whom, comparatively, I loved not as myself. Would to Heaven, my dear, that you were married! Perhaps then you could have induced Mr. Hickman to afford me protection, till these storms were overblown. But then this might have involved him in difficulties and dangers, and that I would not have done for the world. I don't know what to do, not I. God forgive me, but I am very impatient. I wish, but I don't know what to wish, without a sin. Yet I wish it would please God to take me to his mercy. I can meet with none here. What a world is this! What is there in it desirable? The good we hope for so strangely mixed, that one knows not what to wish for; and one half of mankind tormenting the other, and being tormented themselves in tormenting. For here is this my particular case: my relations cannot be happy, though they make me unhappy; except my brother and sister indeed, and they seem to take delight in and enjoy the mischief they make. But it is time to lay down my pen, since my ink runs nothing but gall. End of Letter 8. Letter 9 of Clarissa Harlowe, Vol. 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, Vol. 2, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 9. Miss Clarissa Harlowe to Miss Howe, Friday morning, 6 o'clock. Mrs. Betty tells me, there is now nothing talked of but of my going to my uncle Antony's. She has been ordered, she says, to get ready to attend me thither; and, upon my expressing my averseness to go, had the confidence to say, that having heard me often praise the romanticness of the place, she was astonished, her hands and eyes lifted up, that I should set myself against going to a house so much in my taste. I asked if this was her own insolence, or her young mistress's observation. She half astonished me by her answer, that it was hard she could not say a good thing, without being robbed of the merit of it. As the wench looked as if she really thought she had said a good thing, without knowing the boldness of it, I let it pass. But, to say the truth, this creature has surprised me on many occasions with her smartness: for since she has been employed in this controlling office, I have discovered a great deal of wit in her assurance, which I never suspected before. This shews that insolence is her talent, and that fortune, in placing her as a servant to my sister, had not done so kindly by her as nature, for that she would make a better figure as her companion. And indeed I can't help thinking sometimes, that I myself was better fitted by nature to be the servant of both, than the mistress of the one, or the servant of the other. And within these few months past, fortune has acted by me as if she were of the same mind. Friday, 10 o'clock. Going down to my poultry yard just now, I heard my brother and sister and that Solmes laughing and triumphing together. The high yew hedge between us, which divides the yard from the garden, hindered them from seeing me. My brother, as I found, has been reading part, or the whole perhaps, of the copy of his last letter. Mighty prudent and consistent, you'll say, with their views to make me the wife of a man from whom they conceal not what, were I to be such, it would be kind in them to endeavour to conceal, out of regard to my future peace. But I have no doubt that they hate me heartily. Indeed, you was up with her there, brother, said my sister. You need not have bid her not to write to you. I'll engage with all her wit, she'll never pretend to answer it. Why, indeed, said my brother, with an air of college sufficiency, with which he abounds, for he thinks nobody writes like himself, I believe I have given her a choke pear. What say you, Mr. Solmes? Why, sir, said he, I think it is unanswerable. But will it not exasperate her more against me? Never fear, Mr. Solmes, said my brother, but we'll carry our point, if she do not tire you out first. We have gone too far in this method to recede. Her cousin Morden will soon be here, so all must be over before that time, or she'll be made independent of us all. There, Miss Howe, is the reason given for their Jehu driving. Mr. Solmes declared, that he was determined to persevere, while my brother gave him any hopes, and while my father stood firm. My sister told my brother, that he hit me charmingly on the reason why I ought to converse with Mr. Solmes, but that he should not be so smart upon the sex, for the faults of this perverse girl. Some lively, and I suppose witty answer my brother returned, for he and Mr. Solmes laughed outrageously upon it, and Bella, laughing too, called him a naughty man. But I heard no more of what they said. They walked on into the garden. If you think, my dear, that what I have related did not again fire me, you will find yourself mistaken when you read at this place the enclosed copy of my letter to my brother, struck off while the iron was red hot. No more call me meek and gentle, I beseech you. To Mr. James Harlowe. Friday morning. Sir, if, notwithstanding your prohibition, I should be silent on occasion of your last, you would perhaps conclude that I was consenting to go to my uncle Antony's upon the condition you mention. My father must do as he pleases with his child. He may turn me out of his doors, if he thinks fit, or give you leave to do it. But, loath as I am to say it, I should think it very hard to be carried by force to any body's house, when I have one of my own to go to. Far be it from me, notwithstanding yours and my sister's provocations, to think of my taking my estate into my own hands, without my father's leave. But why, if I must not stay any longer here, may I not be permitted to go thither? I will engage to see nobody they would not have me see, if this favour be permitted. Favour I call it, and am ready to receive and acknowledge it as such, although my grandfather's will has made it a matter of right. You ask me, in a very unbrotherly manner, in the postscript to your letter, if I have not some new proposals to make. I have, since you put the question, 3 or 4. New ones all, I think, though I will be bold to say, that, submitting the case to any one person whom you have not set against me, my old ones ought not to have been rejected. I think this. Why then should I not write it? Nor have you any more reason to storm at your sister for telling it you, since you seem in your letter to make it your boast how you turned my mother and my aunt Hervey against me, than I have to be angry with my brother, for treating me as no brother ought to treat a sister. These then are my new proposals. That, as above, I may not be hindered from going to reside, under such conditions as shall be prescribed to me, which I will most religiously observe, at my grandfather's late house. I will not again in this place call it mine. I have reason to think it a great misfortune that ever it was so. Indeed I have. If this be not permitted, I desire leave to go for a month, or for what time shall be thought fit, to Miss Howe's. I dare say my mother will consent to it, if I have my father's permission to go. If this neither be allowed, and I am to be turned out of my father's house, I beg I may be suffered to go to my aunt Hervey's, where I will inviolably observe her commands, and those of my father and mother. But if this neither is to be granted, it is my humble request, that I may be sent to my uncle Harlowe's, instead of my uncle Antony's. I mean not by this any disrespect to my uncle Antony; but his moat, with his bridge threatened to be drawn up, and perhaps the chapel there, terrify me beyond expression, notwithstanding your witty ridicule upon me for that apprehension. If this likewise be refused, and if I must be carried to the moated house, which used to be a delightful one to me, let it be promised me, that I shall not be compelled to receive Mr. Solmes's visits there, and then I will as cheerfully go as ever I did. So here, Sir, are your new proposals: and if none of them answer your end, as each of them tends to the exclusion of that ungenerous persister's visits, Be pleased to know, that there is no misfortune I will not submit to, rather than yield to give my hand to the man to whom I can allow no share in my heart. If I write in a style different from my usual, and different from what I wish to have occasion to write, an impartial person, who knew what I have accidentally within this hour past heard from your mouth, and my sister's, and a third person's, particularly the reason you give for driving on at this violent rate, to wit, my cousin Morden's soon expected arrival, would think I have but too much reason for it. Then be pleased to remember, Sir, that when my whining vocatives have subjected me to so much scorn and ridicule, it is time, were it but to imitate examples so excellent as you and my sister set me, that I should endeavour to assert my character, in order to be thought less an alien, and nearer of kin to you both, than either of you have of late seemed to suppose me. Give me leave, in order to empty my female quiver at once, to add, that I know no other reason which you can have for forbidding me to reply to you, after you have written what you please to me, than that you are conscious you cannot answer to reason and to justice the treatment you have given me. If it be otherwise, I, an unlearned and unlogical girl, younger by near a third than yourself, will venture, so assured am I of the justice of my cause, to put my fate upon an issue with you, Sir, who have had the advantage of an academical education, whose mind must have been strengthened by observation and learned conversation, and who, pardon my going so low, have been accustomed to give choke pears to those you vouchsafe to write against. Any impartial person, your late tutor, for instance, or the pious and worthy Dr. Lewen, may be judge between us; and if either give it against me, I will promise to resign to my destiny, provided, if it be given against you, that my father will be pleased only to allow of my negative to the person so violently sought to be imposed upon me. I flatter myself, brother, that you will the readier come into this proposal, as you seem to have a high opinion of your talents for argumentation, and not a low one of the cogency of the arguments contained in your last letter. And if I can possibly have no advantage in a contention with you, if the justice of my cause affords me not any, as you have no opinion it will, it behoves you, methinks, to shew to an impartial moderator that I am wrong, and you not so. If this be accepted, there is a necessity of its being carried on by the pen, the facts being stated and agreed upon by both, and the decision to be given, according to the force of the arguments each shall produce in support of their side of the question. For give me leave to say, I know too well the manliness of your temper to offer at a personal debate with you. If it be not accepted, I shall conclude, that you cannot defend your conduct towards me, and shall only beg of you that, for the future, you will treat me with the respect due to a sister from a brother who would be thought as polite as learned. And now, Sir, if I have seemed to shew some spirit, not foreign to the relation I have the honour to be to you and to my sister, and which may be deemed not altogether of a piece with that part of my character which once, it seems, gained me every one's love, be pleased to consider to whom and to what it is owing, and that this part of that character was not dispensed with, till it subjected me to that scorn, and to those insults, which a brother, who has been so tenacious of an independence voluntarily given up by me, and who has appeared so exalted upon it, ought not to have shewn to any body, much less to a weak and defenceless sister, who is notwithstanding an affectionate and respectful one, and would be glad to shew herself to be so upon all future occasions, as she has in every action of her past life, although of late she has met with such unkind returns. Clarissa Harlowe. See, my dear, the force and volubility, as I may say, of passion; for the letter I send you is my first draught, struck off without a blot or erasure. Friday, 3 o'clock. As soon as I had transcribed it, I sent it down to my brother by Mrs. Betty. The wench came up soon after, all aghast, with a "Lord, Miss, what have you done? What have you written? For you have set them all in a joyful uproar." My sister is but this moment gone from me. She came up all in a flame, which obliged me abruptly to lay down my pen. She ran to me. "O Spirit!" said she, tapping my neck a little too hard, "and is it come to this at last?" "Do you beat me, Bella?" "Do you call this beating you? Only tapping your shoulder thus," said she, tapping again more gently. "This is what we expected it would come to. You want to be independent. My father has lived too long for you." I was going to speak with vehemence, but she put her handkerchief before my mouth very rudely. "You have done enough with your pen, mean listener as you are. But know that neither your independent scheme, nor any of your visiting ones, will be granted you. Take your course, perverse one. Call in your rake to help you to an independence upon your parents, and a dependence upon him. Do so. Prepare this moment. Resolve what you will take with you. To morrow you go. Depend upon it, to morrow you go.
No longer shall you stay here, watching and creeping about to hearken to what people say. 'Tis determined, child. You go to morrow. My brother would have come up to tell you so: but I persuaded him to the contrary; for I know not what had become of you if he had. Such a letter! Such an insolent, such a conceited challenger! O thou vain creature! But prepare yourself, I say. To morrow you go. My brother will accept of your bold challenge: but it must be personal, and at my uncle Antony's, or perhaps at Mr. Solmes's. Thus she ran on, almost foaming with passion, till, quite out of patience, I said, no more of your violence, Bella. Had I known in what way you designed to come up, you should not have found my chamber door open. Talk to your servant in this manner. Unlike you, as I bless God I am nevertheless your sister. And let me tell you, that I won't go to morrow, nor next day, nor next day to that, except I am dragged away by violence. What! Not if your father or mother command it? Girl, said she, intending another word by her pause and manner before it came out. Let it come to that, Bella, then I shall know what to say: but it shall be from their own mouths if I do, not from yours, nor your Betty's. And say another word to me in this manner, and be the consequence what it may, I will force myself into their presence, and demand what I have done to be used thus. Come along, child, come along, meekness, taking my hand and leading me towards the door. Demand it of them now. You'll find both your despised parents together. What! Does your heart fail you? For I resisted being thus insolently offered to be led, and pulled my hand from her. I want not to be led, said I: and since I can plead your invitation, I will go: and was posting to the stairs accordingly in my passion: but she got between me and the door, and shut it. Let me first, bold one, said she, apprize them of your visit: for your own sake let me: for my brother is with them. But yet opening it again, seeing me shrink back, go, if you will. Why don't you go? Why don't you go, Miss? Following me to my closet, whither I retired, with my heart full, and pulled the sash door after me, and could no longer hold in my tears. Nor would I answer one word to her repeated aggravations, nor to her demands upon me to open my door, for the key was on the inside, nor so much as turn my head towards her, as she looked through the glass at me. And at last, which vexed her to the heart, I drew the silk curtain, that she should not see me, and down she went, muttering all the way, is not this usage enough to provoke a rashness never before thought of? As it is but too probable that I may be hurried away to my uncle's, without being able to give you previous notice of it, I beg that as soon as you shall hear of such a violence, you would send to the usual place, to take back such of your letters as may not have reached my hands, or to fetch any of mine that may be there. May you, my dear, be always happy, prays your Clarissa Harlowe. I have received your 4 letters; but am in such a ferment, that I cannot at present write to them. End of Letter IX. Letter X of Clarissa Harlowe, Vol. II. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, Vol. II. By Samuel Richardson. Letter X. Miss Clarissa Harlowe to Miss Howe, Friday night, March 24th. I have a most provoking letter from my sister. I might have supposed she would resent the contempt she brought upon herself in my chamber. Her conduct surely can only be accounted for by the rage instigated by a supposed rivalry. To Miss Clarissa Harlowe. I am to tell you, that your mother has begged you off for the morrow; but that you have effectually done your business with her, as well as with every body else. In your proposals and letter to your brother, you have shewn yourself so silly and so wise, so young and so old, so gentle and so obstinate, so meek and so violent, that never was there so mixed a character. We all know of whom you have borrowed this new spirit: and yet the seeds of it must be in your heart, or it could not all at once shew itself so rampant. It would be doing Mr. Solmes a spite to wish him such a shy, unshy girl. Another of your contradictory qualities. I leave you to make out what I mean by it. Here, Miss, your mother will not let you remain. She cannot have any peace of mind while such a rebel of a child is so near her. Your aunt Hervey will not take a charge which all the family put together cannot manage. Your uncle Harlowe will not see you at his house, till you are married. So, thanks to your own stubbornness, you have nobody that will receive you but your uncle Antony. Thither you must go in a very few days: and when there, your brother will settle with you, in my presence, all that relates to your modest challenge: for it is accepted, I assure you. Dr. Lewen will possibly be there, since you make choice of him. Another gentleman likewise, were it but to convince you that he is another sort of man than you have taken him to be. Your 2 uncles will possibly be there too, to see that the poor, weak, and defenceless sister has fair play. So you see, Miss, what company your smart challenge will draw together. Prepare for the day. You'll soon be called upon. Adieu, Mamma Norton's sweet child. Arabella Harlowe. I transcribed this letter, and sent it to my mother, with these lines: A very few words, my ever honoured Mamma. If my sister wrote the enclosed by my father's direction or yours, I must submit to the usage she gave me in it, with this only observation, that it is short of the personal treatment I have received from her. If it be of her own head, why then, Madam! But I knew that when I was banished from your presence. Yet till I know if she has or has not authority for this usage, I will only write further, that I am Your very unhappy child, Clarissa Harlowe. This answer I received in an open slip of paper, but it was wet in one place. I kissed the place, for I am sure it was blistered, as I may say, by a mother's tear. She must, I hope she must, have written it reluctantly. To apply for protection, where authority is defied, is bold. Your sister, who would not in your circumstances have been guilty of your perverseness, may allowably be angry at you for it. However, we have told her to moderate her zeal for our insulted authority. See if you can deserve another behaviour than that you complain of, which cannot, however, be so grievous to you as the cause of it is to your more unhappy mother. How often must I forbid you any address to me? Give me, my dearest Miss Howe, your opinion what I can, what I ought to do; not what you would do, pushed, as I am pushed, in resentment or passion: since, so instigated, you tell me, that you should have been with somebody before now; and steps taken in passion hardly ever fail of giving cause for repentance. But acquaint me with what you think cool judgment, and after reflection, whatever were to be the event, will justify. I doubt not your sympathizing love; but yet you cannot possibly feel indignity and persecution so very sensibly as the immediate sufferer feels them; are fitter therefore to advise me than I am myself. I will here rest my cause. Have I or have I not suffered or borne enough? And if they will still persevere, if that strange persister against an antipathy so strongly avowed will still persist, say, what can I do? What course pursue? Shall I fly to London, and endeavour to hide myself from Lovelace, as well as from all my own relations, till my cousin Morden arrives? Or shall I embark for Leghorn, in my way to my cousin? Yet my sex, my youth considered, how full of danger is this last measure! And may not my cousin be set out for England, while I am getting thither? What can I do? Tell me, my dearest Miss Howe, for I dare not trust myself, tell me what I can do. 11 o'clock at night. I have been forced to try to compose my angry passions at my harpsichord, having first shut close my doors and windows, that I might not be heard below. As I was closing the shutters of the windows, the distant hooting of the bird of Minerva, as from the often visited wood house, gave the subject in that charming Ode to Wisdom, which does honour to our sex as it was written by one of it. I made an essay a week ago, to set the 3 last stanzas of it, as not unsuitable to my unhappy situation. And after I had reperused the Ode, those were my lesson; and I am sure, in the solemn address they contain to the all-wise and all-powerful Deity, my heart went with my fingers. I enclose the Ode, and my effort with it. The subject is solemn, my circumstances are affecting, and I flatter myself, that I have not been quite unhappy in the performance. If it obtain your approbation, I shall be out of doubt, and should be still more assured, could I hear it tried by your voice and finger. Ode to Wisdom by a Lady. The solitary bird of night Through thick shades now wings his flight, And quits his time-shook tower, Where, sheltered from the blaze of day, In philosophic gloom he lay, Beneath his ivy bower. With joy I hear the solemn sound, Which midnight echoes waft around, And sighing gales repeat. Favourite of Pallas, I attend, And faithful to thy summons bend, At Wisdom's awful seat. She loves the cool, the silent eve, Where no false shows of life deceive, Beneath the lunar ray. Here folly drops each vain disguise, Nor sport her gaily coloured dyes, As in the beam of day. O Pallas, queen of every art, That glads the sense and mends the heart, Blest source of purer joys! In every form of beauty bright, That captivates the mental sight With pleasure and surprise. To thy unspotted shrine I bow, Attend thy modest suppliant's vow, That breathes no wild desires, But, taught by thy unerring rules, To shun the fruitless wish of fools, To nobler views aspires. Not Fortune's gem, Ambition's plume, Nor Cytherea's fading bloom, Be objects of my prayer. Let avarice, vanity, and pride, those envied glittering toys divide, the dull rewards of care. To me thy better gifts impart, each moral beauty of the heart, by studious thought refined: for wealth, the smile of glad content; for power, its amplest, best extent, an empire o'er my mind. When fortune drops her gay parade, when pleasure's transient roses fade, and wither in the tomb, unchanged is thy immortal prize, thy ever verdant laurels rise in undecaying bloom. By thee protected, I defy the coxcomb's sneer, the stupid lie of ignorance and spite; alike contemn the leaden fool, and all the pointed ridicule of undiscerning wit. From envy, hurry, noise, and strife, the dull impertinence of life, in thy retreat I rest, pursue thee to the peaceful groves, where Plato's sacred spirit roves, in all thy beauties drest. He bade Ilissa's tuneful stream convey thy philosophic theme of perfect, fair, and good. Attentive Athens caught the sound, and all her listening sons around in awful silence stood. Reclaim'd her wild licentious youth, confess'd the potent voice of truth, and felt its just control. The passions ceased their loud alarms, and virtue's soft persuasive charms o'er all their senses stole. Thy breath inspires the poet's song, the patriot's free unbiassed tongue, the hero's generous strife. Thine are retirement's silent joys, and all the sweet engaging ties of still domestic life. No more to fabled names confined, to thee supreme, all perfect mind, my thought direct their flight. Wisdom's thy gift, and all her force from thee derived, eternal source of intellectual light. O send her sure, her steady ray, to regulate my doubtful way through life's perplexing road; the mists of error to control, and through its gloom direct my soul to happiness and good. Beneath her clear discerning eye, the visionary shadows fly of folly's painted show. She sees, through every fair disguise, that all but virtue's solid joys is vanity and woe. End of Letter 10.
Letter 11 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 2, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 11. Miss Clarissa Harlowe to Miss Howe, Friday midnight. I have now a calmer moment. Envy, ambition, high and selfish resentment, and all the violent passions are now, most probably, asleep all around me. And shall now my own angry ones give way to the silent hour, and subside likewise? They have given way to it, and I have made use of the gentlest space to reperuse your last letters. I will touch upon some passages in them, and that I may the less endanger the but just recovered calm, I will begin with what you write about Mr. Hickman. Give me leave to say, that I am sorry you cannot yet persuade yourself to think better, that is to say, more justly, of that gentleman, than your whimsical picture of him shews you so, or at least than the humorousness of your natural vein would make one think you do. I do not imagine that you yourself will say, he sat for the picture you have drawn, and yet, upon the whole, it is not greatly to his disadvantage. Were I at ease in my mind, I would venture to draw a much more amiable and just likeness. If Mr. Hickman has not that assurance which some men have, he has that humility and gentleness which many want, and which, with the infinite value he has for you, will make him one of the fittest husbands in the world for a person of your vivacity and spirit. Although you say I would not like him myself, I do assure you, if Mr. Solmes were such a man as Mr. Hickman, in person, mind, and behaviour, my friends and I had never disagreed about him, if they would not have permitted me to live single. Mr. Lovelace, having such a character as he has, would have stood no chance with me. This I can the more boldly aver, because I plainly perceive, that of the two passions, love and fear, this man will be able to inspire one with a much greater proportion of the latter, than I imagine is compatible with the former, to make a happy marriage. I am glad you own that you like no one better than Mr. Hickman. In a little while, I make no doubt, you will be able, if you challenge your heart upon it, to acknowledge that you like not any man so well, especially when you come to consider, that the very faults you find in Mr. Hickman admirably fit him to make you happy; that is to say, if it be necessary to your happiness that you should have your own will in every thing. But let me add one thing, and that is this. You have such a sprightly turn, that, with your admirable talents, you would make any man in the world who loved you look like a fool, except he were such a one as Lovelace. Forgive me, my dear, for my frankness. And forgive me also for so soon returning to subjects so immediately relative to myself, as those I now must touch upon. You again insist, strengthened by Mr. Lovelace's opinion, upon my assuming my own estate. I cannot call it resuming, having never been in possession of it. And I have given you room to expect that I will consider this subject more closely than I have done before. I must, however, own, that the reasons which I had to offer against taking your advice were so obvious, that I thought you would have seen them yourself, and been determined by them against your own hastier counsel. But since this has not been so, and that both you and Mr. Lovelace call upon me to assume my own estate, I will enter briefly into the subject. In the first place, let me ask you, my dear, supposing I were inclined to follow your advice, whom have I to support me in my demand? My uncle Harlowe is one of my trustees. He is against me. My cousin Morden is the other. He is in Italy, and very probably may be set against me too. My brother has declared that they are resolved to carry their points before he arrives, so that, as they drive on, all will probably be decided before I can have an answer from him, were I to write. And confined as I am, were the answer to come in time, and they did not like it, they would keep it from me. In the next place, parents have great advantages in every eye over the child, if she dispute their pleasure in the disposing of her. And so they ought, since out of 20 instances, perhaps 2 could not be produced when they were not in the right, the child in the wrong. You would not, I am sure, have me accept of Mr. Lovelace's offered assistance in such a claim. If I would embrace any other persons, who else would care to appear for a child against parents ever till of late so affectionate? But were such a protector to be found, what a length of time would it take up in a course of litigation? The will and the deeds have flaws in them, they say. My brother sometimes talks of going to reside at the Grove, I suppose with a design to make ejectments necessary, were I to offer at assuming, or were I to marry Mr. Lovelace, in order to give him all the opposition and difficulty the law would help him to give. These cases I have put to myself for argument's sake, but they are all out of the question, although any body were to be found who would espouse my cause. For I do assure you, I would sooner beg my bread than litigate for my right with my father, since I am convinced that whether the parent do his duty by the child or not, the child cannot be excused from doing hers to him. And to go to law with my father, what a sound has that! You will see that I have mentioned my wish, as an alternative and as a favour, to be permitted, if I must be put out of his house, to go thither. But not one step further can I go. And you see how this is resented. Upon the whole, then, what have I to hope for but a change in my father's resolution? And is there any probability of that? Such an ascendancy as my brother and sister have obtained over every body, and such an interest to pursue the enmity they have now openly avowed against me? As to Mr. Lovelace's approbation of your assumption scheme, I wonder not at. He very probably penetrates the difficulties I should have to bring it to effect without his assistance. Were I to find myself as free as I would wish myself to be, perhaps Mr. Lovelace would stand a worse chance with me than his vanity may permit him to imagine, notwithstanding the pleasure you take in rallying me on his account. How know you but all that appears to be specious and reasonable in his offers, such as standing his chance for my favour, after I became independent, as I may call it, by which I mean no more than to have the liberty of refusing for my husband a man whom it hurts me but to think of in that light, and such as his not visiting me but by my leave, until Mr. Morden come, and till I am satisfied of his reformation? How know you, I say, that he gives not himself these airs purely to stand better in your graces as well as mine, by offering of his own accord conditions which he must needs think would be insisted on, were the case to happen? Then am I utterly displeased with him, to threaten as he threatens, yet to pretend that it is not to intimidate me, and to beg of you not to tell me when he must know you would, and no doubt intended that you should, is so meanly artful. The man must think he has a frightened fool to deal with. I to join hands with such a man of violence? My own brother, the man whom he threatens? And what has Mr. Solmes done to him? Is he to be blamed if he thinks a person would make a wife worth having to endeavour to obtain her? Oh, that my friends would but leave me to my own way in this one point! For have I given the man encouragement sufficient to ground these threats upon? Were Mr. Solmes a man to whom I could but be indifferent, it might be found, that to have spirit would very little answer the views of that spirit. It is my fortune to be treated as a fool by my brother: but Mr. Lovelace shall find, yet I will let him know my mind, and then it will come with a better grace to your knowledge. Meantime, give me leave to tell you, that it goes against me, in my cooler moments, unnatural as my brother is to me, to have you, my dear, who are my other self, write such very severe reflections upon him, in relation to the advantage Lovelace had over him. He is not indeed your brother: but remember that you write to his sister. Upon my word, my dear Miss Howe, you dip your pen in gall whenever you are offended: and I am almost ready to question, when I read some of your expressions against others of my relations as well as him, although in my favour, whether you are so thoroughly warranted to call other people to account for their warmth. Should we not be particularly careful to keep clear of the faults we censure? And yet I am so angry both at my brother and sister, that I should not have taken this liberty with my dear friend, notwithstanding I know you never loved them, had you not made so light of so shocking a transaction where a brother's life was at stake, when his credit in the eye of the mischievous sex has received a still deeper wound than he personally sustained, and when a revival of the same wicked resentments, which may end more fatally, is threatened. His credit, I say, in the eye of the mischievous sex, who is not warranted to call it so, when it is reckoned among the men such an extraordinary piece of self-conquest, as the two libertines his companions gloried, to resolve never to give a challenge; and among whom duelling is so fashionable a part of brutal bravery, that the man of temper, who is mostly, I believe, the truly brave man, is often at a loss so to behave as to avoid incurring either a mortal guilt or a general contempt. To enlarge a little upon this subject, may we not infer, that those who would be guilty of throwing these contempts upon a man of temper, who would rather pass by a verbal injury, than to imbrue his hands in blood, know not the measure of true magnanimity, nor how much nobler it is to forgive, and even how much more manly to despise, than to resent an injury? Were I a man, methinks, I should have too much scorn for a person, who could wilfully do me a mean wrong, to put a value upon his life equal to what I put upon my own. What an absurdity, because a man had done me a small injury, that I should put it in his power, at least to an equal risk, to do me, and those who love me, an irreparable one! Were it not a wilful injury, nor avowed to be so, there could not be room for resentment. How willingly would I run away from myself, and what most concerns myself, if I could! This digression brings me back again to the occasion of it, and that to the impatience I was in when I ended my last letter: for my situation is not altered. I renew, therefore, my former earnestness, as the new day approaches, and will bring with it perhaps new trials, that you will, as undivestedly as possible of favour or resentment, tell me what you would have me do: for, if I am obliged to go to my uncle Antony's, all, I doubt, will be over with me. Yet how to avoid it, that's the difficulty. I shall deposit this the first thing. When you have it, lose no time, I pray you, to advise, lest it be too late. Your ever obliged, Clarissa Harlowe. End of Letter XI. Letter XII of Clarissa Harlowe, Vol. 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, Vol. 2, by Samuel Richardson. Letter XII. Miss Howe to Miss Clarissa Harlowe, Saturday, March 25th. What can I advise you to do, my noble creature? Your merit is your crime. You can no more change your nature than your persecutors can theirs. Your distress is owing to the vast disparity between you and them. What would you have of them? Do they not act in character? And to whom? To an alien. You are not one of them. They have two dependencies in their hopes to move you to compliance: upon their impenetrableness one, I'd give it a more proper name if I dared: the other, on the regard you have always had for your character. Have they not heretofore owned as much? And upon your apprehensions from that of Lovelace, which would discredit you, should you take any step by his means to extricate yourself. Then they know, that resentment and unpersuadableness are not natural to you, and that the anger they have wrought you up to will subside, as all extraordinaries soon do, and that once married, you will make the best of it. But surely your father's son and eldest daughter have a view, by communicating to so narrow a soul all they know of your just aversion to him, to entail unhappiness for life upon you, were you to have the man who is already more nearly related to them than ever he can be to you, although the shocking compulsion should take place. As to that wretch's perseverance, those only who know not the man will wonder at it. He has not the least delicacy. His principal view in marriage is not to the mind. How shall those beauties be valued which cannot be comprehended? Were you to be his, and shew a visible want of tenderness to him, it is my opinion he would not be much concerned at it.
I have heard you well observe from your Mrs. Norton, that a person who has any overruling passion will compound by giving up 20 secondary or under satisfactions, though more laudable ones, in order to have that gratified. I'll give you the substance of a conversation (no fear you can be made to like him worse than you do already) that passed between Sir Harry Downeton and this Solmes but 3 days ago, as Sir Harry told it but yesterday to my mother and me. It will confirm to you that what your sister's insolent Betty reported he should say, of governing by fear, was not of her own head. Sir Harry told her, he wondered he should wish to obtain you so much against your inclination, as every body knew it would be, if he did. He mattered not that, he said. Coy maids made the fondest wives. A sorry fellow! It would not at all grieve him to see a pretty woman make wry faces, if she gave him cause to vex her. And your estate, by the convenience of its situation, would richly pay him for all he could bear with your shyness. He should be sure, he said, after a while, of your complaisance, if not of your love, and in that should be happier than 9 parts in 10 of his married acquaintance. What a wretch is this! For the rest, your known virtue would be as great a security to him as he could wish for. She will look upon you, said Sir Harry, if she be forced to marry you, as Elizabeth of France did upon Philip II. of Spain, when he received her on his frontiers as her husband, who was to have been but her father-in-law, that is, with fear and terror, rather than with complaisance and love, and you will perhaps be as surly to her as that old monarch was to his young bride. Fear and terror, the wretch, the horrid wretch, said, looked pretty in a bride as well as in a wife, and laughing, yes, my dear, the hideous fellow laughed immoderately, as Sir Harry told us when he said it. It should be his care to perpetuate the occasion for that fear, if he could not think he had the love. And truly he was of opinion, that if love and fear must be separated in matrimony, the man who made himself feared, fared best. If my eyes would carry with them the execution which the eyes of the basilisk are said to do, I would make it my first business to see this creature. My mother, however, says, it would be a prodigious merit in you, if you could get over your aversion to him. Where, asks she, as you have been asked before, is the praiseworthiness of obedience, if it be only paid in instance where we give up nothing? What a fatality, that you have no better an option, either a Scylla or a Charybdis! Were it not you, I should know how, barbarously as you are used, to advise you in a moment. But such a noble character to suffer from a supposed rashness and indiscretion of such a nature, would, as I have heretofore observed, be a wound to the sex. While I was in hope that the asserting of your own independence would have helped you, I was pleased that you had one resource, as I thought. But now that you have so well proved that such a step would not avail you, I am entirely at a loss what to say. I will lay down my pen and think. I have considered, and considered again, but I protest I know no more what to say now than before, only this, that I am young like yourself, and have a much weaker judgment and stronger passions than you have. I have heretofore said, that you have offered as much as you ought in offering to live single. If you were never to marry, the estate they are so loath should go out of their name, would in time, I suppose, revert to your brother; and he or his would have it, perhaps, much more certainly this way, than by the precarious reversions which Solmes makes them hope for. Have you put this into their odd heads, my dear? The tyrant word authority, as they use it, can be the only objection against this offer. One thing you must consider, that if you leave your parents, your duty and love will not suffer you to justify yourself by an appeal against them, and so you'll have the world against you. And should Lovelace continue his wild life, and behave ungratefully to you, will not his baseness seem to justify their cruel treatment of you, as well as their dislike of him? May Heaven direct you for the best! I can only say, that for my own part, I would do any thing, go any where, rather than be compelled to marry the man I hate, and were he such a man as Solmes, must always hate. Nor could I have borne what you have borne, if from father and uncles, not from brother and sister. My mother will have it, that after they have tried their utmost efforts to bring you into their measures, and find them ineffectual, they will recede. But I cannot say I am of her mind. She does not own she has any authority for this, but her own conjecture. I should otherwise have hoped that your uncle Antony and she had been in on one secret, and that favourable to you. Woe be to one of them at least, to your uncle to be sure I mean, if they should be in any other. You must, if possible, avoid being carried to that uncle's. The man, the parson, your brother and sister present, they'll certainly there marry you to the wretch, nor will your newly raised spirit support you in your resistance on such an occasion. Your meekness will return, and you will have nothing for it but tears, tears despised by them all, and ineffectual appeals and lamentations: and these tears, when the ceremony is profaned, you must suddenly dry up, and endeavour to dispose of yourself to such a humble frame of mind as may induce your new-made lord to forgive all your past declarations of aversion. In short, my dear, you must then blandish him over with a confession that all your past behaviour was maidenly reserve only: and it will be your part to convince him of the truth of his imprudent sarcasm, that the coyest maids make the fondest wives. Thus will you enter the state with a high sense of obligation to his forgiving goodness: and if you will not be kept to it by that fear by which he proposes to govern, I am much mistaken. Yet, after all, I must leave the point undetermined, and only to be determined, as you find they recede from their avowed purpose, or resolve to remove you to your uncle Antony's. But I must repeat my wishes, that something may fall out, that neither of these men may call you his: and may you live single, my dearest friend, till some man shall offer that may be as worthy of you as man can be. But yet, methinks, I would not, that you, who are so admirably qualified to adorn the married state, should be always single. You know I am incapable of flattery, and that I always speak and write the sincerest dictates of my heart: nor can you, from what you must know of your own merit, taken only in a comparative light with others, doubt my sincerity. For why should a person who delight to find out and admire every thing that is praiseworthy in another, be supposed ignorant of like perfections in herself, when she could not so much admire them in another, if she had them not herself? And why may not I give her those praises which she would give to any other, who had but half of her excellencies; especially when she is incapable of pride and vain glory, and neither despises others for the want of her fine qualities, nor overvalues herself upon them? Overvalues, did I say? How can that be? Forgive me, my beloved friend. My admiration of you, increased as it is by every letter you write, will not always be held down in silence, although, in order to avoid offending you, I generally endeavour to keep it from flowing to my pen when I write to you, or to my lips, whenever I have the happiness to be in your company. I will add nothing, though I could add 100 things on account of your latest communications, but that I am Your ever affectionate and faithful Anna Howe. I hope I have pleased you with my dispatch. I wish I had been able to please you with my requested advice. You have given new beauties to the charming ode which you have transmitted to me. What pity that the wretches you have to deal with put you out of your admirable course, in the pursuit of which, like the sun, you was wont to cheer and illuminate all you shone upon. End of Letter 12.
Letter 13 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 2, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 13. Miss Clarissa Harlowe to Miss Howe, Sunday morning, March 26. How soothing a thing is praise from those we love! Whether conscious or not of deserving it, it cannot but give us great delight to see ourselves stand high in the opinion of those whose favour we are ambitious to cultivate. An ingenuous mind will make this further use of it, that if he be sensible that it does not already deserve the charming attributes, it will hasten, before its friend finds herself mistaken, to obtain the graces it is complimented for: and this it will do, as well in honour to itself, as to preserve its friend's opinion, and justify her judgment. May this be always my aim! And then you will not only give the praise, but the merit, and I shall be more worthy of that friendship, which is the only pleasure I have to boast of. Most heartily I thank you for the kind dispatch of your last favour. How much am I indebted to you, and even to your honest servant! Under what obligations does my unhappy situation lay me! But let me answer the kind contents of it, as well as I may. As to getting over my disgust to Mr. Solmes, it is impossible to be done, while he wants generosity, frankness of heart, benevolence, manners, and every qualification that distinguishes the worthy man. O my dear! What a degree of patience, what a greatness of soul is required in the wife, not to despise a husband who is more ignorant, more illiterate, more low-minded than herself! The wretch vested with prerogatives, who will claim rule in virtue of them, and not to permit whose claim will be as disgraceful to the prescribing wife as to the governed husband. How shall such a husband as this be borne, were he, for reasons of convenience and interest, even to be our choice? But to be compelled to have such a one, and that compulsion to arise from motives as unworthy of the prescribers as of the prescribed, who can think of getting over an aversion so justly founded? How much easier to bear the temporary persecutions I labour under, because temporary, than to resolve to be such a man's for life! Were I to comply, must I not leave my relations, and go to him? A month will decide the one, perhaps: but what a duration of woe will the other be! Every day, it is likely, rising to witness to some new breach of an altar vowed duty. Then, my dear, the man seems already to be meditating vengeance against me for an aversion I cannot help. For yesterday my saucy jailoress assured me, that all my oppositions would not signify that pinch of snuff, holding out her genteel finger and thumb, that I must have Mr. Solmes: that therefore I had not best carry my jest too far: for that Mr. Solmes was a man of spirit, and had told her, that as I should surely be his, I acted very unpolitely: since if he had not more mercy (that was her word, I know not if it were his) than I had, I might have cause to repent the usage I gave him to the last day of my life. But enough of this man, who, by what you repeat from Sir Harry Downeton, has all the insolence of his sex, without any one quality to make that insolence tolerable. I have received 2 letters from Mr. Lovelace, since his visit to you, which make 3 that I have not answered. I doubt not his being very uneasy: but in his last he complains in high terms of my silence, not in the still small voice, or rather style of an humble lover, but in a style like that which would probably be used by a slighted protector: and his pride is again touched, that, like a thief or eaves dropper, he is forced to dodge about in hopes of a letter, and returns 5 miles, and then to an inconvenient lodging, without any. His letters, and the copy of mine to him, shall soon attend you: till when, I will give you the substance of what I wrote him yesterday. I take him severely to task for his freedom in threatening me, through you, with a visit to Mr. Solmes, or to my brother. I say, that surely I must be thought to be a creature fit to bear any thing: that violence and menaces from some of my own family are not enough for me to bear, in order to make me avoid him: but that I must have them from him too, if I oblige those to whom it is both my inclination and duty to oblige in every thing that is reasonable and in my power. Very extraordinary, I tell him, that a violent spirit shall threaten to do a rash and unjustifiable thing, which concerns me but a little, and himself a great deal, if I do not something as rash, my character and sex considered, to divert him from it. I even hint, that however it would affect me, were any mischief to happen on my own account, yet there are persons, as far as I know, who in my case would not think there would be reason for much regret, were such a committed rashness as he threatens Mr. Solmes with, to rid her of 2 persons whom, had she never known, she had never been unhappy. This is plain dealing, my dear; and I suppose he'll put it into still plainer English for me. I take his pride to task on his disdaining to watch for my letters, and for his eaves dropping language; and say, that surely he has the less reason to think so hardly of his situation, since his faulty morals are the cause of all: and since faulty morals deservedly level all distinction, and bring down rank and birth to the canaille, and to the necessity which he so much regrets of appearing, if I must descend to his language, as an eaves dropper and a thief. And then I forbid him ever to expect another letter from me, that is to subject him to such disgraceful hardships. As to the solemn vows and protestations he is so ready, upon all occasions, to make, they have the less weight with me, I tell him, as they give a kind of demonstration, that he himself, from his own character, thinks there is reason to make them. Deeds are to me the only evidence of intentions: and I am more and more convinced of the necessity of breaking off a correspondence with a person, whose addresses I see it is impossible either to expect my friends to encourage, or him to appear to wish that they should think him worthy of encouragement. What therefore I repeatedly desire is, that since his birth, alliances, and expectations are such as will at any time, if his immoral character be not an objection, procure him at least equal advantages in a woman whose taste and inclinations, moreover, might be better adapted to his own, I insist upon it, as well as advise it, that he give up all thoughts of me: and the rather, as he has all along, by his threatening and unpolite behaviour to my friends, and whenever he speaks of them, given me reason to conclude, that there is more malice in them, than regard to me, in his perseverance. This is the substance of the letter I have written to him. The man, to be sure, must have the penetration to observe, that my correspondence with him hitherto is owing more to the severity I meet with, than to a very high value for him: and so I would have him think. What a worse than Moloch deity is that, which expects an offering of reason, duty, and discretion, to be made to its shrine? Your mother is of opinion, you say, that at last my friends will relent. Heaven grant that they may! But my brother and sister have such an influence over every body,
and are so determined, so pique themselves upon subduing me and carrying their point, that I despair that they will. And yet, if they do not, I frankly own, I would not scruple to throw myself upon any not disreputable protection, by which I might avoid my present persecutions, on one hand, and not give Mr. Lovelace advantage over me, on the other. That is to say, were there manifestly no other way left me. For if there were, I should think the leaving of my father's house without his consent one of the most inexcusable actions I could be guilty of, were the protection to be ever so unexceptionable, and this notwithstanding the independent fortune willed me by my grandfather. And indeed I have often reflected with a degree of indignation and disdain upon the thoughts of what a low selfish creature that child must be, who is to be reined in only by the hopes of what a parent can or will do for her. But notwithstanding all this, I owe it to the sincerity of friendship to confess, that I know not what I should have done, had your advice been conclusive any way. Had you, my dear, been witness to my different emotions as I read your letter, when in one place you advise me of my danger, if I am carried to my uncle's; in another, when you own you could not bear what I bear, and would do any thing rather than marry the man you hate; yet in another to represent to me my reputation suffering in the world's eye, and the necessity I should be under to justify my conduct, at the expense of my friends, were I to take a rash step; in another, insinuate the dishonest figure I should be forced to make, in so compelled a matrimony, endeavouring to cajole, fawn upon, and play the hypocrite with a man to whom I have an aversion, who would have reason to believe me an hypocrite, as well from my former avowals, as from the sense he must have, if common sense he has, of his own demerits. The necessity you think there would be for me, the more averse, were I capable of so much dissimulation, that would be imputable to disgraceful motives, as it would be too visible, that love either of person or mind could be neither of them, then his undoubted, his even constitutional narrowness, his too probably jealousy and unforgiveness, bearing in my mind my declared aversion, and the unfeigned despights I took all opportunities to do him, in order to discourage his address; a preference avowed against him from the same motive; with the pride he professes to take in curbing and sinking the spirits of a woman he had acquired a right to tyrannize over; had you, I say, been witness of my different emotions as I read, now leaning this way, now that, now perplexed, now apprehensive, now angry at one, then at another, now resolving, now doubting, you would have seen the power you have over me, and would have had reason to believe that, had you given your advice in any determined or positive manner, I had been ready to have been concluded by it. So, my dear, you will find, from these acknowledgements, that you must justify me to those laws of friendship, which require undisguised frankness of heart, although your justification of me in that particular will perhaps be at the expense of my prudence. But upon the whole, this I do repeat, that nothing but the last extremity shall make me abandon my father's house, if they will permit me to stay; and if I can by any means, by any honest pretences, but keep off my evil destiny in it till my cousin Morden arrives. As one of my trustees, his is a protection into which I may without discredit throw myself, if my other friends should remain determined: and this, although they seem too well aware of it, is all my hope. For as to Lovelace, were I to be sure of his tenderness, and even of his reformation, must not the thought of embracing the offered protection of his family be the same thing in the world's eye as accepting of his own? Could I avoid receiving his visits at his own relations? Must I not be his, whatever, on seeing him in a nearer light, I should find him out to be? For you know, it has always been my observation, that very few people in courtship see each other as they are. O my dear, how wise have I endeavoured to be! How anxious to choose, and to avoid every thing, precautiously, as I may say, that might make me happy or unhappy! Yet all my wisdom now, by a strange fatality, is likely to become foolishness. Then you tell me, in your usual kindly partial manner, what is expected of me, more than would be of some others. This should be a lesson to me. Whatever my motives were, the world would not know them. To complain of a brother's unkindness, that indeed I might do. Differences between brothers and sisters, where interests clash, but too commonly arise. But, where the severe father cannot be separated from the faulty brother, who could bear to lighten herself by loading a father? Then, in this particular case, must not the hatred Mr. Lovelace expresses to every one of my family, although in return for their hatred of him, shock one extremely? Must it not shew, that there is something implacable, as well as highly unpolite, in his temper? And what creature can think of marrying so as to be out of all hopes ever to be well with her own nearest and tenderest relations? But here, having tired myself, and I dare say you, I will lay down my pen. Mr. Solmes is almost continually here. So is my aunt Hervey, so are my two uncles. Something is working against me, I doubt. What an uneasy state is suspense, when a naked sword too seems hanging over one's head! I hear nothing but what this confident creature Betty throws out in the wantonness of office. Now it is, Why, Miss, don't you look up your things? You'll be called upon, depend upon it, before you are aware. Another time she intimates darkly, and in broken sentences, as if on purpose to tease me, what one says, what another, with their inquiries how I dispose of my time: and my brother's insolent question comes frequently in, whether I am not writing a history of my sufferings. But I am now used to her pertness; and as it is only through that I can hear of any thing intended against me, before it is to be put in execution, and as, when she is most impertinent, she pleads a commission for it, I bear with her, yet now and then not without a little of the heart burn. I will deposit thus far. Adieu, my dear. Clarissa Harlowe. Written on the cover after she went down with a pencil. On coming down I found your second letter of yesterday's date. I have read it, and am in hopes that the enclosed will, in a great measure, answer your mother's expectations of me. My most respectful acknowledgements to her for it, and for her very kind admonitions. You'll read to her what you please of the enclosed. End of Letter XIII.
Letter XIV of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 2, by Samuel Richardson, Letter 14. Miss Howe to Miss Clarissa Harlowe, Saturday, March 25th. I follow my last of this date by command. I mentioned in my former my mother's opinion of the merit you would have, if you could oblige your friends against your own inclination. Our conference upon this subject was introduced by the conversation we had had with Sir Harry Downeton, and my mother thinks it of so much importance, that she enjoins me to give you the particulars of it. I the rather comply, as I was unable in my last to tell what to advise you to; and as you will in this recital have my mother's opinion at least, and perhaps in hers what the world's would be, were it only to know what she knows, and not so much as I know. My mother argues upon this case in a most discouraging manner for all such of our sex as look forward for happiness in marriage with the man of their choice. Only, that I know, she has a side view of her daughter, who at the same time that she now prefers no one to another, values not the man her mother most regards of one farthing, or I should lay it more to heart. What is there in it, says she, that all this bustle is about? Is it such a mighty matter for a young woman to give up her inclinations to oblige her friends? Very well, my mamma, thought I. Now may you ask this, at 40 you may. But what would you have said at 18 is the question. Either, said she, the lady must be thought to have very violent inclinations, and what nice young creature would have that supposed, which she could not give up, or a very stubborn will, which she would not, or thirdly, have parents she was indifferent about obliging. You know my mother now and then argues very notably, always very warmly at least. I happen often to differ from her, and we both think so well of our own arguments, that we very seldom are so happy as to convince one another. A pretty common case, I believe, in all vehement debatings. She says, I am too witty; Angelice, too pert; I, that she is too wise; that is to say, being likewise put into English, not so young as she has been. In short, is grown so much into mother, that she has forgotten she ever was a daughter. So generally we call another cause by consent, yet fall into the old one half a dozen times over without consent, quitting and resuming with half angry faces forced into a smile, that there might be some room to piece together again, but go a bed, if bed time, a little sullen nevertheless. Or, if we speak, her silence is broken with an Ah, Nancy, you are so lively, so quick! I wish you were less like your papa, child. I pay it off with thinking, that my mother has no reason to disclaim her share in her Nancy; and if the matter go off with greater severity on her side than I wish for, then her favourite Hickman fares the worse for it next day. I know I am a saucy creature. I know, if I do not say so, you will think so. So no more of this just now. What I mention it for is to tell you, that on this serious occasion I will omit, if I can, all that passed between us that had an air of flippancy on my part, or quickness on my mother's, to let you into the cool and cogent of the conversation. Look through the families, said she, which we both know, where the man and the woman have been said to marry for love, which at the time it is so called,
is perhaps no more than a passion begun in folly or thoughtlessness, and carried on from a spirit of perverseness and opposition. Here we had a parenthetical debate, which I omit. And see if they appear to be happier than those whose principal inducement to marry has been convenience, or to oblige their friends, or ever whether they are generally so happy. For convenience and duty, where observed, will afford a permanent and even an increasing satisfaction, as well at the time as upon the reflection, which seldom fail to reward themselves, while love, if love be the motive, is an idle passion. Idle in one sense my mother cannot say, for love is as busy as a monkey, and as mischievous as a schoolboy. It is a fervour, that, like all other fervours, lasts but a little while after marriage, a bow overstrained, that soon returns to its natural bent. As it is founded generally upon mere notional excellencies, which were unknown to the persons themselves till attributed to either by the other, 1, 2, or 3 months usually sets all right on both sides, and then with opened eyes they think of each other, just as everybody else thought of them before. The lovers' imaginaries, her own notable word, are by that time gone off. Nature and old habits, painfully dispensed with or concealed, return. Disguises thrown aside, all the moles, freckles, and defects in the minds of each discover themselves. And 'tis well if each do not sink in the opinion of the other as much below the common standard as the blinded imagination of both had set them above it. And now, said she, the fond pair, who knew no felicity out of each other's company, are so far from finding the never-ending variety each had proposed in an unrestrained conversation with the other, when they seldom were together, and always parted with something to say, or, on recollection, when parted, wishing they had said, that they are continually on the wing in pursuit of amusements out of themselves: and those, concluded my sage mamma, did you think her wisdom so very modern, will perhaps be the livelier to each, in which the other has no share. I told my mother, that if you were to take any rash step, it would be owing to the indiscreet violence of your friends. I was afraid, I said, that these reflections upon the conduct of people in the married state, who might set out with better hopes, were but too well grounded: but that this must be allowed me, that if children weighed not these matters so thoroughly as they ought, neither did parents make those allowances for youth, inclination, and inexperience, which had been found necessary to be made for themselves at their children's time of life. I remembered a letter, I told her, hereupon, which you wrote a few months ago, personating an anonymous elderly lady, in Mr. Wiley's day of plaguing you, to Miss Drayton's mother, who by her severity and restraints had like to have driven the young lady into the very fault against which her mother was most solicitous to guard her; and I dared to say, she would be pleased with it. I fetched the first draught of it, which at my request you obliged me at the time, and read the whole letter to my mother. But the following passage she made me read twice. I think you once told me you had not a copy of this letter. Permit me, Madam, says the personated grave writer, to observe, that if persons of your experience would have young people look forward, in order to be wiser and better by their advice, it would be kind in them to look backward, and allow for their children's youth and natural vivacity; in other words, for their lively hopes, unabated by time, unaccompanied by reflection, and unchecked by disappointment. Things appear to us all in a very different light at our entrance upon a favourite party or tour, when, with golden prospects and high expectations, we rise vigorous and fresh, like the sun beginning its morning course, from what they do when we sit down at the end of our views, tired, and preparing for our journey homeward. For then we take into our reflection what we had left out in prospect, the fatigues, the checks, the hazards we had met with, and make a true estimate of pleasures, which from our raised expectations must necessarily have fallen miserably short of what we had promised ourselves at setting out. Nothing but experience can give us a strong and efficacious conviction of this difference. And when we would inculcate the fruits of that upon the minds of those we love, who have not lived long enough to find those fruits, and would hope that our advice should have as much force upon them as experience has upon us, and which perhaps our parents' advice had not upon ourselves at our daughter's time of life, should we not proceed by patient reasoning and gentleness, that we may not harden where we would convince? For, Madam, the tenderest and most generous minds, when harshly treated, become generally the most inflexible. If the young lady knows her heart to be right, however defective her head may be for want of age and experience, she will be apt to be very tenacious. And if she believes her friends to be wrong, although perhaps they may be only so in their methods of treating her, how much will every unkind circumstance on the parent's part, or heedless one on the child's, though ever so slight in itself, widen the difference. The parents' prejudice in disfavour will confirm the daughters in favour of the same person; and the best reasonings in the world on either side will be attributed to that prejudice. In short, neither of them will be convinced; a perpetual opposition ensues; the parent grows impatient, the child desperate; and, as a too natural consequence, that falls out which the mother was most afraid of, and which possibly had not happened, if the child's passions had been only led, not driven. My mother was pleased with the whole letter, and said, it deserved to have the success it met with; but asked me what excuse could be offered for a young lady capable of making such reflections, and who at her time of life could so well assume the character of one of riper years, if she should rush into any fatal mistake herself. She then touched upon the moral character of Mr. Lovelace, and how reasonable the aversion of your reflections is to a man who gives himself the liberties he is said to take, and who indeed himself denies not the accusation, having been heard to declare, that he will do all the mischief he can to the sex, in revenge for the ill usage and broken vows of his first love, at a time when he was too young, his own expression it seems, to be insincere. I replied, that I had heard every one say, that the lady meant really used him ill; that it affected him so much at the time, that he was forced to travel upon it, and to drive her out of his heart, ran into courses which he had ingenuousness enough himself to condemn; that, however, he had denied that he had thrown out such menaces against the sex, when charged with them by me in your presence; and declared himself incapable of so unjust and ungenerous a resentment against all, for the perfidy of one. You remember this, my dear, as I do your innocent observation upon it, that you could believe his solemn asseveration and denial. For surely, said you, the man who would resent, as the highest indignity that could be offered to a gentleman, the imputation of a wilful falsehood, would not be guilty of one. I insisted upon the extraordinary circumstances in your case, particularizing them. I took notice, that Mr. Lovelace's morals were at one time no objection with your relations for Arabella; that then much was built upon his family, and more upon his part and learning, which made it out of doubt that he might be reclaimed by a woman of virtue and prudence. And pray forgive me for mentioning it. I ventured to add, that although your family might be good sort of folks, as the world went, yet nobody but you imputed to any of them a very punctilious concern for religion or piety. Therefore were they the less entitled to object to defect of that kind in others. Then what an odious man, said I, have they picked out, to supplant in a lady's affections one of the finest figures of a man, and one noted for his brilliant parts and other accomplishments, whatever his morals may be. Still my mother insisted, that there was the greater merit in your obedience on that account, and urged, that there hardly ever was a very handsome and a very sprightly man, who made a tender and affectionate husband; for that they were generally such narcissuses, as to imagine every woman ought to think as highly of them, as they did of themselves. There was no danger from that consideration here, I said, because the lady still had greater advantages of person and mind than the man; graceful and elegant as he must be allowed to be, beyond most of his sex. She cannot endure to hear me praise any man but her favourite Hickman, upon whom, nevertheless, she generally brings a degree of contempt which he would escape, did she not lessen the little merit he has, by giving him, on all occasions, more than I think he can deserve, and entering him into comparisons in which it is impossible but he must be a sufferer. And now, preposterous partiality, she thought for her part, that Mr. Hickman, bating that his face indeed was not so smooth, nor his complexion quite so good, and saving that he was not so presuming and so bold, which ought to be no fault with a modest woman, equalled Mr. Lovelace at any hour of the day. To avoid entering further into such an incomparable comparison, I said, I did not believe, had they left you to your own way, and treated you generously, that you would have had the thought of encouraging any man whom they disliked. Then, Nancy, catching me up, the excuse is less: for if so, must there not be more of contradiction than love in the case? Not so neither, Madam: for I know Miss Clarissa Harlowe would prefer Mr. Lovelace to all men, if morals if, Nancy! That if is every thing. Do you really think she loves Mr. Lovelace? What would you have had me say, my dear? I won't tell you what I did say: but had I not said what I did, who would have believed me? Besides, I know you love him. Excuse me, my dear: yet if you deny it, what do you but reflect upon yourself, as if you thought you ought not to allow yourself in what you cannot help doing? Indeed, Madam, said I, the man is worthy of any woman's love, if, again I could say, but her parents her parents, Nancy! You know, my dear, how my mother, who accuses her daughter of quickness, is evermore interrupting one. may take wrong measures, said I. Cannot do wrong, they have reason, I'll warrant, said she. By which they may provoke a young woman, said I, to do rash things, which otherwise she would not do. But if it be a rash thing, returned she, should she do it? A prudent daughter will not wilfully err, because her parents err, if they were to err. If she do, the world which blames the parents will not acquit the child. All that can be said in extenuation of a daughter's error in this case arises from a kind consideration, which Miss Clary's letter to Lady Drayton pleads for, to be paid to her daughter's youth and inexperience. And will such an admirable young person as Miss Clarissa Harlowe, whose prudence, as we see, qualifies her to be an adviser of persons much older than herself, take shelter under so poor a covert? Let her know, Nancy, out of hand, what I say. And I charge you to represent further to her, that let her dislike one man, and approve of another, ever so much, it will be expected of a young lady, of her unbounded generosity and greatness of mind, that she should deny herself, when she can oblige all her family by so doing; no less than 10 or a dozen perhaps, the nearest and dearest to her of all the persons in the world, an indulgent father and mother at the head of them. It may be fancy only on her side, but parents look deeper. And will not Miss Clarissa Harlowe give up her fancy to her parents' judgment? I said a great deal upon this judgment subject; all that you could wish I should say, and all that your extraordinary case allowed me to say: and my mother was so sensible of the force of it, that she charged me not to write to you any part of my answer to what she said, but only what she herself had advanced, lest in so critical a case it should induce you to take measures which might give us both reason, me for giving it, you for following it, to repent it as long as we lived. And thus, my dear, have I set my mother's arguments before you; and the rather, as I cannot myself tell what to advise you to do. You know best your own heart, and what that will let you do. Robin undertakes to deposit this very early, that you may have an opportunity to receive it by your first morning airing. Heaven guide and direct you for the best, is the incessant prayer of your ever affectionate Anna Howe. End of Letter 14. Letter 15 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 2. This is the LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 2, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 15. Miss Clarissa Harlowe to Miss Howe, Sunday afternoon. I am in great apprehension, yet cannot help repeating my humble thanks to your mother and you for your last favour. I hope her kind end is answered by the contents of my last. Yet I must not think it enough to acknowledge her goodness to me with a pencil only, on the cover of a letter sealed up. A few lines give me leave to write with regard to my anonymous letter to Lady Drayton. If I did not at that time tell you, as I believe I did, that my excellent Mrs. Norton gave me her assistance in that letter, I now acknowledge that she did. Pray let your mother know this, for 2 reasons. 1, that I may not be thought to arrogate to myself a discretion which does not belong to me. The other, that I may not suffer by the severe but just inference she was pleased to draw, doubling my faults upon me, if I myself should act unworthy of the advice I was supposed to give. Before I come to what most nearly affects us all, I must chide you once more, for the severe, the very severe things you mention of our family, to the disparagement of their morals. Indeed, my dear, I wonder at you. A slighter occasion might have passed me, after I had written to you so often to so little purpose, on this topic. But, affecting as my own circumstances are, I cannot pass by, without animadversion, the reflection I need not repeat in words. There is not a worthier woman in England than my mother, nor is my father that man you sometimes make him. Excepting in one point, I know not any family which lives more up to their duty than the principals of ours. A little too uncommunicative for their great circumstances, that is all. Why then have they not reason to insist upon unexceptionable morals in a man who sought for a relationship to them by a marriage in their family they have certainly a right either to allow of, or to disallow? Another line or two, before I am engrossed by my own concerns, upon your treatment of Mr. Hickman. Is it, do you think, generous to revenge upon an innocent person the displeasure you receive from another quarter, where, I doubt, you are a trespasser too? But one thing I could tell him, and you have best not provoke me to it. It is this: that no woman uses ill the man she does not absolutely reject, but she has it in her heart to make him amends when her tyranny has had its run, and he has completed the measure of his services and patience. My mind is not enough at ease to push this matter further. I will now give you the occasion of my present apprehensions. I had reason to fear, as I mentioned in mine of this morning, that a storm was brewing. Mr. Solmes came home from church this afternoon with my brother. Soon after, Betty brought me up a letter, without saying from whom. It was in a cover, and directed by a hand I never saw before, as if it were supposed that I would not receive and open it, had I known from whom it came. These are the contents. To Miss Clarissa Harlowe, Sunday, March 26th. Dearest Madam, I think myself a most unhappy man, in that I have never yet been able to pay my respects to you, with your consent, for 1/2 hour. I have something to communicate to you that concerns you much, if you be pleased to admit me to your speech. Your honour is concerned in it, and the honour of all your family. It relates to the designs of one whom you are said to value more than he deserves, and to some of his reprobate actions, which I am ready to give you convincing proofs of the truth of. I may appear to be interested in it, but nevertheless I am ready to make oath, that every tittle is true, and you will see what a man you are said to favour, but I hope not so, for your own honour. Pray, Madam, vouchsafe me a hearing, as you value your honour and family, which will oblige, dearest Miss, Your most humble and most faithful servant, Roger Solmes. I wait below for the hope of admittance. I have no manner of doubt that this is a poor device, to get this man into my company. I would have sent down a verbal answer, but Betty refused to carry any message which should prohibit his visiting me. So I was obliged either to see him, or to write to him. I wrote therefore an answer, of which I shall send you the rough draught. And now my heart aches for what may follow from it, for I hear a great hurry below. To Roger Solmes, Esq. Sir, whatever you have to communicate to me, which concerns my honour, may as well be done by writing as by word of mouth. If Mr. Lovelace is any of my concern, I know not that therefore he ought to be yours. For the usage I receive on your account, I must think it so, is so harsh, that were there not such a man in the world as Mr. Lovelace, I would not wish to see Mr. Solmes, no, not for 1/2 hour, in the way he is pleased to be desirous to see me. I never can be in any danger from Mr. Lovelace, and, of consequence, cannot be affected by any of your discoveries, if the proposal I made be accepted. You have been acquainted with it, no doubt. If not, be pleased to let my friends know, that if they will rid me of my apprehensions of one gentleman, I will rid them of theirs of another. And then, of what consequence to them, or to me, will it be, whether Mr. Lovelace be a good man or a bad? And if not to them, nor to me, I see not how it can be of any to you. But if you do, I have nothing to say to that; and it will be a Christian part, if you will expostulate with him upon the errors you have discovered, and endeavour to make him as good a man as, no doubt, you are yourself, or you would not be so ready to detect and expose him. Excuse me, Sir, but after my former letter to you, and your ungenerous perseverance, and after this attempt to avail yourself at the expense of another man's character, rather than by your own proper merit, I see not that you can blame any asperity in her, whom you have so largely contributed to make unhappy. Clarissa Harlowe. Sunday night. My father was for coming up to me in great wrath, it seems, but was persuaded to the contrary. My aunt Hervey was permitted to send me this that follows. Quick work, my dear. To Miss Clarissa Harlowe, niece. Every body is now convinced that nothing is to be done with you by way of gentleness or persuasion. Your mother will not permit you to stay in the house; for your father is so incensed by your strange letter to his friend, that she knows not what will be the consequence if you do. So you are commanded to get ready to go to your uncle Antony's out of hand. Your uncle thinks he has not deserved of you such an unwillingness as you shew to go to his house. You don't know the wickedness of the man for whose sake you think it worth while to quarrel with all your friends. You must not answer me. There will be no end of that. You know not the affliction you give to every body, but to none more than to your affectionate aunt, Dorothy Hervey. Forbid to write to my aunt, I took a bolder liberty. I wrote a few lines to my mother, beseeching her to procure me leave to throw myself at my father's feet, and hers, if I must go, nobody else present, to beg pardon for the trouble I had given them both, and their blessings, and to receive their commands as to my removal, and the time for it, from their own lips. What new boldness this! Take it back, and bid her learn to obey, was my mother's angry answer, with my letter returned, unopened. But that I might omit nothing that had an appearance of duty, I wrote a few lines to my father himself to the same purpose, begging that he would not turn me out of his house without his blessing. But this, torn in 2 pieces, and unopened, was brought me up again by Betty, with an air, one hand held up, the other extended, the torn letter in her open palm, and a "See here! What a sad thing is this! Nothing will do but duty, miss. Your papa said, 'Let her tell me of deeds. I'll receive no words from her.'"
And so he tore the letter, and flung the pieces at my head.
So desperate was my case, I was resolved not to stop even at this repulse. I took my pen, and addressed myself to my uncle Harlowe, enclosing that which my mother had returned unopened, and the torn unopened one sent to my father, having first hurried off a transcript for you. My uncle was going home, and it was delivered to him just as he stepped into his chariot. What may be the fate of it, therefore, I cannot know till tomorrow. The following is a copy of it. To John Harlowe, Esquire, my dear and ever honoured uncle. I have nobody now but you to whom I can apply, with hope, so much as to have my humble addresses opened and read. My aunt Hervey has given me commands which I want to have explained, but she has forbid me writing to her. Hereupon I took the liberty to write to my father and mother. You will see, Sir, by the torn one, and by the other, both unopened, what has been the result. This, Sir, perhaps you already know. But, as you know not the contents of the disgraced letters, I beseech you to read them both, that you may be a witness for me, that they are not filled with either complaints or expostulations, nor contain anything undutiful. Give me leave to say, Sir, that if deaf-eared anger will neither grant me a hearing, nor, what I write, a perusal, some time hence the hard-heartedness may be regretted. I beseech you, dear good Sir, to let me know what is meant by sending me to my uncle Antony's house, rather than to yours, or to my aunt Hervey's, or elsewhere. If it be for what I apprehend it to be, life will not be supportable upon the terms. I beg also to know, when I am to be turned out of doors. My heart strongly gives me, that if once I am compelled to leave this house, I never shall see it more. It becomes me, however, to declare, that I write not this through perverseness, or in resentment. God knows my heart, I do not. But the treatment I apprehend I shall meet with, if carried to my other uncles, will, in all probability, give the finishing stroke to the distresses, the undeserved distresses, I will be bold to call them, of your once highly favoured, but now unhappy, Clarissa Harlowe. End of letter 15. Letter 16 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 2, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 16. Miss Clarissa Harlowe to Miss Howe, Monday morning, March 27th. This morning early my uncle Harlowe came hither. He sent up the enclosed very tender letter. It has made me wish I could oblige him. You will see how Mr. Solmes's ill qualities are glossed over in it. What blemishes does affection hide? But perhaps they may say to me, what faults does antipathy bring to light? Be pleased to send me back this letter of my uncle by the first return. Sunday night, or rather Monday morning. I must answer you, though against my own resolution. Every body loves you, and you know they do. The very ground you walk upon is dear to most of us. But how can we resolve to see you? There is no standing against your looks and language. It is our loves makes us decline to see you. How can we, when you are resolved not to do what we are resolved you shall do? I never, for my part, loved any creature as I loved you from your infancy till now. And indeed, as I have often said, never was there a young creature so deserving of our love. But what is come to you now? Alas, alas, my dear kinswoman, how you fail in the trial! I have read the letters you enclosed. At a proper time I may shew them to my brother and sister, but they will receive nothing from you at present. For my part, I could not read your letter to me without being unmanned. How can you be so unmoved yourself, yet so able to move every body else? How could you send such a letter to Mr. Solmes? Fie upon you! How strangely are you altered! Then to treat your brother and sister as you did, that they don't care to write to you or to see you? Don't you know where it is written, that soft answers turn away wrath? But if you will trust to your sharp-pointed wit, you may wound. Yet a club will beat down a sword. And how can you expect that they who are hurt by you will not hurt you again? Was this the way you used to take to make us all adore you as we did? No, it was your gentleness of heart and manners that made every body, even strangers, at first sight, treat you as a lady, and call you a lady, though not born one, while your elder sister had no such distinctions paid her. If you were envied, why should you sharpen envy, and file up its teeth to an edge? You see I write like an impartial man, and as one that loves you still. But since you have displayed your talents, and spared nobody, and moved every body, without being moved, you have but made us stand the closer and firmer together. This is what I liken to an embattled phalanx once before. Your aunt Hervey forbids your writing, for the same reason that I must not countenance it. We are all afraid to see you, because we know we shall be made as so many fools. Nay, your mother is so afraid of you, that once or twice, when she thought you were coming to force yourself into her presence, she shut the door and locked herself in, because she knew she must not see you upon your terms, and you are resolved you will not see her upon hers. Resolve but to oblige us all, my dearest Miss Clary, and you shall see how we will clasp you every one by turns to our rejoicing hearts. If the one man has not the wit, and the parts, and the person of the other, no one breathing has a worse heart than that other. And is not the love of all your friends, and a sober man, if he be not so polished, to be preferred to a debauchee, though ever so fine a man to look at? You have such talents that you will be adored by the one, but the other has as much advantage in those respects as you have yourself, and will not set by them one straw. For husbands are sometimes jealous of their authority with witty wives. You will have in one a man of virtue. Had you not been so rudely affronting to him, he would have made your ears tingle with what he could have told you of the other. Come, my dear niece, let me have the honour of doing with you what nobody else yet has been able to do. Your father, mother, and I will divide the pleasure and the honour, I will again call it, between us, and all past offences shall be forgiven, and Mr. Solmes, we will engage, shall take nothing amiss hereafter of what has passed. He knows, he says, what a jewel that man will have, who can obtain your favour, and he will think light of all he has suffered, or shall suffer, in obtaining you. Dear, sweet creature, oblige us, and oblige us with a grace. It must be done, whether with a grace or not. I do assure you it must. You must not conquer father, mother, uncles, every body. Depend upon that. I have set up half the night to write this. You do not know how I am touched at reading yours, and writing this. Yet will I be at Harlowe place early in the morning. So, upon reading this, if you will oblige us all, send me word to come up to your apartment, and I will lead you down, and present you to the embraces of every one: and you will then see, you have more of a brother and sister in them both, than of late your prejudices will let you think you have. This from one who used to love to style himself your paternal uncle, John Harlowe. In about an hour after this kind letter was given me, my uncle sent up to know if he should be a welcome visitor upon the terms mentioned in his letter. He bid Betty bring him down a verbal answer. A written one, he said, would be a bad sign, and he bid her therefore not to bring a letter. But I had just finished the enclosed transcription of one I had been writing. She made a difficulty to carry it, but was prevailed upon to oblige me by a token which these Mrs. Betty's cannot withstand. Dear and honoured Sir, how you rejoice me by your condescending goodness! So kind, so paternal a letter! So soothing to a wounded heart! And of late what I have been so little used to! How am I affected with it! Tell me not, dear Sir, of my way of writing. Your letter has more moved me than I have been able to move any body. It has made me wish with all my heart that I could entitle myself to be visited upon your own terms, and to be led down to my father and mother by so good and so kind an uncle. I will tell you, dearest uncle, what I will do to make my peace. I have no doubt that Mr. Solmes, upon consideration, would greatly prefer my sister to such a strange averse creature as me. His chief, or one of his chief motives in his address to me, is, as I have reason to believe, the contiguity of my grandfather's estate to his own. I will resign it. For ever I will resign it. And the resignation must be good, because I will never marry at all. I will make it over to my sister and her heirs for ever. I shall have no heirs but my brother and her. And I will receive, as of my father's bounty, such an annuity, not in lieu of the estate, but as of his bounty, as he shall be pleased to grant me, if it be ever so small, and whenever I disoblige him, he to withdraw it, at his pleasure. Will this not be accepted? Surely it must. Surely it will. I beg of you, dearest Sir, to propose it, and second it with your interest. This will answer every end. My sister has a high opinion of Mr. Solmes. I never can have any in the light he is proposed to me. But as my sister's husband, he will be always entitled to my respect, and shall have it. If this be accepted, grant me, Sir, the honour of a visit, and do me then the inexpressible pleasure of leading me down to the feet of my honoured parents, and they shall find me the most dutiful of children, and to the arms of my brother and sister, and they shall find me the most obliging and most affectionate of sisters. I wait, Sir, for your answer to this proposal, made with the whole heart of your dutiful and most obliged niece, Clarissa Harlowe. Monday noon. I hope this will be accepted; for Betty tells me that my uncle Antony and my aunt Hervey are sent for, and not Mr. Solmes, which I look upon as a favourable circumstance. With what cheerfulness will I assign over this envied estate! What a much more valuable consideration shall I part with it for! The love and favour of all my relations; that love and favour which I used for 18 years together to rejoice in, and be distinguished by! And what a charming pretence will this afford me of breaking with Mr. Lovelace! And how easily will it possibly make him to part with me! I found this morning in the usual place a letter from him, in answer I suppose to mine of Friday, which I deposited not till Saturday. But I have not opened it, nor will I, till I see what effect this new offer will have. Let me but be permitted to avoid the man I hate, and I will give up with cheerfulness the man I could prefer. To renounce the one, were I really to value him as much as you seem to imagine, can give but a temporary concern, which time and discretion will alleviate. This is a sacrifice which a child owes to parents and friends, if they insist upon its being made. But the other, to marry a man one cannot endure, is not only a dishonest thing, as to the man, but it is enough to make a creature, who wishes to be a good wife, a bad or indifferent one, as I once wrote to the man himself: and then she can hardly be either a good mistress or a good friend, or any thing but a discredit to her family, and a bad example to all around her. Methinks I am loath, in the suspense I am in at present, to deposit this, because it will be leaving you in one as great. But having been prevented by Betty's officiousness twice, I will now go down to my little poultry, and, if I have an opportunity, will leave it in the usual place, where I hope to find something from you. End of Letter XVI. Letter XVII. Of Clarissa Harlowe, Vol. II. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, Vol. II. By Samuel Richardson. Letter XVII. Miss Clarissa Harlowe to Miss Howe, Monday afternoon, March 27th. I have deposited my narrative down to this day noon, but I hope soon to follow it with another letter, that I may keep you as little a while as possible in that suspense which I am so much affected by at this moment, for my heart is disturbed at every foot I hear stir, and at every door below that I hear open or shut. They have been all assembled some time, and are in close debate, I believe. But can there be room for long debate upon a proposal, which, if accepted, will so effectually answer all their views? Can they insist a moment longer upon my having Mr. Solmes, when they see what sacrifices I am ready to make to be freed from his addresses? Oh, but I suppose the struggle is, first with Bella's nicety, to persuade her to accept of the estate, and of the husband, and next with her pride, to take her sister's refusals, as she once phrased it. Or it may be, my brother is insisting upon equivalents for his reversion in the estate, and these sort of things take up but too much the attention of some of our family. To these, no doubt, one or both it must be owing, that my proposal admits of so much consideration. I want, methinks, to see what Mr. Lovelace in his letter says: but I will deny myself this piece of curiosity, till that which is raised by my present suspense is answered. Excuse me, my dear, that I thus trouble you with my uncertainties: but I have no employment nor heart, if I had, to pursue any other but what my pen affords me. Monday evening. Would you believe it? Betty, by anticipation, tells me that I am to be refused. I am a vile, artful creature. Every body is too good to me. My uncle Harlowe has been taken in, that's the phrase. They know how it would be, if he either wrote to me or saw me. He has, however, been made ashamed to be so wrought upon. A pretty thing, truly, in the eye of the world it would be, were they to take me at my word. It would look as if they had treated me thus hardly as I think it, for this very purpose. My peculiars, particularly Miss Howe, would give it that turn, and I myself could mean nothing by it, but to see if it would be accepted in order to strengthen my own arguments against Mr. Solmes. It was amazing that it could admit of a moment's deliberation, that anything could be supposed to be done in it. It was equally against law and equity, and a fine security Miss Bella would have, or Mr. Solmes, when I could resume it when I would. My brother and she my heirs! Oh, the artful creature! I to resolve to live single, when Lovelace is so sure of me, and every where declares as much, and can, whenever he pleases, if my husband, claim under the will. Then the insolence, the confidence, as Betty mincingly told me, that one said, you may easily guess who, that she, who was so justly in disgrace for downright rebellion, should pretend to prescribe to the whole family, should name a husband for her elder sister. What a triumph would her obstinacy go away with, to delegate her commands, not as from a prison, as she called it, but as from her throne, to her elders and betters, and to her father and mother too! Amazing, perfectly amazing, that any body could argue upon such a proposal as this! It was a master stroke of finesse. It was me in perfection. Surely my uncle Harlowe will never again be so taken in. All this was the readier told me, because it was against me, and would tease and vex me. But as some of this fine recapitulation implied, that somebody spoke up for me, I was curious to know who it was. But Betty would not tell me, for fear I should have the consolation to find that all were not against me. But do you not see, my dear, what a sad creature she is, whom you honour with your friendship? You could not doubt your influence over me. Why did you not take the friendly liberty I have always taken with you, and tell me my faults, and what a specious hypocrite I am? For if my brother and sister could make such discoveries, how is it possible that faults so enormous, you could see others you thought of a more secret nature, could escape your penetrating eye? Well, but now it seems they are debating how and by whom to answer me: for they know not, nor are they to know, that Mrs. Betty has told me all these fine things. One desires to be excused, it seems. Another chooses not to have any thing to say to me. Another has enough of me, and of writing to so ready a scribbler there will be no end. Thus are those imputed qualifications, which used so lately to gain me applause, now become my crimes: so much do disgust and anger alter the property of things. The result of their debate, I suppose, will somehow or other be communicated to me by and by. But let me tell you, my dear, that I am made so desperate, that I am afraid to open Mr. Lovelace's letter, lest, in the humour I am in, I should do something, if I find it not exceptionable, that may give me repentance as long as I live. Monday night. This moment the following letter is brought me by Betty. Monday, 5 o'clock. Miss Cunning One, your fine new proposal is thought unworthy of a particular answer. Your uncle Harlowe is ashamed to be so taken in. Have you no new fetch for your uncle Antony? Go round with us, child, now your hand's in. But I was bid to write only one line, that you might not complain, as you did of your worthy sister, for the freedoms you provoked. It is this: prepare yourself. To-morrow you go to my uncle Antony's. That's all, child. James Harlowe. I was vexed to the heart at this, and immediately in the warmth of resentment wrote the enclosed to my uncle Harlowe, who it seems stays here this night. To John Harlowe, Esq. Monday night. Honoured Sir, I find I am a very sad creature, and did not know it. I wrote not to my brother. To you, Sir, I wrote. From you I hope the honour of an answer. No one reveres her uncle more than I do. Nevertheless, between uncle and niece excludes not such a hope, and I think I have not made a proposal that deserves to be treated with scorn. Forgive me, Sir, my heart is full. Perhaps one day you may think you have been prevailed upon, for that is plainly the case, to join to treat me, as I do not deserve to be treated. If you are ashamed, as my brother hints, of having expressed any returning tenderness to me, God help me. I see I have no mercy to expect from any body. But, Sir, from your pen let me have an answer. I humbly implore it of you. Till my brother can recollect what belongs to a sister, I will not take from him no answer to the letter I wrote to you, nor any commands whatever. I move every body! This, Sir, is what you are pleased to mention. But whom have I moved? One person in the family has more moving ways than I have, or he could never so undeservedly have made every body ashamed to show tenderness to a poor distressed child of the same family. Return me not this with contempt, or torn, or unanswered, I beseech you. My father has a title to do that, or any thing, by his child: but from no other person in the world of your sex, Sir,
ought a young creature of mine, while she preserves a supplicating spirit, to be so treated? When what I have before written in the humblest strain has met with such strange constructions, I am afraid that this unguarded scrawl will be very ill received. But I beg, Sir, you will oblige me with one line, be it ever so harsh, in answer to my proposal. I still think it ought to be attended to. I will enter into the most solemn engagements to make it valid by a perpetual single life. In a word, any thing I can do, I will do, to be restored to all your favours. More I cannot say, but that I am, very undeservedly, a most unhappy creature. Betty scrupled again to carry this letter, and said she should have anger, and I should have it returned in scraps and bits. I must take that chance, said I. I only desire that you will deliver it as directed. Sad doings, very sad, she said, that young ladies should so violently set themselves against their duty. I told her she should have the liberty to say what she pleased, so she would but be my messenger that one time, and down she went with it. I bid her, if she could, slide it into my uncle's hand unseen, at least unseen by my brother or sister, for fear it should meet, through their good office, with the fate she had bespoken for it. She would not undertake for that, she said. I am now in expectation of the result; but having so little ground to hope for their favour or mercy, I open Mr. Lovelace's letter. I would send it to you, my dear, as well as those I shall enclose, by this conveyance: but not being able at present to determine in what manner I shall answer it, I will give myself the trouble of abstracting it here, while I am waiting for what may offer from the letter just carried down. He laments as usual my ill opinion of him, and readiness to believe every thing to his disadvantage. He puts into plain English, as I supposed he would, my hint, that I might be happier if by any rashness he might be guilty of to Solmes, he should come to an untimely end himself. He is concerned, he says, that the violence he had expressed on his extreme apprehensiveness of losing me should have made him guilty of any thing I had so much reason to resent. He owns that he is passionate. All good-natured men, he says, are so, and a sincere man cannot hide it: but appeals to me, whether if any occasion in the world could excuse the rashness of his expressions, it would not be his present dreadful situation, through my indifference and the malice of his enemies. He says, he has more reason than ever, from the contents of my last, to apprehend, that I shall be prevailed upon by force, if not by fair means, to fall in with my brother's measures; and sees but too plainly that I am preparing him to expect it. Upon this presumption, he supplicates, with the utmost earnestness, that I will not give way to the malice of his enemies. Solemn vows of reformation, and everlasting truth and obligingness, he makes, all in the style of desponding humility. Yet calls it a cruel turn upon him, to impute his protestations to a consciousness of the necessity there is for making them from his bad character. He despises himself, he solemnly protests, for his past follies. He thanks God he has seen his error, and nothing but my more particular instructions is wanting to perfect his reformation. He promises that he will do every thing that I shall think he can do with honour, to bring about a reconciliation with my father; and even will, if I insist upon it, make the first overtures to my brother, and treat him as his own brother, because he is mine, if he will not by new affronts revive the remembrance of the past. He begs, in the most earnest and humble manner, for 1/2 hour's interview; undertaking by a key, which he owns he has to the garden door, leading into the coppice, as we call it, if I will but unbolt the door, to come into the garden at night, and wait till I have an opportunity to come to him, that he may re assure me of the truth of all he writes, and of the affection, and, if needful, protection, of all his family. He presumes not, he says, to write by any way of menace to me: but if I refuse him this favour, he knows not, so desperate have some strokes in my letter made him, what his despair may make him do. He asks me, determined as my friends are, and far as they have already gone, and declare they will go, what can I propose to do, to avoid having Mr. Solmes, if I am carried to my uncle Antony's, unless I resolve to accept of the protection he has offered to procure me, or except I will escape to London, or elsewhere, while I can escape. He advises me to sue to your mother for her private reception of me, only till I can obtain possession of my own estate, and procure my friends to be reconciled to me, which he is sure they will be desirous to be, the moment I am out of their power. He apprises me, it is still my wonder how he comes by this intelligence, that my friends have written to my cousin Morden, to represent matters to him in their own partial way, nor doubt they to influence him on their side of the question: that all this shews I have but one way, if none of my friends or intimates will receive me. If I will transport him with the honour of my choice of this one way,
Settlement shall be drawn, with proper blanks, which I shall fill up as I pleased. Let him but have my commands from my own mouth, all my doubts and scruples from my own lips, and only a repetition that I will not, on any consideration, be Solmes's wife, and he shall be easy. But after such a letter as I have written, nothing but an interview can make him so. He beseeches me, therefore, to unbolt the door as that very night, or, if I receive not this time enough, this night. And he will, in a disguise that shall not give suspicion who he is, if he should be seen, come to the garden door, in hopes to open it with his key. Nor will he have any other lodging than in the coppice both nights, watching every wakeful hour for the propitious unbolting, unless he has a letter with my orders to the contrary, or to make some other appointment. This letter was dated yesterday, so he was there last night, I suppose, and will be there this night. And I have not written a line to him, and now it is too late, were I determined what to write. I hope he will not go to Mr. Solmes. I hope he will not come hither. If he do either, I will break with him for ever. What have I to do with these headstrong spirits? I wish I had never... But what signifies wishing? I am strangely perplexed. But I need not have told you this, after such a representation of my situation. End of Letter 17.
Letter 18 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 2, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 18. Miss Clarissa Harlowe to Miss Howe, Tuesday morning, 7 o'clock. My uncle has vouchsafed to answer me. These that follow are the contents of his letter, but just now brought me, although written last night, late I suppose. Monday night. Miss Clary, since you are grown such a bold challenger, and teach us all our duty, though you will not practise your own, I must answer you. Nobody wants your estate from you. Are you, who refuse every body's advice, to prescribe a husband to your sister? Your letter to Mr. Solmes is inexcusable. I blamed you for it before. Your parents will be obeyed. It is fit they should. Your mother has nevertheless prevailed to have your going to your uncle Antony's put off till Thursday, yet owns you deserve not that, or any other favour from her. I will receive no more of your letters. You are too artful for me. You are an ungrateful and unreasonable child. Must you have your way paramount to everybody's? How are you altered! Your displeased uncle, John Harlowe. To be carried away on Thursday, to the moated house, to the chapel, to Solmes! How can I think of this? They will make me desperate. Tuesday morning, 8 o'clock. I have another letter from Mr. Lovelace. I opened it with the expectation of its being filled with bold and free complaints on my not writing to prevent his 2 nights watching in weather not extremely agreeable. But instead of complaints, he is full of tender concern lest I may have been prevented by indisposition, or by the closer confinement which he has frequently cautioned me that I may expect. He says, he had been in different disguises loitering about our garden and park wall, all the day on Sunday last, and all Sunday night was wandering about the coppice, and near the back door. It rained, and he has got a great cold, attended with feverishness, and so hoarse that he has almost lost his voice. Why did he not flame out in his letter? Treated as I am treated by my friends, it is dangerous to be laid under the sense of an obligation to an addresser's patience, especially when such a one suffers in health for my sake. He had no shelter, he says, but under the great overgrown ivy, which spreads wildly round the heads of 2 or 3 oaklings, and that was soon wet through. You remember the spot. You and I, my dear, once thought ourselves obliged to the natural shade which those ivy-covered oaklings afforded us in a sultry day. I can't help saying, I am sorry he has suffered for my sake, but 'tis his own seeking. His letter is dated last night at 8, and indisposed as he is, he tells me that he will watch till 10, in hopes of my giving him the meeting he so earnestly requests, and after that he has a mile to walk to his horse and servant, and 4 miles then to ride to his inn. He owns, that he has an intelligencer in our family, who has failed him for a day or 2 past, and not knowing how I do, or how I may be treated, his anxiety is increased. This circumstance gives me to guess who this intelligencer is. Joseph Leman, the very creature employed and confided in more than any other by my brother. This is not an honourable way of proceeding in Mr. Lovelace. Did he learn this infamous practice of corrupting the servants of other families at the French court, where he resided a good while? I have been often jealous of this Leman in my little airings and poultry visits. Doubly obsequious as he was always to me, I have thought him my brother's spy upon me: and although he obliged me by his hastening out of the garden and poultry yard, whenever I came into either, have wondered that from his reports my liberties of those kinds have not been abridged. So possibly this man may be bribed by both, yet betray both. Worthy views want not such obliquities as these on either side. An honest mind must rise into indignation, both at the traitor maker and the traitor. He presses with the utmost earnestness for an interview. He would not presume, he says, to disobey my last personal commands, that he should not endeavour to attend me again in the wood house: but says, he can give me such reasons for my permitting him to wait upon my father or uncles, as he hopes will be approved by me: for he cannot help observing, that it is no more suitable to my own spirit than to his, that he, a man of fortune and family, should be obliged to pursue such a clandestine address, as would only become a vile fortune hunter. But, if I will give my consent for his visiting me like a man and a gentleman, no ill treatment shall provoke him to forfeit his temper. Lord M. will accompany him, if I please, or Lady Betty Lawrance will first make the visit to my mother, or to my aunt Hervey, or even to my uncles, if I choose it: and such terms shall be offered as shall have weight upon them. He begs that I will not deny him making a visit to Mr. Solmes. By all that's good, he vows, that it shall not be with the least intention either to hurt or affront him, but only to set before him, calmly and rationally, the consequences that may possibly flow from so fruitless a perseverance, as well as the ungenerous folly of it, to a mind as noble as mine. He repeats his own resolution to attend my pleasure, and Mr. Morden's arrival and advice, for the reward of his own patience. It is impossible, he says, but one of these methods must do. Presence, he observes, even of a disliked person, takes off the edge of resentments which absence whets, and makes keen. He therefore most earnestly repeats his importunities for the supplicated interview. He says, he has business of consequence in London, but cannot stir from the inconvenient spot where he has for some time resided, in disguises unworthy of himself, until he can be absolutely certain that I shall not be prevailed upon either by force or otherwise, and until he finds me delivered from the insults of my brother. Nor ought this to be an indifferent point to one, for whose sake all the world reports me to be used unworthily. But one remark, he says, he cannot help making: that did my friends know the little favour I shew him, and the very great distance I keep him at, they would have no reason to confine me on his account. And another, that they themselves seem to think him entitled to a different usage, and expect that he receives it, when in truth what he meets with from me is exactly what they wish him to meet with, excepting in the favour of my correspondence I honour him with, upon which, he says, he puts the highest value, and for the sake of which he has submitted to 1,000 indignities. He renews his professions of reformation. He is convinced, he says, that he has already run a long and dangerous course, and that it is high time to think of returning. It must be from proper conviction, he says, that a person who has lived too gay a life resolves to reclaim, before age or sufferings come upon him. All generous spirits, he observes, hate compulsion. Upon this observation he dwells, but regrets that he is likely to owe all his hopes to this compulsion, this injudicious compulsion he justly calls it, and none to my esteem for him; although he presumes upon some merit, in this implicit regard to my will, in the bearing the daily indignities offered not only to him, but to his relations, by my brother, in the nightly watchings. His present indisposition makes him mention, or he had not debased the nobleness of his passion for me by such a selfish instance. I cannot but say, I am sorry the man is not well. I am afraid to ask you, my dear, what you would have done, thus situated. But what I have done, I have done. In a word, I wrote, that I would, if possible, give him a meeting to morrow night, between the hours of 9 and 12, by the ivy summer house, or in it, or near the great cascade at the bottom of the garden, and would unbolt the door, that he might come in by his own key: but that, if I found the meeting impracticable, or should change my mind, I would signify as much by another line, which he must wait for until it were dark. Tuesday, 11 o'clock. I am just returned from depositing my billet. How diligent is this man! It is plain he was in waiting; for I had walked but a few paces after I had deposited it, when, my heart misgiving me, I returned to have taken it back, in order to reconsider it as I walked, and whether I should or should not let it go. But I found it gone. In all probability there was but a brick wall, of a few inches thick, between Mr. Lovelace and me, at the very time I put the letter under the brick. I am come back dissatisfied with myself: but I think, my dear, there can be no harm in meeting him. If I do not, he may take some violent measures. What he knows of the treatment I meet with in malice to him, and with the view to frustrate all his hopes, may make him desperate. His behaviour last time I saw him, under the disadvantages of time and place, and surprised as I was, gives me no apprehension of any thing but discovery. What he requires is not unreasonable, and cannot affect my future choice and determination. It is only to assure him from my own lips, that I never will be the wife of a man I hate. If I have not an opportunity to meet without hazard or detection, he must once more bear the disappointment. All his trouble, and mine too, is owing to his faulty character. This, although I hate tyranny and arrogance in all shapes, makes me think less of the risks he runs, and the fatigues he undergoes, than otherwise I should do; and still less, as my sufferings, derived from the same source, are greater than his. Betty confirms this intimation, that I must go to my uncle's on Thursday. She was sent on purpose to direct me to prepare myself for going, and to help me to get every thing up in order for my removal. End of Letter 18.
Chapter 19 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 2, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 19. Miss Clarissa Harlowe to Miss Howe, Thursday, 3 o'clock, March 28th. I have mentioned several times the pertness of Mrs. Betty to me, and now, having a little time upon my hands, I will give you a short dialogue that passed just now between us. It may, perhaps, be a little relief to you from the dull subjects with which I am perpetually teasing you. As she attended me at dinner, she took notice, that nature is satisfied with a very little nourishment, and thus she complimentally proved it. For, Miss, said she, you eat nothing, yet never looked more charmingly in your life. As to the former part of your speech, Betty, said I, you observe well. And I have often thought, when I have seen how healthy the children of the labouring poor look, and are, with empty stomachs, and hardly a good meal in a week, that God Almighty is very kind to his creatures in this respect, as well as in all others, in making much not necessary to the support of life, when 3 parts in 4 of his creatures, if it were, would not know how to obtain it. It puts me in mind of 2 proverbial sentences, which are full of admirable meaning. What, pray, Miss, are they? I love to hear you talk, when you are so sedate as you seem now to be. The one is to the purpose we are speaking of. Poverty is the mother of health. And let me tell you, Betty, if I had a better appetite, and were to encourage it with so little rest, and so much distress and persecution, I don't think I should be able to preserve my reason. There's no inconvenience but has its convenience, said Betty, giving me proverb for proverb. But what is the other, madam? That the pleasures of the mighty are not obtained by the tears of the poor. It is but reasonable, therefore, methinks, that the plenty of the one should be followed by distempers, and that the indigence of the other should be attended with that health which makes all its other discomforts light on the comparison. And hence a third proverb, Betty, since you are an admirer of proverbs, better a hare foot than none at all, that is to say, than not to be able to walk. She was mightily taken with what I said. See, returned she, what a fine thing scholarship is. I, said she, had always from a girl a taste for reading, though it were but in Mother Goose, and concerning the fairies. And then she took genteelly a pinch of snuff. Could but my parents have let go as fast as I pulled, I should have been a very happy creature. Very likely you would have made great improvements, Betty. But as it is, I cannot say, but, since I had the favour of your attendance in this intimate manner, I have heard smarter things from you, than I have heard at table from some of my brother's fellow collegians. Your servant, dear Miss, dropping me one of her best curtsies. So fine a judge as you are, it is enough to make one very proud. Then with another pinch, I cannot indeed but say, bridling upon it, that I have heard famous scholars often and often say very silly things, things I should be ashamed myself to say, but I thought they did it out of humility, and in condescension to those who had not their learning. That she might not be too proud, I told her, I would observe, that the liveliness or quickness she so happily discovered in herself was not so much an honour to her, as what she owed to her sex, which, as I had observed in many instances, had great advantages over the other, in all the powers that related to imagination. And hence, Mrs. Betty, you'll take notice, as I have of late had opportunity to do, that your own talent at repartee and smartness, when it has something to work upon, displays itself to more advantage than could well be expected from one whose friends, to speak in your own phrase, could not let go so fast as you pulled. The wench gave me a proof of the truth of my observation, in a manner still more alert than I had expected. If, said she, our sex had so much advantage in smartness, it is the less to be wondered at that you, Miss, who have had such an education, should outdo all the men and women too that come near you. Bless me, Betty, said I, what a proof do you give me of your wit and your courage at the same time! This is outdoing yourself. It would make young ladies less proud and more apprehensive, were they generally attended by such smart servants, and their mouths permitted to be unlocked upon them, as yours has been lately upon me. But take away, Mrs. Betty. Why, Miss, you have eat nothing at all. I hope you are not displeased with your dinner for any thing I have said. No, Mrs. Betty, I am pretty well used to your freedoms now, you know. I am not displeased in the main to observe, that, were the succession of modern fine ladies to be extinct, it might be supplied from those whom they place in the next rank to themselves, their chambermaids and confidants. Your young mistress has contributed a great deal to this quickness of yours. She always preferred your company to mine. As you pulled, she let go. And so, Mrs. Betty, you have gained by her conversation what I have lost. Why, Miss, if you come to that, nobody says better things than Miss Harlowe. I could tell you one if I pleased, upon my observing to her, that you lived of late upon the air, and had no stomach to any thing, yet looked as charmingly as ever. I dare say it was a very good natured one, Mrs. Betty. Do you then please that I shall hear it? Only this, Miss, that your stomachfulness had swallowed up your stomach, and that obstinacy was meat, drink, and clothes to you. Ay, Mrs. Betty, and did she say this? I hope she laughed when she said it, as she does at all her good things, as she calls them. It was very smart, and very witty. I wish my mind was so much at ease, as to aim at being witty too. But if you admire such sententious sayings, I'll help you to another, and that is, encouragement and approbation make people show talents they were never suspected to have, and this will do both for mistress and maid. And another I'll furnish you with, the contrary of the former, that will do only for me. That persecution and discouragement depress ingenuous minds, and blunt the edge of lively imaginations. And hence may my sister's brilliancy and my stupidity be both accounted for. Ingenuous, you must know, Mrs. Betty, and ingenious, are two things, and I would not arrogate the latter to myself. Lord, Miss, said the foolish girl, you know a great deal for your years. You are a very learned young lady. What pity! None of your pities, Mrs. Betty. I know what you'd say. But tell me, if you can, is it resolved that I shall be carried to my uncle Antony's on Thursday? I was willing to reward myself for the patience she had made me exercise, by getting at what intelligence I could from her. Why, Miss, seating herself at a little distance, excuse my sitting down, with the snuff box tapped very smartly, the lid opened, and a pinch taken with a dainty finger and thumb, the other 3 fingers distendedly bent, and with a fine flourish, I cannot but say, that it is my opinion you will certainly go on Thursday, and this noless foless, as I have heard my young lady say in French. Whether I'm willing or not willing, you mean, I suppose, Mrs. Betty? You have it, Miss. Well, but, Betty, I have no mind to be turned out of doors so suddenly. Do you think I could not be permitted to tarry 1 week longer? How can I tell, Miss? Oh, Mrs. Betty, you can tell a great deal, if you please. But here I am forbid writing to any one of my family. None of it now will come near me, nor will any of it permit me to see them. How shall I do to make known my request, to stay here a week or fortnight longer? Why, Miss, I fancy, if you were to shew a compliable temper, your friends would shew a compliable one too. But would you expect favours, and grant none? Smartly put, Betty. But who knows what may be the result of my being carried to my uncle Antony's? Who knows, Miss? Why, anybody will guess what may be the result. As how, Betty? As how! Repeated the pert wench. Why, Miss, you will stand in your own light, as you have hitherto done, and your parents, as such good parents ought, will be obeyed. If, Mrs. Betty, I had not been used to your oughts, and to have my duty laid down to me by your oraculous wisdom, I should be apt to stare at the liberty of your speech. You seem angry, Miss. I hope I take no unbecoming liberty. If thou really thinkest thou dost not, thy ignorance is more to be pitied than thy pertness resented. I wish thou wouldst leave me to myself. When young ladies fall out with their own duty, it is not much to be wondered at, that they are angry at any body who do theirs. That's a very pretty saying, Mrs. Betty. I see plainly what thy duty is in thy notion, and am obliged to those who taught it thee. Every body takes notice, Miss, that you can say very cutting words in a cool manner, and yet not call names, as I have known some gentlefolks as well as others do when in a passion. But I wish you had permitted Squire Solmes to see you. He would have told you such stories of Squire Lovelace, as you would have turned your heart against him for ever. And know you any of the particulars of those sad stories? Indeed I don't. But you'll hear all at your uncle Antony's, I suppose, and a great deal more perhaps than you will like to hear. Let me hear what I will, I am determined against Mr. Solmes, were it to cost me my life. If you are, Miss, the Lord have mercy on you. For what with this letter of yours to Squire Solmes, whom they so much value, and what with their antipathy to Squire Lovelace, whom they hate, they will have no patience with you. What will they do, Betty? They won't kill me. What will they do? Kill you? No. But you will not be suffered to stir from thence, till you have complied with your duty. And no pen and ink will be allowed you as here, where they are of opinion you make no good use of it. Nor would it be allowed here, only as they intend so soon to send you away to your uncle's. Nobody will be permitted to see you, or to correspond with you. What further will be done, I can't say, and if I could, it may not be proper. But you may prevent all by one word, and I wish you would, Miss. All then would be easy and happy. And if I may speak my mind, I see not why one man is not as good as another, why especially a sober man is not as good as a rake. Well, Betty, said I, sighing, all thy impertinence goes for nothing. But I see I am destined to be a very unhappy creature. Yet I will venture upon one request more to them. And so, quite sick of the pert creature and of myself, I retired to my closet, and wrote a few lines to my uncle Harlowe, notwithstanding his prohibition, in order to get a reprieve from being carried away so soon as Thursday next, if I must go. And this, that I might, if complied with, suspend the appointment I have made with Mr. Lovelace. For my heart misgives me as to meeting him, and that more and more, I know not why. Under the superscription of the letter I wrote these words: Pray, dear Sir, be pleased to give this a reading. This is a copy of what I wrote. Tuesday afternoon. Honoured Sir, let me this once be heard with patience, and have my petition granted. It is only that I may not be hurried away so soon as next Thursday. Why should the poor girl be turned out of doors so suddenly, so disgracefully? Procure for me, Sir, 1 fortnight's respite. In that space of time I hope you will all relent. My mamma shall not need to shut her door in apprehension of seeing her disgraceful child. I will not presume to think of entering her presence, or my papa's, without leave. 1 fortnight's respite is but a small favour for them to grant, except I am to be refused every thing I ask. But it is of the highest import to my peace of mind. Procure it for me, therefore, dearest Sir, and you will exceedingly oblige your dutiful, though greatly afflicted niece, Clarissa Harlowe. I sent this down. My uncle was not gone, and he now stays to know the result of the question put to me in the enclosed answer which he has given to mind. Your going to your uncle's was absolutely concluded upon for next Thursday. Nevertheless, your mother, seconded by Mr. Solmes, pleaded so strongly to have you indulged, that your request for a delay will be complied with upon one condition, and whether for a fortnight or a shorter time, that will depend upon yourself. If you refuse the condition, your mother declares she will give over all further intercession for you, nor do you deserve this favour, as you put it upon our yielding to you, not you to us. This condition is, that you admit of a visit from Mr. Solmes for 1 hour, in company of your brother, your sister, or your uncle Antony. Choose who you will. If you comply not, go next Thursday to a house which is become strangely odious to you of late, whether you get ready to go or not. Answer therefore directly to the point. No evasion. Name your day and hour. Mr. Solmes will neither eat you nor drink you. Let us see whether we are to be complied with in any thing or not. John Harlowe. After a very little deliberation, I resolved to comply with this condition. All I fear is, that Mr. Lovelace's intelligencer may inform him of it, and that his apprehensions upon it may make him take some desperate resolution; especially as now, having more time given me here, I think to write to him to suspend the interview he is possibly so sure of. I sent down the following to my uncle: Honoured Sir, although I see not what end the proposed condition can answer, I comply with it. I wish I could with every thing expected of me. If I must name one, in whose company I am to see the gentleman, and that one not my mamma, whose presence I could wish to be honoured by on the occasion, let my uncle, if he pleases, be the person. If I must name the day, a long day, I doubt, will not be permitted me, let it be next Tuesday. The hour, 4 in the afternoon. The place, either the Ivy summer house, or in the little parlour I used to be permitted to call mine. Be pleased, Sir, nevertheless, to prevail upon my mamma to vouchsafe me her presence on the occasion. I am, Sir, your ever dutiful Clarissa Harlowe. A reply is just sent me. I thought it became my averseness to this meeting to name a distant day; but I did not expect they would have complied with it. So here is 1 week gained. This is the reply: You have done well to comply. We are willing to think the best of every slight instance of duty from you. Yet have you seemed to consider the day as an evil day, and so put it far off. This, nevertheless, is granted you, as no time need to be lost, if you are as generous after the day, as we are condescending before it. Let me advise you, not to harden your mind, nor take up your resolution beforehand. Mr. Solmes has more awe, and even terror, at the thought of seeing you, than you have at the thoughts of seeing him. His motive is love. Let not yours be hatred. My brother Antony will be present, in hopes you will deserve well of him, by behaving well to the friend of the family. See you use him as such. Your mother had permission to be there, if she thought fit, but says, she would not for 1,000 l., unless you would encourage her beforehand, as she wishes to be encouraged. One hint I am to give you, mean time. It is this: to make a discreet use of your pen and ink. Methinks a young creature of niceness should be less ready to write to one man, when she is designed to be another's. This compliance, I hope, will produce greater, and then the peace of the family will be restored, which is what is heartily wished by your loving uncle, John Harlowe. Unless it be to the purpose our hearts are set upon, you need not write again. This man have more terror at seeing me than I can have at seeing him! How can that be? If he had half as much, he would not wish to see me. His motive love! Yes, indeed! Love of himself! He knows no other. For love, that deserves the name, seeks the satisfaction of the beloved object more than its own. Weighed in this scale, what a profanation is this man guilty of! Not to take up my resolution beforehand! That advice comes too late. But I must make a discreet use of my pen. That, I doubt, as they have managed it, in the sense they mean it, is as much out of my power as the other. But write to one man, when I am designed for another! What a shocking expression is that! Repenting of my appointment with Mr. Lovelace before I had this favour granted me, you may believe I hesitated not a moment to revoke it, now that I had gained such a respite. Accordingly I wrote, that I found it inconvenient to meet him, as I had intended; that the risk I should run of a discovery, and the mischiefs that might flow from it, could not be justified by any end that such a meeting could answer; that I found one certain servant more in my way, when I took my morning and evening airings, than any other; that the person who might reveal the secrets of a family to him, might, if opportunity were given him, betray me, or him, to those whom it was his duty to serve; that I had not been used to a conduct so faulty, as to lay myself at the mercy of servants; and was sorry he had measures to pursue, that made steps necessary in his own opinion, which in mine were very culpable, and which no end could justify; that things drawing towards a crisis between my friends and me, an interview could avail nothing; especially as the method by which this correspondence was carried on was not suspected, and he could write all that was in his mind to write; that I expected to be at liberty to judge of what was proper and fit upon this occasion, especially as he might be assured, that I would sooner choose death than Mr. Solmes. Tuesday night. I have deposited my letter to Mr. Lovelace. Threatening as things look against me, I am much better pleased with myself for declining the interview than I was before. I suppose he will be a little out of humour upon it, however: but as I reserve to myself the liberty of changing my mind, and as it is easy for him to imagine there may be reasons for it within doors, which he cannot judge of without, besides those I have suggested, which of themselves are of sufficient weight to engage his acquiescence, I should think it strange if he acquiesces not on this occasion, and that with a cheerfulness which may shew me that his last letter is written from his heart. For if he be really so much concerned at his past faults, as he pretends, and has for some time pretended, must he not, of course, have corrected in some degree the impetuosity of his temper? The first step to reformation, as I conceive, is to subdue sudden gusts of passion, from which frequently the greatest evils arise, and to learn to bear disappointments. If the irascible passions cannot be overcome, what opinion can we have of the person's power over those to which bad habit, joined to greater temptation, gives stronger force? Pray, my dear, be so kind as to make inquiry, by some safe hand, after the disguises Mr. Lovelace assumes at the inn he puts up at in the poor village of Neale, he calls it. If it be the same I take it to be, I never knew it was considerable enough to have a name, nor that it has an inn in it. As he must, to be so constantly near us, be much there, I would be glad to have some account of his behaviour, and what the people think of him. In such a length of time, he must by his conduct either give scandal, or hope of reformation. Pray, my dear, humour me in this inquiry. I have reason for it, which you shall be acquainted with another time, if the result of the inquiry discover them not. Letter XIX.
Letter 20 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 2, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 20. Miss Clarissa Harlowe to Miss Howe, Wednesday morning, 9 o'clock. I am just returned from my morning walk, and already have received a letter from Mr. Lovelace in answer to mine deposited last night. He must have had pen, ink, and paper with him, for it was written in the coppice, with this circumstance, on one knee, kneeling with the other. Not from reverence to the written to, however, as you'll find. Well, we are instructed early to keep these men at distance. An undesigning open heart, where it is loath to disoblige, is easily drawn in, I see, to oblige more than ever it designed. It is too apt to govern itself by what a bold spirit is encouraged to expect of it. It is very difficult for a good-natured young person to give a negative where it disesteems not. Our hearts may harden and contract as we gain experience, and when we have smarted perhaps for our easy folly, and so they ought, or we should be upon very unequal terms with the world. Excuse these grave reflections. This man has vexed me heartily. I see his gentleness was art. Fierceness and a temper like what I have been too much used to at home are nature in him. Nothing, I think, shall ever make me forgive him. For surely there can be no good reason for his impatience on an expectation given with reserve, and revocable. I so much to suffer through him, yet to be treated as if I were obliged to bear insults from him. But here you will be pleased to read his letter, which I shall enclose. To Miss Clarissa Harlowe. Good God! What is now to become of me? How shall I support this disappointment? No new cause! On one knee, kneeling with the other, I write. My feet benumbed with midnight wanderings through the heaviest dews that ever fell, my wig and my linen dripping with the hoar frost dissolving on them, day but just breaking, sun not risen to exhale, may it never rise again, unless it bring healing and comfort to a benighted soul. In proportion to the joy you had inspired, ever lovely promiser, in such proportion is my anguish. O my beloved creature! But are not your very excuses confessions of excuses inexcusable? I know not what I write. That servant in your way, by the great God of Heaven, that servant was not, dared not, could not be in your way. Curse upon the cool caution that is pleased to deprive me of an expectation so transporting. And are things drawing towards a crisis between your friends and you? Is not this a reason for me to expect, the rather to expect, the promised interview? Can I write all that is in my mind, say you? Impossible! Not the 100th part of what is in my mind, and in my apprehension, can I write. Oh, the wavering, the changeable sex! But can Miss Clarissa Harlowe Forgive me, Madam, I know not what I write. Yet I must, I do, insist upon your promise, or that you will condescend to find better excuses for the failure, or convince me, that stronger reasons are imposed upon you than those you offer. A promise once given, upon deliberation given, the promised only can dispense with, except in cases of a very apparent necessity imposed upon the promiser, which leaves no power to perform it. The first promise you ever made me, life and death perhaps depending upon it, my heart desponding from the barbarous methods resolved to be taken with you in malice to me. You would sooner choose death than Solmes. How my soul spurns the competition! O my beloved creature, what are these but words? Whose words? Sweet and ever adorable what? Promise breaker, must I call you? How shall I believe the asseveration, your supposed duty in the question, persecution so flaming, hatred to me so strongly avowed, after this instance of you so lightly dispensing with your promise? If, my dearest life, you would prevent my distraction, or at least distracted consequences, renew the promised hope. My fate is indeed upon its crisis. Forgive me, dearest creature, forgive me. I know I have written in too much anguish of mind. Writing this, in the same moment that the just dawning light has imparted to me the heavy disappointment, I dare not reperuse what I have written. I must deposit it. It may serve to shew you my distracted apprehension that this disappointment is but a prelude to the greatest of all. Nor, having here any other paper, am I able to write again, if I would, on this gloomy spot. Gloomy is my soul, and all nature around me partakes of my gloom. I trust it therefore to your goodness. If its fervour excite your displeasure rather than your pity, you wrong my passion, and I shall be ready to apprehend that I am intended to be the sacrifice of more miscreants than one. Have patience with me, dearest creature. I mean Solmes and your brother only.
But if, exerting your usual generosity, you will excuse and reappoint, may that God whom you profess to serve, and who is the God of truth and of promises, protect and bless you for both, and for restoring to himself, and to hope, your ever adoring, yet almost desponding, Lovelace. Ivy Cavern in the Coppice. Day but just breaking. This is the answer I shall return. Wednesday morning. I am amazed, Sir, at the freedom of your reproaches. Pressed and teased, against convenience and inclination, to give you a private meeting, am I to be thus challenged and upbraided, and my sex reflected upon, because I thought it prudent to change my mind? A liberty I had reserved to myself, when I made the appointment, as you call it. I wanted not instances of your impatient spirit to other people. Yet may it be happy for me, that I can have this new one, which shows that you can as little spare me, when I pursue the dictates of my own reason, as you do others, for acting up to theirs. Two motives you must be governed by in this excess: the one, my easiness; the other, your own presumption. Since you think you have found out the first, and have shown so much of the last upon it, I am too much alarmed not to wish and desire that your letter of this day may conclude all the trouble you had from, or for, your humble servant, Clarissa Harlowe. I believe, my dear, I may promise myself your approbation, whenever I write or speak with spirit, be it to whom it will. Indeed, I find but too much reason to exert it, since I have to deal with people who govern themselves in their conduct to me, not by what is fit or decent, right or wrong, but by what they think my temper will bear. I have, till very lately, been praised for mine, but it has always been by those who never gave me opportunity to return the compliment to them. Some people have acted as if they thought forbearance on one side absolutely necessary for them and me to be upon good terms together; and in this case have ever taken care rather to owe that obligation than to lay it. You have hinted to me that resentment is not natural to my temper, and that therefore it must soon subside. It may be so with respect to my relations, but not to Mr. Lovelace, I assure you. Wednesday noon, March 29th. We cannot always answer for what we can do: but to convince you, that I can keep my above resolution with regard to Mr. Lovelace, angry as my letter is, and 3 hours since it was written, I assure you, that I repent it not, nor will soften it, although I find it is not taken away. And yet I hardly ever before did any thing in anger, that I did not repent in half an hour, and question myself in less than that time, whether I was right or wrong. In this respite till Tuesday, I have a little time to look about me, as I may say, and to consider of what I have to do, and can do. And Mr. Lovelace's insolence will make me go very home with myself. Not that I think I can conquer my aversion to Mr. Solmes. I am sure I cannot. But if I absolutely break with Mr. Lovelace, and give my friends convincing proofs of it, who knows but they will restore me to their favour, and let their views in relation to the other man go off by degrees? Or at least, that I may be safe till my cousin Morden arrives, to whom I think I will write, and the rather as Mr. Lovelace has assured me that my friends have written to him to make good their side of the question. But, with all my courage, I am exceedingly apprehensive about the Tuesday next, and about what may result from my steadfastness: for steadfast I am sure I shall be. They are resolved, I am told, to try every means to induce me to comply with what they are determined upon: and I am resolved to do all I can to avoid what they would force me to do. A dreadful contention between parents and child, each hoping to leave the other without excuse, whatever the consequence may be. What can I do? Advise me, my dear. Something is strangely wrong somewhere, to make parents, the most indulgent till now, seem cruel in a child's eye; and a daughter, till within these few weeks thought unexceptionably dutiful, appear, in their judgment, a rebel. O my ambitious and violent brother! What may he have to answer for to both? Be pleased to remember, my dear, that your last favour was dated on Saturday. This is Wednesday, and none of mine have been taken away since. Don't let me want your advice. My situation is extremely difficult. But I am sure you love me still, and not the less on that account. Adieu, my beloved friend, Clarissa Harlowe. End of Letter XX. Letter XXI Of Clarissa Harlowe, Vol. II. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, Vol. II. By Samuel Richardson. Letter XXI.
Miss Howe to Miss Clarissa Harlowe, Thursday morning, daybreak, March 30th. An accident, and not remissness, has occasioned my silence. My mother was sent for on Sunday night by her cousin Larkin, whom I mentioned in one of my former, and who was extremely earnest to see her. This poor woman was always afraid of death, and was one of those weak persons who imagine that the making of their will must be an undoubted forerunner of it. She had always said, when urged to the necessary work, that whenever she made it, she should not live long after; and one would think, imagined she was under an obligation to prove her words: for though she had been long bed rid, and was, in a manner, worn out before, yet she thought herself better, till she was persuaded to make it; and from that moment, remembering what she used to prognosticate, her fears, helping on what she feared, as is often the case, particularly in the small pox, grew worse; and had it in her head once to burn her will, in hopes to grow better upon it. She sent my mother word, that the doctors had given her over, but that she could not die till she saw her. I told my mother, that if she wished her a chance for recovery, she should not, for that reason, go: but go she would, and what was worse, would make me go with her, and that at an hour's warning: for she said nothing of it to me, till she was rising in the morning early, resolving to return again at night. Had there been more time for argumentation, to be sure I had not gone: but as it was, there was a kind of necessity, that my preparation to obey her should, in a manner, accompany her command. A command so much out of the way, on such a solemn occasion! And this I represented, but to no purpose. There never was such a contradicting girl in the world: my wisdom always made her a fool: but she would be obliged this time, proper or improper. I have but one way of accounting for this sudden whim of my mother, and that is this: she had a mind to accept of Mr. Hickman's offer to escort her; and I verily believe, I wish I were quite sure of it, had a mind to oblige him with my company; as far as I know, to keep me out of worse. For would you believe it, as sure as you are alive, she is afraid for her favourite Hickman, because of the long visit your Lovelace, though so much by accident, made me in her absence, last time she was at the same place. I hope, my dear, you are not jealous too. But indeed I, now and then, when she teases me with praises which Hickman cannot deserve, in return fall to praising those qualities and personalities in Lovelace, which the other never will have. Indeed I do love to tease a little bit, that I do. My mamma's girl, I had like to have said. As you know, she is as passionate as I am pert. You will not wonder to be told, that we generally fall out on these occasions. She flies from me at the long run. It would be undutiful in me to leave her first; and then I get an opportunity to pursue our correspondence. For, now I am rambling, let me tell you, that she does not much favour that, for two reasons, I believe: one, that I don't shew her all that passes between us: the other, that she thinks I harden your mind against your duty, as it is called. And with her, for a reason at home, as I have hinted more than once, parents cannot do wrong, children cannot oppose and be right. This obliges me now and then to steal an hour, as I may say, and not let her know how I am employed. You may guess from what I have written, how averse I was to comply with such an unreasonable stretch of motherly authority: but it came to be a test of duty: so I was obliged to yield, though with a full persuasion of being in the right. I have always your reproofs upon these occasions: in your late letters stronger than ever. A good reason why, you'll say, because more deserved than ever. I thank you kindly for your correction. I hope to make correction of it. But let me tell you, that your stripes, whether deserved or not, have made me sensible, deeper than the skin: but of this another time. It was Monday afternoon before we reached the old lady's house. That fiddling parading fellow, you know who I mean, made us wait for him 2 hours, and I to go to a journey I disliked, only for the sake of having a little more tawdry upon his housings, which he had hurried his saddler to put on to make him look fine, being to escort his dear Madam Howe and her fair daughter. I told him, that I supposed he was afraid that the double solemnity in the case, that of the visit to a dying woman, and that of his own countenance, would give him the appearance of an undertaker: to avoid which, he ran into as bad an extreme, and I doubted would be taken for a mountebank. The man was confounded. He took it as strongly as if his conscience gave assent to the justice of the remark: otherwise he would have borne it better; for he is used enough to this sort of treatment. I thought he would have cried. I have heretofore observed, that on this side of the contract he seems to be a mighty meek sort of creature: and though I should like it in him hereafter, perhaps, yet I can't help despising him a little in my heart for it now. I believe, my dear, we all love your blustering fellows best, could we but direct the bluster, and bid it roar when and at whom we pleased. The poor man looked at my mother.
She was so angry, my airs upon it and my opposition to the journey have all helped, that for half the way she would not speak to me. And when she did, it was, I wish I had not brought you. You know not what it is to condescend. It is my fault, not Mr. Hickman's, that you are here so much against your will. Have you no eyes for this side of the chariot? And then he fared the better from her, as he always does, for faring worse from me. For there was, How do you now, Sir? And how do you now, Mr. Hickman? As he ambled now on this side of the chariot, now on that, stealing a prim look at me, her head half out of the chariot, kindly smiling, as if married to the man but a fortnight herself, while I always saw something to divert myself on the side of the chariot where the honest man was not, were it but old Robin at a distance, on his roan keffel. Our courtship days, they say, are our best days. Favour destroys courtship. Distance increases it. Its essence is distance. And, to see how familiar these men wretches grow upon a smile, what an awe they are struck into when we frown, who would not make them stand off? Who would not enjoy a power that is to be short-lived? Don't chide me one bit for this, my dear. It is in nature. I can't help it. Nay, for that matter, I love it, and wish not to help it. So spare your gravity, I beseech you, on this subject. I set up not for a perfect character. The man will bear it. And what need you care? My mother overbalances all he suffers. And if he thinks himself unhappy, he ought never to be otherwise. Then did he not deserve a fit of the sullens, think you, to make us lose our dinner for his parade, since in so short a journey my mother would not bait, and lose the opportunity of coming back that night, had the old lady's condition permitted it, to say nothing of being the cause that my mamma was in the glout with her poor daughter all the way. At our alighting I gave him another dab, but it was but a little one, yet the manner and the air made up, as I intended they should, for that defect. My mother's hand was kindly put into his, with a simpering altogether bridal, and with another, How do you now, Sir? All his plump muscles were in motion, and a double charge of care and obsequiousness fidgeted up his whole form, when he offered to me his officious palm. My mother, when I was a girl, always bid me hold up my head. I just then remembered her commands, and was dutiful. I never held up my head so high, with an averted supercilious eye, and a rejecting hand, half flourishing. I have no need of help, Sir. You are in my way. He ran back, as if on wheels, with a face excessively mortified. I had thoughts else to have followed the too gentle touch with a declaration that I had as many hands and feet as himself, but this would have been telling him a piece of news, as to the latter, that I hope he had not the presumption to guess at. We found the poor woman, as we thought, at the last gasp. Had we come sooner, we could not have got away as we intended that night. You see, I am for excusing the man all I can, and yet I assure you, I have not so much as a conditional liking to him. My mother sat up most part of the night, expecting every hour would have been her poor cousin's last. I bore her company till 2. I never saw the approaches of death in a grown person before, and was extremely shocked. Death to one in health is a very terrible thing. We pity the person for what she suffers, and we pity ourselves for what we must some time hence in like sort suffer, and so are doubly affected. She held out till Tuesday morning, 11. She had told my mother that she had left her an executrix, and her and me rings a mourning. We were employed all that day in matters of the will, by which, by the way, my own cousin Jenny Finnet is handsomely provided for, so that it was Wednesday morning early before we could set out on our return. It is true we got home, having no housings to stay for, by noon, but though I sent Robin away before he dismounted, who brought me back a whole packet down to the same Wednesday noon, yet was I really so fatigued and shocked, as I must own, at the hard death of the old lady, my mother likewise, who has no reason to dislike this world, being indisposed from the same occasion, that I could not set about writing time enough for Robin's return that night. But having recruited my spirits, my mother having also had a good night, I arose with the dawn to write this, and get it dispatched time enough for your breakfast airing, that your suspense might be as short as possible. I will soon follow this with another. I will employ a person directly to find out how Lovelace behaves himself at his inn. Such a busy spirit must be traceable. But perhaps, my dear, you are indifferent now about him, or his employments, for this request was made before he mortally offended you. Nevertheless, I will have inquiry made. The result, it is very probable, will be of use to confirm you in your present unforgiving temper. And yet if the poor man, shall I pity him for you, my dear, should be deprived of the greatest blessing any man on earth can receive, and to which he has the presumption, with so little merit, to aspire, he will have run great risks, caught great colds, hazarded fevers, sustained the highest indignities, braved the inclemencies of skies, and all for nothing. Will not this move your generosity, if nothing else, in his favour? Poor Mr. Lovelace! I would occasion no throb, nor half throb, no flash of sensibility, like lightning darting in, and as soon suppressed by a discretion that no one of the sex ever before could give such an example of. I would not, I say: and yet, for such a trial of you to yourself, rather than as an impertinent overflow of raillery in your friend, as money takers try a suspected guinea by the sound, let me on such a supposition sound you, by repeating, poor Mr. Lovelace. And now, my dear, how is it with you? How do you now? As my mother says to Mr. Hickman, when her pert daughter has made him look sorrowful. End of Letter XXI. Letter XXII of Clarissa Harlowe, Vol. 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, Vol. 2, by Samuel Richardson, Letter XXII. Mr. Hickman to Mrs. Howe, Wednesday, March 29th. Madam, it is with infinite regret that I think myself obliged by pen and ink to repeat my apprehension that it is impossible for me ever to obtain a share in the affections of your beloved daughter. Oh, that it were not too evident to every one, as well as to myself, even to our very servants, that my love for her, and my assiduities, expose me rather to her scorn (forgive me, Madam, the hard word) than to the treatment due to a man whose proposals have met with your approbation, and who loves her above all the women in the world. Well might the merit of my passion be doubted, if, like Mr. Solmes to the truly admirable Miss Clarissa Harlowe, I could continue my addresses to Miss Howe's distaste. Yet what will not the discontinuance cost me? Give me leave, nevertheless, dearest, worthiest lady, to repeat what I told you on Monday night at Mrs. Larkin's, with a heart even bursting with grief, that I wanted not the treatment of that day to convince me that I am not, nor ever can be, the object of Miss Howe's voluntary favour. What hopes can there be that a lady will ever esteem as a husband the man whom as a lover she despises? Will not every act of obligingness from such a one be construed as an unmanly tameness of spirit, and entitle him the more to her disdain? My heart is full. Forgive me if I say that Miss Howe's treatment of me does no credit either to her education or fine sense. Since then it is too evident that she cannot esteem me, and since, as I have heard it justly observed by the excellent Miss Clarissa Harlowe, that love is not a voluntary passion, would it not be ungenerous to subject the dear daughter to the displeasure of a mother so justly fond of her? And you, Madam, while you are so good as to interest yourself in my favour, to uneasiness? And why, were I even to be sure, at last, of succeeding by means of your kind partiality to me, should I wish to make the best beloved of my soul unhappy, since mutual must be our happiness, or misery for life the consequence to both? My best wishes will for ever attend the ever dear lady. May her nuptials be happy. They must be so, if she marry the man she can honour with her love. Yet I will say, that whoever be the happy, the thrice happy man, he can never love her with a passion more ardent and more sincere than mine. Accept, dear Madam, of my most grateful thanks for a distinction that has been the only support of my presumption in an address I am obliged, as utterly hopeless, to discontinue. A distinction on which, and not on my own merits, I had entirely relied, but which I find can avail me nothing. To the last hour of my life it will give me pleasure to think, that had your favour, your recommendation, been of sufficient weight to conquer what seems to be an invincible aversion, I had been the happiest of men. I am, dear Madam, with inviolable respect, your ever obliged and faithful humble servant, Charles Hickman. End of Letter XXII. Letter XXIII of Clarissa Harlowe, Vol. 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, Vol. 2, by Samuel Richardson, Letter XXIII. Mrs. Howe to Charles Hickman, Esq. Thursday, March 30th. I cannot but say, Mr. Hickman, but you have cause to be dissatisfied, to be out of humour, to be displeased with Nancy. But upon my word, but indeed, what shall I say?
Yet this I will say, that you good young gentlemen know nothing at all of our sex. Shall I tell you but why should I? And yet I will, that if Nancy did not think well of you upon the main, she is too generous to treat you so freely as she does. Don't you think she has courage enough to tell me, she would not see you, and to refuse at any time seeing you, as she knows on what account you come, if she had not something in her head favourable to you? Fie, that I am forced to say thus much in writing, when I have hinted it to you 20 and 20 times by word of mouth. But if you are so indifferent, Mr. Hickman, if you think you can part with her for her skittish tricks, if my interest in your favour, why, Mr. Hickman, I must tell you that my Nancy is worth bearing with. If she be foolish, what is that owing to? Is it not to her wit? Let me tell you, Sir, you cannot have the convenience without the inconvenience. What workman loves not a sharp tool to work with? But is there not more danger from a sharp tool than from a blunt one? And what workman will throw away a sharp tool because it may cut his fingers? Wit may be likened to a sharp tool. And there is something very pretty in wit, let me tell you. Often and often have I been forced to smile at her arch turns upon me, when I could have beat her for them. And pray, don't I bear a great deal from her? And why? Because I love her. And would you not wish me to judge of your love for her by my own? And would not you bear with her? Don't you love her, what though with another sort of love, as well as I do? I do assure you, Sir, that if I thought you did not. Well, but it is plain that you don't. And is it plain that you don't? Well then, you must do as you think best. Well might the merit of your passion be doubted, you say, if, like Mr. Solmes, fiddle faddle. Why, you are a captious man, I think. Has Nancy been so plain in her repulses of you, as Miss Clary Harlowe has been to Mr. Solmes? Does Nancy love any man better than you, although she may not shew so much love to you as you wish for? If she did, let me tell you, she would have let us all hear of it. What idle comparisons then! But it may be you are tired out. It may be you have seen somebody else. It may be you would wish to change mistresses with that gay wretch, Mr. Lovelace. It may be too, that in that case, Nancy would not be sorry to change lovers. The truly admirable Miss Clarissa Harlowe. Good lack! But take care, Mr. Hickman, that you do not praise any woman living, let her be as admirable and as excellent as she will, above your own mistress. No polite man will do that, surely. And take care too, that you do not make her or me think you are in earnest in your anger, just though it may be, as anger only. I would not for 1,000 pounds, that Nancy should know that you can so easily part with her, if you have the love for her which you declare you have. Be sure, if you are not absolutely determined, that you do not so much as whisper the contents of this your letter to your own heart, as I may say. Her treatment of you, you say, does no credit either to her education or fine sense. Very home put, truly. Nevertheless, so say I. But is not hers the disgrace more than yours? I can assure you that every body blames her for it. And why do they blame her? Why? Because they think you merit better treatment at her hands. And is not this to your credit? Who but pities you and blames her? Do the servants, who, as you observe, see her skittish airs, disrespect you for them? Do they not at such times look concerned for you? Are they not then doubly officious in their respects and services to you? I have observed, with pleasure, that they are. But you are afraid you shall be thought tame, perhaps, when married. That you shall not be thought manly enough, I warrant. And this was poor Mr. Howe's fear. And many a tug did this lordly fear cost us both, God knows. Many more than needed, I am sure. And more than ought to have been, had he known how to bear and forbear, as is the duty of those who pretend to have most sense. And pray, which would you have to have most sense, the woman or the man? Well, Sir, and now what remains, if you really love Nancy so well as you say you do? Why, I leave that to you. You may, if you please, come to breakfast with me in the morning. But with no full heart, nor resenting looks, I advise you, except you can brave it out. That have I, when provoked, done many a time with my husband, but never did I get any thing by it with my daughter, much less will you. Of which, for your observation, I thought fit to advise you. As from your friend, Annabella Howe. End of Letter XXIII. Letter XXIV of Clarissa Harlowe, Vol. 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, Vol. 2, by Samuel Richardson. Letter XXIV. Miss Howe to Miss Clarissa Harlowe, Thursday morning. I will now take some notice of your last favour, but being so far behindhand with you, must be brief. In the first place, as to your reproofs, thus shall I discharge myself of that part of my subject. Is it likely, think you, that I should avoid deserving them now and then, occasionally, when I admire the manner in which you give me your rebukes, and love you the better for them? And when you are so well entitled to give them? For what faults can you possibly have, unless your relations are so kind as to find you a few to keep their many in countenance? But they are as kind to me in this as to you: for I may venture to affirm, that any one who should read your letters, and would say you were right, would not, on reading mine, condemn me for them quite wrong. Your resolution not to leave your father's house is right, if you can stay in it, and avoid being Solmes's wife. I think you have answered Solmes's letter as I should have answered it. Will you not compliment me and yourself at once, by saying that was right? You have, in your letters to your uncle and the rest, done all that you ought to do. You are wholly guiltless of the consequence, be it what it will. To offer to give up your estate! That would not I have done. You see this offer staggered them. They took time to consider of it. They made my heart ache in the time they took. I was afraid they would have taken you at your word, and so, but for shame and for fear of Lovelace, I dare say they would. You are too noble for them. This, I repeat, is an offer I would not have made. Let me beg of you, my dear, never to repeat the temptation to them. I freely own to you, that their usage of you upon it, and Lovelace's different treatment of you, in his letter received at the same time, would have made me his past redemption. The deuce take the man, I was going to say, for not having so much regard to his character and morals, as would have entirely justified such a step in a Clarissa, persecuted as she is. I wonder not at your appointment with him. I may further touch upon some part of this subject by and by. Pray, I pray you now, dearest friend, contrive to send your Betty Banes to me. Does the Coventry Act extend to women, know ye? The least I will do shall be, to send her home well soused in and dragged through our deepest horse pond. I'll engage, if I get her hither, that she will keep the anniversary of her deliverance as long as she lives. I wonder not at Lovelace's saucy answer, saucy as it really is. If he loves you as he ought, he must be vexed at so great a disappointment. The man must have been a detestable hypocrite, I think, had he not shown his vexation. Your expectations of such a Christian command of temper in him, in a disappointment of this nature especially, are too early by almost half a century in a man of his constitution. But nevertheless, I am very far from blaming you for your resentment. I shall be all impatience to know how this matter ends between you and him. But a few inches of brick wall between you so lately, and now such mountains, and you think to hold it? May be so. You see, you say, that the temper he shewed in his letter was not natural to him. Wretched creepers and insinuators! Yet when opportunity serves, as insolent encroachers. This very Hickman, I make no doubt, would be as saucy as your Lovelace, if he dared. He has not half the arrogant bravery of the other, and can better hide his horns, that's all. But whenever he has the power, depend upon it, he will butt at one as valiantly as the other. If ever I should be persuaded to have him, I shall watch how the obsequious lover goes off, and how the imperative husband comes upon him; in short, how he ascends, and how I descend, in the matrimonial wheel, never to take my turn again, but by fits and starts like the feeble struggles of a sinking state for its dying liberty. All good natured men are passionate, says Mr. Lovelace. A pretty plea to a beloved object in the plenitude of her power. As much as to say, greatly I value you, Madam. I will not take pains to curb my passions to oblige you. Methinks I should be glad to hear from Mr. Hickman such a plea for good nature as this. Indeed, we are too apt to make allowances for such tempers as early indulgence has made uncontrollable, and therefore habitually evil. But if a boisterous temper, when under obligation, is to be thus allowed for, what, when the tables are turned, will it expect? You know a husband who, I fancy, had some of these early allowances made for him, and you see that neither himself nor any body else is the happier for it. The suiting of the tempers of two persons who are to come together is a great matter, and there should be boundaries fixed between them, by consent as it were, beyond which neither should go, and each should hold the other to it, or there would probably be encroachment in both. To illustrate my assertion by a very high, and by a more manly, as some would think it, than womanly instance, if the boundaries of the 3 estates that constitute our political union were not known, and occasionally asserted, what would become of the prerogatives and privileges of each? The 2 branches of the legislature would encroach upon each other, and the executive power would swallow up both. But if 2 persons of discretion, you'll say, come together. Ay, my dear, that's true. But if none but persons of discretion were to marry? And would it not surprise you, if I were to advance, that the persons of discretion are generally single? Such persons are apt to consider too much, to resolve. Are not you and I complimented as such? And would either of us marry, if the fellows and our friends would let us alone? But to the former point. Had Lovelace made his addresses to me, unless indeed I had been taken with a liking for him more than conditional, I would have forbid him, upon the first passionate instance of his good nature, as he calls it, ever to see me more. Thou must bear with me, honest friend, might I have said, had I condescended to say any thing to him, an 100 times more than this. Begone therefore! I bear with no passions that are predominant to that thou hast pretended for me. But to one of your mild and gentle temper it would be all one, were you married, whether the man were a Lovelace or a Hickman in his spirit. You are so obediently principled, that perhaps you would have told a mild man, that he must not entreat, but command; and that it was beneath him not to exact from you the obedience you had so solemnly vowed to him at the altar. I know of old, my dear, your meek regard to that little piddling part of the marriage vow, which some prerogative monger foisted into the office, to make that a duty, which he knew was not a right. Our way of training up, you say, makes us need the protection of the brave. Very true. And how extremely brave and gallant is it, that this brave man will free us from all insults, but those which will go nearest to our hearts, that is to say, his own. How artfully has Lovelace, in the abstract you give me of one of his letters, calculated to your meridian! Generous spirits hate compulsion. He is certainly a deeper creature by much than once we thought him. He knows, as you intimate, that his own wild pranks cannot be concealed, and so owns just enough to palliate, because it teaches you not to be surprised at any new one that may come to your ears. And then truly he is, however faulty, a mighty ingenuous man, and by no means an hypocrite; a character the most odious of all others to our sex in a lover, and the least to be forgiven, were it only because, when detected, it makes us doubt the justice of those praises which we are willing to believe he thought to be our due. By means of this supposed ingenuity, Lovelace obtains a praise, instead of a merited dispraise, and, like an absolved confessionaire, wipes off as he goes along one score, to begin another. For an eye favourable to him will not see his faults through a magnifying glass; nor will a woman, willing to hope the best, forbear to impute it to ill will and prejudice, all that charity can make so imputable. And if she even give credit to such of the unfavourable imputations as may be too flagrant to be doubted, she will be very apt to take in the future hope which he inculcates, and which to question would be to question her own power, and perhaps merit. And thus may a woman be inclined to make a slight, even a fancied merit, atone for the most glaring vice. I have a reason, a new one, for this preachment upon a text you have given me. But, till I am better informed, I will not explain myself. If it come out, as I shrewdly suspect it will, the man, my dear, is a devil; and you must rather think of I protest I had like to have said Solmes than him. But let this be as it will, shall I tell you, how, after all his offences, he may creep in with you again? I will. Thus then. It is but to claim for himself the good-natured character; and this, granted, will blot out the fault of passionate insolence. And so he will have nothing to do, but this hour to accustom you to insult; the next, to bring you to forgive him, upon his submission. The consequence must be, that he will, by this teasing, break your resentment all to pieces; and then a little more of the insult, and a little less of the submission, on his part, will go down, till nothing else but the first will be seen, and not a bit of the second. You will then be afraid to provoke so offensive a spirit, and at last will be brought so prettily, and so audibly, to pronounce the little reptile word obey, that it will do one's heart good to hear you. The Muscovite wife then takes place of the managed mistress. And if you doubt the progression, be pleased, my dear, to take your mother's judgment upon it. But no more of this just now. Your situation is become too critical to permit me to dwell upon these sort of topics. And yet this is but an affected levity with me. My heart, as I have heretofore said, is a sincere sharer in all your distresses. My sunshine darts but through a drizzly cloud. My eye, were you to see it, when it seems to you so gladdened, as you mentioned in a former, is more than ready to overflow, even at the very passages perhaps upon which you impute to me the archness of exultation. But now the unheard of cruelty and perverseness of some of your friends, relations I should say, I am always blundering thus, the as strange determinedness of others, your present quarrel with Lovelace, and your approaching interview with Solmes, from which you are right to apprehend a great deal, are such considerable circumstances in your story, that it is fit they should engross all my attention. You ask me to advise you how to behave upon Solmes's visit. I cannot for my life. I know they expect a great deal from it. You had not else had your long day complied with. All I will say is, that if Solmes cannot be prevailed for, now that Lovelace has so much offended you, he never will. When the interview is over, I doubt not but that I shall have reason to say, that all you did, that all you said, was right, and could not be better. Yet, if I don't think so, I won't say so. That I promise you. Only let me advise you to pull up a spirit, even to your uncle, if there be occasion. Resent the vile and foolish treatment you meet with, in which he has taken so large a share, and make him ashamed of it, if you can. I know not upon recollection but this interview may be a good thing for you, however designed. For when Solmes sees, if that be to be so, that it is impossible he should succeed with you, and your relations see it too, the one must, I think, recede, and the other come to terms with you upon offers that it is my opinion will go hard enough with you to comply with, when the still harder are dispensed with. There are several passages in your last letters, as well as in your former, which authorize me to say this. But it would be unseasonable to touch this subject further just now. But upon the whole, I have no patience to see you thus made sport of your brother's and sister's cruelty. For what, after so much steadiness on your part, in so many trials, can be their hope? Except indeed it be to drive you to extremity, and to ruin you in the opinion of your uncles as well as father. I urge you by all means to send out of their reach all the letters and papers you would not have them see. Methinks I would wish you to deposit likewise a parcel of clothes, linen, and the like, before your interview with Solmes, lest you should not have an opportunity for it afterwards. Robin shall fetch it away on the first orders, by day or by night. I am in hopes to procure from my mother, if things come to extremity, leave for you to be privately with us. I will condition to be good humoured and even kind to her favourite, if she will shew me an indulgence that shall make me serviceable to mine. This alternative has been a good while in my head: but as your foolish uncle has so strangely attached my mother to their views, I cannot promise that I shall succeed as I wish. Do not absolutely despair, however. What though the contention will be between woman and woman, I fancy I shall be able to manage it, by the help of a little female perseverance. Your quarrel with Lovelace, if it continue, will strengthen my hands: and the offers you made in your answer to your uncle Harlowe's letter of Sunday night last, duly dwelt upon, must add force to my pleas. I depend upon your forgiveness of all the perhaps unseasonable flippancies of your naturally too lively, yet most sincerely sympathizing ANNA HOWE. End of Letter XXIV. Letter XXV of Clarissa Harlowe, Vol. 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, Vol. 2, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 25. Miss Clarissa Harlowe to Miss Howe, Friday, March 31st. You have very kindly accounted for your silence. People in misfortune are always in doubt. They are too apt to turn even unavoidable accidents into slights and neglects, especially in those whose favourable opinion they wish to preserve. I am sure I ought evermore to exempt my Anna Howe from the supposed possibility of her becoming one of those who bask only in the sunshine of a friend. But nevertheless her friendship is too precious to me not to doubt my own merits on the one hand, and not to be anxious for the preservation of it on the other. You so generously gave me liberty to chide you, that I am afraid of taking it, because I could sooner mistrust my own judgment than that of a beloved friend, whose ingenuousness in acknowledging an imputed error seems to set her above the commission of a wilful one. This makes me half afraid to ask you, if you think you are not too cruel, too ungenerous, shall I say, in your behaviour to a man who loves you so dearly, and is so worthy and so sincere a man? Only it is by you, or I should be ashamed to be outdone in that true magnanimity which makes one thankful for the wounds given by a true friend. I believe I was guilty of a petulance, which nothing but my uneasy situation can excuse. If that can, I am but almost afraid to beg of you, and yet I repeatedly do, to give way to that charming spirit, whenever it rises to your pen, which smiles, yet goes to the quick of my fault. What patient shall be afraid of a probe in so delicate a hand? I say, I am almost afraid to pray you to give way to it, for fear you should, for that very reason, restrain it. For the edge may be taken off, if it does not make the subject of its raillery wince a little. Permitted or desired satire may be apt, in a generous satirist, mending as it rallies, to turn too soon into panegyric. Yours is intended to instruct, and though it bites, it pleases at the same time. No fear of a wound's rankling or festering by so delicate a point as you carry, not envenomed by personality, not intending to expose, or ridicule, or exasperate. The most admired of our moderns know nothing of this art. Why? Because it must be founded in good nature, and directed by a right heart. The man, not the fault, is generally the subject of their satire, And were it to be just, how should it be useful? How should it answer any good purpose, when every gash (for their weapon is a broadsword, not a lancet) lets in the air of public ridicule, and exasperates where it should heal? Spare me not, therefore, because I am your friend. For that very reason spare me not. I may feel your edge, fine as it is. I may be pained. You would lose your end if I were not. But after the first sensibility, as I have said more than once before, I will love you the better, and my amended heart shall be all yours, and it will then be more worthy to be yours. You have taught me what to say to, and what to think of, Mr. Lovelace. You have, by agreeable anticipation, let me know how it is probable he will apply to me to be excused. I will lay every thing before you that shall pass on the occasion, if he do apply, that I may take your advice, when it can come in time; and when it cannot, that I may receive your correction or approbation, as I may happen to merit either. Only one thing must be allowed for me, that whatever course I shall be permitted or be forced to steer, I must be considered as a person out of her own direction, tossed to and fro by the high winds of passionate controul, and, as I think, unseasonable severity. I behold the desired port, the single state, into which I would fain steer; but am kept off by the foaming billows of a brother's and sister's envy, and by the raging winds of a supposed invaded authority; while I see in Lovelace the rocks on one hand, and in Solmes the sands on the other, and tremble, lest I should split upon the former, or strike upon the latter. But you, my better pilot, to what a charming hope do you bid me aspire, if things come to extremity! I will not, as you caution me, too much depend upon your success with your mother in my favour; for well I know her high notions of implicit duty in a child: but yet I will hope too, because her seasonable protection may save me perhaps from a greater rashness; and in this case she shall direct me in all my ways. I will do nothing but by her orders, and by her advice and yours; not see any body, not write to any body, nor shall any living soul, but by her direction and yours, know where I am. In any cottage place me, I will never stir out, unless, disguised as your servant, I am now and then permitted an evening walk with you; and this private protection to be granted for no longer time than till my cousin Morden comes, which, as I hope, cannot be long. I am afraid I must not venture to take the hint you give me, to deposit some of my clothes, although I will some of my linen, as well as papers. I will tell you why. Betty had for some time been very curious about my wardrobe, whenever I took out any of my things before her. Observing this, I once, on taking one of my garden airings, left my keys in the locks; and on my return surprised the creature with her hand upon the keys, as if shutting the door. She was confounded at my sudden coming back. I took no notice; but on her retiring, I found my clothes were not in the usual order. I doubted not, upon this, that her curiosity was owing to the orders she had received; and being afraid they would abridge me of my airings, if their suspicions were not obviated, it has ever since been my custom, among other contrivances, not only to leave my keys in the locks, but to employ the wench now and then in taking out my clothes, suit by suit, on pretence of preventing their being rumpled or creased, and to see that the flowered silver suit did not tarnish; sometimes declaredly to give myself employment, having little else to do; with which employment, superadded to the delight taken by the low, as well as by the high, of our sex, in seeing fine clothes, she seemed always, I thought, as well pleased as if it answered one of the offices she had in charge. To this, and to the confidence they have in a spy so diligent, and to their knowing that I have not one confidant in a family in which nevertheless I believe every servant loves me, nor have attempted to make one, I suppose, I owe the freedom I enjoy of my airings; and perhaps, finding I make no movements towards going away, they are the more secure that I shall at last be prevailed upon to comply with their measures; since they must think that otherwise they give me provocation enough to take some rash step, in order to free myself from a treatment so disgraceful; and which, God forgive me if I judge amiss, I am afraid my brother and sister would not be sorry to drive me to take. If therefore such a step should become necessary, which I yet hope will not, I must be contented to go away with the clothes I shall have on at the time. My custom to be dressed for the day as soon as breakfast is over, when I have had no household employments to prevent me, will make such a step, if I am forced to take it, less suspected; and the linen I shall deposit, in pursuance of your kind hint, cannot be missed. This custom, although a prisoner, as I may too truly say, and neither visited nor visiting, I continue. We owe to ourselves and to our sex, you know, to be always neat, and never to be surprised in a way we should be pained to be seen in. Besides, people in adversity, which is the state of trial of every good quality, should endeavour to preserve laudable customs, that, if sunshine return, they may not be losers by their trial. Does it not, moreover, manifest a firmness of mind in an unhappy person to keep hope alive? To hope for better days is half to deserve them. For could we have just ground for such a hope, if we did not resolve to deserve what that hope bids us aspire to? Then who shall befriend a person who forsakes herself? These are reflections by which I sometimes endeavour to support myself. I know you don't despise my grave airs, although, with a view no doubt to irradiate my mind in my misfortunes, you rally me upon them. Every body has not your talent of introducing serious and important lessons in such a happy manner as at once to delight and instruct. What a multitude of contrivances may not young people fall upon, if the mind be not engaged by acts of kindness and condescension! I am not used by my friends of late as I always used their servants. When I was entrusted with the family management, I always found it right, as well in policy as generosity, to repose a trust in them. Not to seem to expect or depend upon justice from them is in a manner to bid them to take opportunities, whenever they offer, to be unjust. Mr. Solmes, to expatiate on this low but not unuseful subject, in his more trifling solicitudes, would have had a sorry key keeper in me. Were I mistress of a family, I would not either take to myself, or give to servants, the pain of keeping those I had reason to suspect. People low in station have often minds not sordid. Nay, I have sometimes thought, that, even take number for number, there are more honest low people than honest high. In the one, honest is their chief pride. In the other, the love of power, of grandeur, of pleasure, mislead; and that and their ambition induce a paramount pride, which too often swallows up the more laudable one. Many of the former would scorn to deceive a confidence: but I have seen among the most ignorant of their class a susceptibility of resentment, if their honesty has been suspected; and have more than once been forced to put a servant right, whom I have heard say, that, although she valued herself upon her honesty, no master or mistress should suspect her for nothing. How far has the comparison I had in my head between my friends' treatment of me, and my treatment of the servants, carried me! But we always allowed ourselves to expatiate on such subjects, whether low or high, as might tend to enlarge our minds, or mend our management, whether notional or practical; and whether such expatiating respected our present, or might respect our probable future situations. What I was principally leading to, was to tell you how ingenious I am in my contrivances and pretences to blind my gaoleress, and to take off the jealousy of her principals on my going down so often into the garden and poultry yard. People suspiciously treated are never, I believe, at a loss for invention. Sometimes I want air, and am better the moment I am out of my chamber; sometimes spirits, and then my bantams and pheasants, or the cascade, divert me; the former by their inspiring liveliness, the latter by its echoing dashes and hollow murmurs. Sometimes solitude is of all things my wish; and the awful silence of the night, the spangled element, and the rising and setting sun, how promotive of contemplation! Sometimes, when I intend nothing, and expect no letters, I am officious to take Betty with me; and at others bespeak her attendance, when I know she is otherwise employed, and cannot give it me. These more capital artifices I branch out into lesser ones without number. Yet all have not only the face of truth, but are real truths, although not my principal motive. How prompt a thing is will! What impediments does dislike furnish! How swiftly through every difficulty do we move with the one, how tardily with the other! Every trifling obstruction weighing us down, as if lead were fastened to our feet. Friday morning, 11 o'clock. I have already made up my parcel of linen. My heart ached all the time I was employed about it, and still aches, at the thoughts of its being a necessary precaution. When the parcel comes to your hands, as I hope it safely will, you will be pleased to open it. You will find in it 2 parcels sealed up, one of which contains the letters you have not yet seen, being those written since I left you. In the other are all the letters and copies of letters that have passed between you and me, since I was last with you; with some other papers on subjects so much above me, that I cannot wish them to be seen by any body whose indulgence I am not so sure of as I am of yours. If my judgment ripen with my years, perhaps I may review them. Mrs. Norton used to say, from her reverend father, that youth was the time of life for imagination and fancy to work in. Then, were a writer to lay by his works till riper years and experience should direct the fire rather to glow than to flame out. Something between both might perhaps be produced that would not displease a judicious eye. In a 3rd division, folded up separately, are all Mr. Lovelace's letters, written to me since he was forbidden this house, and copies of my answers to them. I expect that you will break the seals of this parcel, and when you have perused them all, give me your free opinion of my conduct. By the way, not a line from that man! Not one line! Wednesday I deposited mine. It remained there on Wednesday night. What time it was taken away yesterday I cannot tell; for I did not concern myself about it till towards night, and then it was not there. No return at 10 this day. I suppose he is as much out of humour as I. With all my heart. He may be mean enough, perhaps, if ever I should put it into his power, to avenge himself for the trouble he has had with me. But that now, I dare say, I never shall. I see what sort of a man the encroacher is; and I hope we are equally sick of one another. My heart is vexedly easy, if I may so describe it. Vexedly, because of the apprehended interview with Solmes, and the consequences it may be attended with: or else I should be quite easy. For why? I have not deserved the usage I receive: and could I be rid of Solmes, as I presume I am of Lovelace, their influence over my father, mother, and uncles against me, could not hold. The 5 guineas tied up in one corner of a handkerchief under the linen, I beg you will let pass as an acknowledgement for the trouble I give your trusty servant. You must not chide me for this. You know I cannot be easy unless I have my way in these little matters. I was going to put up what little money I have, and some of my ornaments: but they are portable, and I cannot forget them. Besides, should they, suspecting me, desire to see any of the jewels, and were I not able to produce them, it would amount to a demonstration of an intention which would have a guilty appearance to them. Friday, 1 o'clock, in the Wood house. No letter yet from this man! I have luckily deposited my parcel, and have your letter of last night. If Robert take this without the parcel, pray let him return immediately for it. But he cannot miss it, I think. I must conclude that it is put there for him to take away. You may believe, from the contents of yours, that I shall immediately write again. Clarissa Harlowe. End of Letter XXV.